Test 1, 2. Okay, this is good.
One, two, three, four. Oh, that's a movable podium. Testing 1, 2. This is the Indonesia update test for audio. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning and welcome to the ANU. This is an audio test. Please don't listen to it. Good morning, this is an audio test for the Indonesia update. Please don't listen to it. Carry on. Do not look here.
Friends and colleagues, good morning. Thank you all for joining us today for the 42nd Indonesia Update Conference. My name is Budy Resosudarmo. I'm currently the head of the ANU Indonesia project. Before we begin, on behalf of the ANU Indonesia project, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owner of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunawal and Namri people of the Canberra region, and pay my respect to elders past and present. It is my pleasure to welcome you today to this conference, whether you are here with us in person or joining us from around the world online. So we have online people that joining us. And a special good morning to those of you joining us from Indonesia. We appreciate that it is an early start for you to joining us today. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank ANU, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, for their continued support of the Indonesia Update Conference. With that, I would like to quickly start the update. I would like to hand over to Professor the Honorable Gareth Evans to deliver the opening speech and formally open this year's Indonesia Update Conference. Welcome, Professor Gareth.
Well, thank you very much, Budy, and it really is a pleasure and a privilege to have been invited to join you here today. There's never been a more important time for Australia and Indonesia to be consolidating, widening, and deepening our relationship. And this 42nd Indonesian Update Conference, also commemorating, as it does, the 60th anniversary of its organising angel, the Indonesia Project, this really is a perfect vehicle for exploring how best to do just that. Not just because of the usual opening sessions on current political and economic developments with the sparks and ideas that these discussions can be expected to generate, but particularly, of course, because the main topic of the update this year will be climate change and the energy transitions necessary to mitigate that. No set of issues could be more topical, and few lend themselves more obviously to new dimensions of bilateral collaboration. We meet in obviously difficult and uncertain times. We're all familiar with the volatility and fragility of the regional security environment, with China rather aggressively stretching its wings, and the United States apparently hell-bent on burning its own wings. In a way, leaving the rest of us trying to navigate a path between these two regional giants. In a way that, on the one hand, keeps alive and flourishing what for most of us is our most important economic relationship, while, on the other hand, recognising the utility of the balancing role that the United States has traditionally played in the region, a role which, if sensibly and sensitively applied, a rather big ask for Donald Trump, will continue to benefit all of us. We're all conscious again of the looming stress facing the regional economic environment as a result of the insanely destructive, not least as the economic data will make increasingly clear to the United States itself, of the Trump tariff war. There's real potential for effective cooperative regional pushback action through, in particular, the CPTPP and the RCEP treaty mechanisms, but neither of these have yet begun to fully realise their potential. And I think we're all conscious as well of the many global and regional public goods problems that are really crying out for effective, collaborative, collective action solutions, because none of these problems are solvable by countries, however big and important, acting alone. Preeminent among them, of course, climate change, pandemics, arms control, and I guess unregulated population flows. All these issues provide ample reason for Australia and Indonesia to strengthen our ties to a greater extent than we have sustainably achieved in the past. That we've not done as well as we could have and should have has not been for want of trying, not least by many of us in this room. Going right back to the beginning, there was the active and important, albeit now largely forgotten on both sides, role that was played by Australian trade unionists and then the Labor government itself in the United Nations in supporting the birth of the Indonesian Republic. In the Hawke Keating government years, I recall with particular fondness my relationship with my foreign ministerial counterpart, Ali Alatas, as we worked together to put the unhappy mess of East Timor behind us, to forge peace in Cambodia, and to build new regional economic and security dialogue architecture with APEC and the ASEAN Regional Forum. There was again the extraordinarily far-reaching security milestone that was achieved, albeit again unhappily short-lived, with the Keating-Suharto forged 1995 security agreement. There's been the role of Australian universities, above all, although not confined to, our own ANU with our Indonesia project, in generating intense and lasting personal relationships with a whole cohort of senior Indonesian policymakers, including Mari Pangestu, happily with us today, Chatib Basri, Budiono, Marty Natalegawa. And there's been the commitment also of a whole series of Australian Prime Ministers and Foreign Ministers on both sides of politics to making Jakarta their first international port of call and developing the warmest possible personal relationships with their counterparts. And Anthony Albanese has done just that with both Presidents Jokowi and Prabowo. But for all the efforts of this kind, I think we're all conscious that there are still significant missing ingredients. On the Australian side, they include a conspicuous failure still by our business community to invest in and trade with Indonesia on anything like the scale appropriate to a country of its size and, above all, its future importance, destined on most analyses to be the world's fourth biggest economy by 2050. There's also been a failure to project ourselves, mainly because of noisy opposition from some backward-looking political and media quarters, project ourselves as a multicultural success story, now with a very large Asian Australian population and very conscious that our future lies in our regional geography rather than our Anglosphere history. And in many ways, really most troubling of all, is the almost inexplicable decline in Indonesian cultural and linguistic literacy in this country. On the most recent figures that I've seen, the number of Australian high school students studying Indonesian in 2023, just 542, was even lower than it was in 1989, well over 1,000, when the Garneau report first identified Asia capability as a real challenge for us. Of the more than 1 million domestic Australian students at Australian universities in 2023, barely 500 were enrolled in Bahasa Indonesia courses nationwide. And only 13 universities in Australia currently teach Indonesian, a stark decrease from 22 in the early 1990s. On the Indonesian side, there are also factors inhibiting our bilateral relationship, realising its full potential. They include the reality that for Indonesia, with its population 10 times bigger than ours, its geopolitical and economic preoccupations all focused north rather than south, with neither defence nor trade and investment needs remotely dependent on us. The reality is that Indonesia, in that context, just doesn't see us as being in the same league as we see it. Australian Prime Ministers regularly have been saying since Keating, that there's no country more important to Australia than Indonesia. You just don't hear reciprocal language coming from Jakarta. There's also the reality that Indonesia, for all its growth and development achievements, is still a quite testing environment in terms of its recurring issues with political stability, governance standards, and responsible economic management. Concerns that have all been quite dramatically accentuated in recent days by the rioting in Jakarta and other major cities across the country, and the replacement of Finance Minister Sri Mulyani Indrawati, hugely respected as she is here and around the world. There's another Indonesian reality which will be troubling to some in our security policy community, but I don't think should be. And that's that Jakarta will always want to maintain political and defence relationships with China and Russia, as well as the United States and its allies and partners like us, and be quite unwilling to lock itself into any particular alignment box. That just comes with the territory in dealing with Indonesia, and we shouldn't be spooked by it. We just have to acknowledge, frankly, that there'll always be challenges in forging a bilateral relationship with the degree of reflexive intimacy that a great many of us would really like. This is still the case. It is still the case, as Bruce Grant and I wrote back in 1991, and which has been repeated many times since, that no two neighbours anywhere in the world are as comprehensively unalike as Australia and Indonesia. We differ in language, culture, religion, history, ethnicity, population, and in political, legal, and social systems. All that said, it is important, finally, that we do acknowledge each other's strengths and what we each bring to the table in our bilateral relations and in working together cooperatively and collaboratively in multilateral settings. In global terms, despite the disparity in our population sizes, we both do rank as significant middle powers, in the sense that while we're not big enough militarily, or may not be big enough militarily or economically to impose our preferences, policy preferences on anyone else, we are nonetheless sufficiently capable in terms of our diplomatic resources, sufficiently credible in terms of our record of principled behaviour, and sufficiently motivated to be able to make a significant impact on international relations in a way that simply is beyond the reach of smaller states. We have been a formidable combination in the past, as with the Cambodian peace process, and we can be again in addressing a whole range of global and regional public goods needs, including again peacemaking and peacekeeping, pandemic and disaster response, arms control, managing the consequences of unregulated population flows, maintaining a free and open trading system, and not least, avoiding climate change catastrophe, the central policy focus of this conference. Both of us being significant carbon emitters and major coal exporters, we have a particular responsibility to identify and to implement mitigation and adaptation pathways. Given the long history of this conference, Update Conference, as a vehicle for tough-minded policy analysis and debate, I'm sure that your deliberations over the next 2 days will make a major contribution to advancing those objectives. And I'm also sure that in doing so, you'll demonstrate again, yet again, to any remaining sceptics, just how much this Australia-Indonesia relationship matters and how much will be gained, not just for each of us, but for the wider regional and global community by energising and strengthening it further. So with that, I declare this Update Conference open.
Thank you so much, Gareth, for your generosity and time this morning. I think, again, for all your incisive remarks. I think everyone in the room really appreciated your call for more engagement on the Australian side with the Indonesia relationship. So thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eve Warburton. I'm a research fellow at the Department of Political and Social Change here at the ANU, and I'm director of the ANU Indonesia Institute. And it's a real pleasure and honour to be chairing the all-important 2025 political update. Before we get into the update, I just want to say a couple of words about recent events in Indonesia. The demonstrations have obviously had a really big impact on the diaspora and on our student community here at ANU. And they've been mobilising and organising in various ways. One way is through a new organisation, student-led, called Canberra Bergerak. And they have, as you will see outside, set up a store where they are distributing pink and green ribbons as an act of solidarity with the pro-democracy demonstrators. It's also on behalf of Canberra Bergerak and our student diaspora that I would like to invite you all now to share in a brief moment of silent reflection to remember, respect and acknowledge those who lost their lives and those who remain missing as a result of the demonstration. So please, if you could just for a moment put down your hapes, your phones, refrain from talking as we just engage in a brief moment of remembrance and reflection. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. I know that our student community and our diaspora here really appreciates that. Okay, so now let's get into, as a political scientist, is one of my favourite moments of the year and of the conference. As I said, it's a real pleasure to be chairing this session. In particular, it's a pleasure for me because the update this year will be delivered by a dear friend and colleague of mine, Dr. Liam Gammon. Liam and I both did our PhDs at PSC together. Liam is now a research fellow at the East Asia Bureau of Economic Research here at the ANU, and he will be delivering the political update, and then we will be closely followed by Dr. Jemma Purdey. We're very excited to welcome Jemma. She's come from Melbourne. As you will all know, she is based at Monash at the Australia-Indonesia Center. You'll be very familiar with Jemma's work on the Talking Indonesia podcast. It's a great service that they perform for the public, keeping us up to date on all things Indonesian politics and society. As always, we're trying to keep to time, so I'm going to hand over right now to Liam. He will speak for 40 minutes. Then Jemma will immediately follow with 15 minutes of remarks. I'm an excellent chair, got everything down. 15 minutes of remarks, and then we'll open up for Q&A. Okay, thank you very much, Liam.
Thanks very much. So a number of people this morning have asked me whether I've needed to make some last-minute revisions to my talk today to take account of recent developments. And the answer is absolutely yes. There are a ton of Vice-Chancellor jokes in here that don't work anymore. And I'm very disappointed about that, but you've got to roll with the punches. Anyway, okay, so in all seriousness, it's a huge honour to be able to give the political update talk, and I do want to thank the organisers, wherever they are, for entrusting me with the gig. So I want to start with two sort of plain, uncontradictable facts, I think, about Prabowo Subianto's first year as President of Indonesia. So the first is that in the first 11 months of his presidency, he has already acquired a level of political authority that took Joko Widodo the better part of a decade to amass. So that's the first thing. The second thing, in less than 11 months in the job, he's also seen a public mobilisation that contains potential signs that there's a intensity and a breadth of public disaffection with government on a scale that Jokowi really never had to contend with. And I'm talking, of course, about the protests that erupted across cities in Indonesia over the past few weeks. And as sort of sympathetic depiction of the issues behind those protests is sort of summed up in images like this. Even if you don't understand Indonesian, I think you kind of get the iceberg metaphor there. So the issues at the tip of the iceberg, as it were, are those are kind of, the proximate causes of the protest. DPR members voting themselves a pay rise, the police brutality and so on. And then you have all these other issues underneath the surface of the water. about the state of the economy, about repressive security apparatus, elite arrogance, and so on. And as the title of this little image said, you know, public anger is a response to accumulated injustices. And so basically my talk this morning, we also saw a really prominent role for networks of informal sector workers in generating the protest, suggesting that the sources of anti-government mobilisation have gone beyond, you know, those classic sources of activism in student groups, in unions, and, you know, middle-class networks and so on. This has prompted a huge amount of speculation and maybe something we can talk about in the Q&A. So basically, what I'm going to try to do, All right. My talk this morning is about how both of these two things can be true at the same time. Dominance and vulnerability. So I argue that under Prabowo, we are seeing the confirmation of what I call the hegemonic status of the president within the political system. And because of the quite weak de facto restraints on the president that exist into that system, we're seeing Prabowo's own worldview and his character take on a really important role in shaping governance and policy. And this in turn has a really significant bearing on how the government is responding to some of the accumulating economic problems that provided the backdrop to last month's protest, in which we will hear all about in the economic update paper. So basically, if there's one key message, it's that the political dominance that Prabowo has enjoyed and the vulnerability of the economic foundations of his popularity and possibly his authority, those two things are very much interconnected now. So the basic facts. Prabowo's first year has been an unusual one in terms of what hasn't happened. So you haven't seen that sort of painstaking process of him consolidating authority. You haven't seen sort of any trial and error in terms of putting together a governing mode. You haven't certainly seen any efforts by members of his elite coalition to test his authority. So in other words, it couldn't look more different from Jokowi's first year in the job, if there are those of us here who remember that. This is partly because Prabowo just inherited a presidency that institutionally had become a lot more powerful under Jokowi. It's partly because, let's not forget, he was elected by a very, very big, in fact, an historic landslide in 2024. It's also been because of Prabowo's own innovations within that framework that he inherited from Jokowi. So one thing we're seeing under Prabowo is we're seeing Indonesia's culture of elite collusion really reach its zenith under Prabowo. He was so determined to co-opt almost every party possible into his cabinet that he not only expanded the number of government departments, he expanded the number of ministerial portfolios as well, such that he has a 111-member cabinet. It actually increased just this week. Another set of numbers that has changed this week is the number of cabinet ministers that are holdovers from the Jokowi government was 17, it's now down to 13. So even though Jokowi notionally has this sort of baker's dozen of ministers that are aligned with him, Jokowi's influence over policy is pretty trivial. Happy to talk more about that in the Q&A. There are two parties that remain outside the cabinet, PDIP and Nasdem. They backed losing candidates in 2024. Being outside of the cabinet, however, doesn't mean they are in opposition. Both of these parties are functionally part of the government. They put up no meaningful opposition to the government's policies, and quietly they, or at least factions within them, have been the beneficiaries of government patronage in other forms than ministerial positions. So there are structural drivers of this collusion, right, that go back years, decades, right? There's a very widespread expectation that in a context of deepening electoral clientelism, the 2029 elections will be historically expensive. So parties' priorities is accumulating cash, seizing control of patronage resources within the state in order to put themselves in a competitive position for 2029. This dovetails perfectly with Prabowo's preferences. He likes having everyone on his team. He likes being the big uniter, and he likes not having to worry about an opposition sniping from the sidelines. And he's willing to pay the cost of having a cabinet that is dominated by members of parties that are not his own. However, he is not willing to have these parties and the ministers actually check his authority. And here's where a really, really important legacy of the Jokowi era comes, well, that is really touchy, comes in handy. So Jokowi figured out, if you've been to the Indonesia update over the past few years, you'll have heard a lot about this. Jokowi figured out that given how pervasive corruption was across the entire Indonesian political elite, and given the politicisation of the legal system, where we saw under him, he could credibly threaten anyone around him with criminal prosecutions, especially corruption prosecutions, and he did. So Prabowo's biggest political asset, in my view, is the very, very fresh memories of these practices that exist around the political elite. This has had a long tail in the form of some very, very high-profile legal cases that have their political roots in the Jokowi era. Don't have time to go into these, and I want to emphasise that the origins, many of you will know who these people are. The origins of all these cases are very murky and complicated, and I don't mean to imply that Prabowo is behind it. Indeed, Prabowo let 2 of these guys out of jail. But the fact that you still have these politicised cases from the Jokowi era unfolding over the first few months of the Prabowo presidency still serves as a powerful reminder of the elites of their vulnerability to politicised prosecutions. And indeed, actually, in 2 of these cases, Thomas Lembong and Nadiem Makarim, a reminder that actually you can get done for corruption even if you haven't really done anything that could reasonably be construed to be corrupt conduct. That's not true of everyone, though. Some people have every reason to be afraid, and as one very, very prominent Indonesian put it to me, very Indonesian politician put it to me, back during the New Order, they brand you a communist or a subversive. That's how they got rid of you. Itu cara mereka sikat kamu. Now they use the term corrupter, and here's the key thing. There are many who feel unsafe because they know they're guilty. This is what Jokowi figured out. I think one area where we have seen Prabowo open up a new frontier in legal coercion, though, is its use to discipline the bureaucracy. So even though the subordination of the political parties was kind of a solved problem from day one, the big frustration among Prabowo and his team was what they saw as obstructionism from the civil service. Okay, so at the time when they were enacting a very sweeping and, let's just say, procedurally irregular restructuring of the budget in early 2025, they had identified, Prabowo identified this guy here, Issa Rahmatarwata, who was the former Director General of Budgeting at the Finance Ministry, as a key blocker. So around this time, Prabowo had made this speech denouncing what he called Raja Kecil, little kings. And it was widely understood that this was a reference to Issa and people like him. And so out of the blue, in February, Issa was arrested on historic corruption charges dating back years, right? Hell of a coincidence, right? But it has its attended effect. I spoke to a former very senior finance ministry official who said, and I quote here, "It showed to us, the bureaucrats, that if the president doesn't like you, he can put you in jail." And I understand that this term in circulation within the bureaucracy, diisakan, takut diisakan, it refers to this fear of getting isad. Yeah. So let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to these people. So these are all the party leaders, all of them, including the, opposition ones, and plus the parliamentary leaders. So a key systemic legacy that we're seeing play out under the Prabowo presidency, a key systemic legacy of Jokowi that we're seeing play out under Prabowo is a real serious downgrade in the autonomy of political parties vis-a-vis the president. It's not just the legal cases, it's the threat of being cut off from sources of financing. It's also the threat, and Jokowi did this all the time, it's also the threat of the palace intervening in factional disputes within parties with a view to destabilising the leadership of people they feel are unreliable and replacing them with people they think are going to be more cooperative. Now, what do these parties do, I hear you ask, if they feel like being in consistent lockstep with a president whose popularity might be collapsing, whose policies aren't working? begins to make them think that their alignment with him might be a political liability. I asked precisely that question to someone who was, until recently, a very senior Golkar official, and they said this: look, they have no choice because they know that at any moment the president can replace them or put them behind bars. And downstream of this, control over party leaderships is the fact that, in the words of one legislator I spoke to, DPR itu cuma stempel. The DPR, the national legislature, is just a rubber stamp. This isn't new, right? This is an old story, and it has structural drivers that are very similar to those that are driving collusion at the cabinet level. What we're seeing really confirmed under Prabowo, though, is the role within the DPR of senior members who see themselves more as enforcers for the executive rather than they see themselves as defenders of the institutional interests of the DPR. And I'm definitely not talking about the actual speaker of the DPR here on the left, Puan Maharani. I'm talking about this fella here, Sufmi Dasko Ahmad. They call him Don Dasko. And when I say they, I don't mean his critics in the media. I mean members of the DPR call him Don Dasko, which basically sums up what kind of guy he is. Dasko was already a very, very powerful person by the end of the Jokowi presidency. He was the guy who was often called upon to make sure that government business and the DPR proceeded very smoothly. His role has only increased under Prabowo, and his influence spreads well, well beyond the legislature. He's the guy who can make phone calls and get you a job, get you sacked. He can lend you money. He can demand money from you. He can help get you out of jail. He can do the opposite if he really feels like it. So, all right. With the parties taken care of, with the DPR more or less compliant, the people who really won the country almost fit into one golf cart. And in the interest of time, that isn't much of an exaggeration. In the interest of time, I won't go into the details of these people's backgrounds. Suffice it to say, we have Prasetyo Hadi, the State Secretary, Dasko himself, Teddy Indra Wijaya, the Cabinet Secretary, and there are a number of other people you would consider sort of the inner circle, Sugiono, the Foreign Minister, Shafri Shamsuddin, the Defence, and now the newly minted Acting Coordinating Security Minister, that form basically the inner circle, alongside some miscellaneous minders and advisors. We can quibble, analysts will quibble about where the boundaries of the inner circle exactly lie, but I think you can make some generalizations about the profiles of the people within it. First of all, they're all men. There are no women within the inner circle, not even close. Secondly, these people have distinguished themselves not in large part not due to their leadership of large bureaucratic organizations, aside from, in Shafri's case, the military, or in the corporate sector, let alone the civil service. Their backgrounds are largely through Prabowo's political party, Gerindra, and most of them, simply because of the fact they're also much, much younger than Prabowo, have spent most of their careers working for Prabowo, and Prabowo has genuinely made their careers. So, this is a very tight-knit and, by all accounts, very insular group of people who have intense loyalty to Prabowo. And you would be right to think whether the combination of their profiles and the sort of culture at the palace now is one that's conducive to the free flow of frank and fearless advice, to put it mildly. All right. And we've seen some of this play out in how Prabowo reshaped the budget around his own policy priorities. I'm sure we'll hear more detail about this in other presentations. But one of Prabowo's big Prabowo moves was these efficiency anggaran, budget efficiencies that I'm sure we all read a lot about. So early in the year, Prabowo used this mechanism that's usually used for the finance ministry to hold, small contingency funds for each ministry. And he ramped that up dramatically to freeze about, give or take, 30 billion Australian dollars in ministerial spending, also made some big cuts to transfers to local government, and then redirected all that into his key sort of campaign promises. Most prominently, this free meals program that we've read so much about. Now, politically, the interesting thing here is that all of the key decisions about what would be cut and where it would be redirected were made by that inner team, that inner circle at the palace. The Finance Ministry, which usually has a very, very central role in the design of the budget, was reduced to bystander status, making sure that all of this was more or less legal. The DPR was given the bare minimum level of legal consultation before it basically greenlit Prabowo and his team just throwing out the whole 2025 budget that was freshly approved. Right? So, meanwhile, oh my God. Okay. So alongside the budget, sending these messages about the trend of policy, centralisation, unilateralism, disregard for very, very well-entrenched bureaucratic and political interests, we're also seeing Prabowo have quite a, let's just say, a tense relationship with the private sector. And there's been a really determined effort, I think, to make it clear to big business that it is the servant and not the master of the state. I mean, here, this is just, visually symbolises some of the relationships that he wants to project with business. This is members of KADIN, the Chamber of Commerce that is like a legacy organisation of, it's like the corporatist business association from the New Order. And basically, Prabowo has really leaned into this symbolism. Here are its members dressed up in military garb, paying a visit to him at his mountaintop lair at Hambalang, and then give it a speech about, I don't know, I can't read what's on the slide there, but you get the idea. The symbolism says it all. And this is before they went on their retreat at, of all places, the military academy in Magelang. I particularly want to highlight how Prabowo has continued this great tradition of also squeezing the ethnic Chinese business elite. These are the owners of the country's biggest business conglomerates. This isn't something new to Prabowo, but it's my understanding that some of the owners, the ethnic Chinese owners of the biggest business conglomerates, have been taken aback by the forthrightness with which Prabowo has said to them, it's time for you to demonstrate your dedication to Indonesia and your loyalty to me by helping me and my agenda. And this has taken very concrete form recently with big businesses being encouraged to purchase so-called patriot bonds from Danantara, the new sovereign wealth fund. These are 5 to 7 year bonds with a 2% yield, which is, I mean, saying that's below market rates doesn't even cover it. I think that's below the inflation rate. So, yeah. And, well, I mean, look, it's worth saying that this isn't new. All presidents do this sort of thing. It's more overt than Prabowo, and under Prabowo, I think, and it has a particular edge to it because, again, as Jemma can tell us all about, Prabowo does have a history of scapegoating the ethnic Chinese elite for economic problems. And he is on the record as saying that the dominance of the ethnic Chinese at the top end of the business world is a problem for fairness and social stability, and the government is justified in taking steps to dilute that dominance by supporting non-Chinese entrepreneurs. Now, I would love to be able to tell you how all of the above has affected Prabowo's standing among the public. However, I can't. And let me show, I understand this is probably really difficult to read, but these are the results of these are the presidential approval ratings as measured in 20 odd years of polls from Indikator and LSE, right? And you can see from late 2004, every few months, there has been a very reliable national poll, and then we hit January 2025. So just to put Prabowo's starting point in historical context, Prabowo begins his presidency up at that little yellow diamond up there with an 81% approval rating. And then the polling grinds to a halt. And this is just, whereas usually we would have very, very regular, very, very high quality national polls coming out. Nothing. No one has published a high-quality national poll since the beginning of the year, since the honeymoon period, right? And the absence of the polls, I think, tells you everything you need to know. If they were great for Prabowo, we would know about them. I can tell you for a fact there is polling being done. However, the results of those polls are being kept like it's the recipe for Coca-Cola or something, very, very tightly held. And the reality is, right, I'm not in a position to say what is going on, but I think the absence is very telling. And the reality is that no pollster, no business person, no media organisation who funds or conducts the polls wants to be the person who releases one that embarrasses the president, right? You don't want to be the person whom Prabowo sees as trying to undermine him. You don't need a poll, however, to tell you that the vibes out there, at least in some parts of society, are not so good. We'll hear all about the state of the economy next, but I think it's very obvious that there's a really pronounced economic slowdown happening in Indonesia, and it's having increasingly palpable social effects that I think are, just to give you one example, right? This is a job fair in Bekasi back in May. This is an industrial area east of Jakarta. There are a lot of big employers, and a lot of those big employers advertised 2,500 jobs going at their companies. 25,000 people showed up, and this turned into a bit of a media spectacle, a bit of a scandal for the local government. There are people, falling over and fainting and pushing each other. And this is just, one little part of a whole mass of anecdotes, particularly about how young people are finding it increasingly difficult to find high-quality formal sector jobs. And this is backed up by labour force surveys that show problems of youth unemployment, increasing graduate unemployment, youth overeducation in certain jobs. Tons of anecdotes out there about, my cousin who has a master's degree and he's driving cab, or people with degrees working in the informal sector, all that sort of thing. And I think that one of the messages that I want to emphasise here is that there's, I think, a symbiosis between some of the politics that I've described above here and the government's responses, or lack of them, to some of these problems. And here's where we have to address, allow me a digression here onto the character question. Jokowi was an unscrupulous person, right? But he was an exceptionally rational and vigilant and pragmatic political figure. I think that because of his personal background and just because of his very, very assiduous reading of opinion polls, I think he had a visceral understanding of what you might call middle Indonesia and its economic life that I think Prabowo just doesn't have. Jokowi wanted to know where things were going wrong and why, and he would move very quickly to solve, if not at least solve the underlying problem, then at least paper it over with some policy response or some political or rhetorical response. Prabowo, for all his pretensions about being a tribune of the common man, I think just has a very rarefied and anachronistic view of Indonesian society. He has a rich guy's view of Indonesian society. The way he talks about the economy, in public at least, it seems to me that he doesn't fully comprehend the economic problems that he is dealing with. He is, by all accounts, someone who is very, very confident in his own judgment and prone to being misled by people around him who have an incentive to provide him with information that sort of vindicates his own confidence in the prospects of his own policies. Like a lot of autodidacts, he has a very tense relationship with actual experts, and I think there's increasing worry among Indonesian technocrats about whether he is really equipped to get to grips with the scale of the economic problems he confronts. However, am I going okay for time? Yeah, okay, cool. I don't mean, even as we acknowledge all those factors, I think it would be a mistake to assume that Prabowo's political dominance is obsolescent. The legacies of Jokowi's expansion of the de facto powers of the presidency, and I think the kind of bravado with which Prabowo has exercised those powers, just take a look at what he did with the budget, I think really confirms what I talk about in the paper as the hegemonic status of the president within the political elite. I understand that's a bit of a dramatic term, and I'm happy to explain and justify that in the Q&A. And I want to emphasise that I don't want to hear complaints about how I'm misapplying an international relations concept, and it's got nothing to do with Gramsci either. I just mean hegemonic in a plain Jane dictionary definition of the word. The president's dominance over all other political elites is just accepted now it is accepted, if not as necessarily desirable, then at least as normal or inevitable by all other strategic political actors. And they almost reflexively defer to the president on issues where they know that he's got a clear view on it. And I want to emphasise that I don't think that this means that Indonesia is an autocracy. I don't think it means that Indonesia is going necessarily to become an autocracy. As I explained in the paper, I think this system is actually compatible with the survival of a democracy, albeit of a very illiberal kind. But here's where I think some aspects, oh, it did it perfectly. Some aspects of the hegemonic presidency and the methods by which it is being secured widen the pathways towards competitive authoritarianism. So, if you were here last year, you would have heard my colleague Eve and Sana Jaffrey from here at the ANU talk about how the conduct of the 2024 elections, and particularly the extent to which Jokowi used all of the levers of the state in terms of coercion, money, the lot, to give Prabowo a leg up in 2024, showed that we're really in a new phase of the discussion about the future of Indonesian democracy. We can't just talk anymore about its illiberalisation. There are signs that that fundamental free and fair nature of electoral competition are coming under pressure as it becomes increasingly normal for, well, we've seen the president, but we're also seeing this in the regions, in legislative contexts, for sort of the police force, for the legal system to be used as an implement of coercion with a view to, affecting electoral outcomes at the grassroots. Okay, that's where we are now. So, just to give you a sense of the mood of scholars about this, I mean, Sana and Eve are definitely not Robinson Crusoe on this front. This is the 30 years of the VDEM Institute's Electoral Democracy Index score for Indonesia. And you can see that as of 2024, for the first time since the new order, Indonesia is coded categorised as electoral authoritarian, just below that 0.5 level in the middle there. VDEM is very rightly at pains to point out that this is, very tentative and inherently a little bit arbitrary. And I would emphasise, I think it's really premature to say that Indonesian democracy is finished. But this is just to make the point that Indonesia is, as the VDEM Institute says, very firmly in this grey zone, this very ambiguous grey zone, right at the threshold between democratic and authoritarian rule. So the system was already really vulnerable when Prabowo took charge. And here's what I want to say about how all of the methods of presidential hegemony factor into this. Can the coercive powers of the president be used to engineer a suite of contenders in 2029 that is very favourable to him? In other words, can political parties be pressured to not put up a viable contender to him in 2029? And we know for a fact that Prabowo, if he's there and has the ability to, will use every means at his disposal to affect the outcome. He'll use the military, he'll use the police, he'll use the legal system. He'll do that. The question is, will you cross that threshold into the sort of outright disqualification of potential rivals that we associate with actual competitive authoritarian regimes? And if that sounds completely outlandish, ask yourself, this is one for the aficionados, ask yourself, why is Anies Baswedan not the governor of Jakarta right now? We know exactly why. Because these tactics were used by Jokowi late last year to make sure that he didn't get on the ballot in Jakarta. And so now he's focusing on podcasting. Oh, wait, sorry. Oh my God. Okay, finally. There is one strategic political actor, however, that is not subject to presidential hegemony, and that's the public. So because parties and the legislature and a lot of other formal political institutions are next to useless for articulating opposition to the government, naturally, the street has become if not the default arena for contesting the actions of the government. Again, this was already a feature of Jokowi-era politics. It's only become more pronounced under Prabowo. And, oh God, I've got a minute left. Basically, which brings us to this, all right? Which brings us to this.
You've got time, you've got 10
Okay,
minutes.
10 minutes?
9 minutes.
Oh wow, sorry, I just got a 1 minute slide, all right.
Listen to me.
Which brings us back to this. So, on the one hand, I mean, part of me wants to be really conservative in suggesting any analytical conclusions about the longer-term political significance of this. We have to remember that Jokowi withstood a range of really unruly protests, and he survived a really serious economic and social crisis in the COVID-19 pandemic and actually emerged, if anything, politically stronger from that experience. So I think it would be a mistake to assume that this portends, a really serious deterioration either in Prabowo's popularity or in his political authority. There's a lot that we just don't know yet. However, I think all the signs are there that as I said at the beginning, that the sources of opposition to the government have gone well beyond, the sources of contentious politics, like really unruly opposition and vocal opposition to the government, have gone well beyond the usual suspects. And I think that the signs that we're seeing in Indonesia now of pent-up, particularly lower class, working class, informal sector dissent and frustration with the political elite are there for everyone to see. It's just really hard to tell how pervasive that is in the absence of really high quality opinion polling. I know a lot of people are skeptical of it, including the president. I'm not. So for now though, the government's response seems to be limited to making policy concessions on those issues that were sort of, as it were, the tip of the iceberg, right? There's been, he's ordered an investigation into the death of the rideshare driver who was run over by a police vehicle. He has cancelled the raising of the housing allowance for DPR members and so on. Some of the most obnoxious DPR members have been forced to resign. Meanwhile, and also this shows him and Shafri Samsudin, the defence minister, visiting the family of Afan, the rideshare driver who was killed. So there was a belated sort of PR effort to at least symbolise that Prabowo was getting it, that he understood the scale of public anger. Meanwhile, however, you can already see the gears of securitisation and repression turning. There have been some arrests of activists, and the president and his proxies have predictably fallen back on this language of malign forces orchestrating the chaos in order to undermine him and divide Indonesia. Classic Prabowo. And this is, I mean, I should bring this up. This is something that I heard from several people up in Jakarta. And I said, the difference is Jokowi was surrounded by these people who have that sort of security sector mentality. They see conspiracies everywhere because, they're projecting. That's what they do. The difference now is that you have someone right at the top who has been socialised into that kind of paranoid mode of thinking, right? And this is, I think, one difference to watch. There are two things pulling at Prabowo there, rationality and his own paranoid streak. Okay. So here's where we're left. I am either way over time or way under time. It's hard to tell. Like in Indonesia, I face legal uncertainty. All right. Basically, I mean, as we close in on 1 year of Prabowo, and we want to sort of zoom out and say, what's the big takeaway? I mean, I think, look forward. I think the tension between the two big themes that I've talked about here, right? Dominance and vulnerability, really underlies a lot of uncertainty about where Indonesia is headed over the next few years. I want to say those signs of discontent bubbling up organically from society, we saw that before the protests in August, right? And in ways that went beyond the usual activist crowds. So people will remember this story about the Jolly Roger flags. It has something to do with a Japanese cartoon. Don't ask me, I don't know. But what was interesting about this is that this seemed to bubble up as well, in low income, in poor communities across the countries. I was up there in August ahead of Independence Day when these were flying, and the only times I saw it were on the back of trucks. So when you've lost the truckies, I mean, who knows? So what does this all mean? Okay, in the Jokowi era, the system that Jokowi built, the dominance that Jokowi built, you could really emphasise the role of coercion and co-optation, but you could sort of take it for granted that there were more or less benign, or at least politically supportive, political conditions, right? So politically supportive economic conditions, right? So it's the economy that I think has changed. The economy is now a variable and not a constant to a far greater extent than it was under the Jokowi presidency. And so we're going to get a real big test over the next few years, I think. I mean, is everything that I've described here, the coercion, the co-optation, and the effectiveness of that in terms of ensuring elite discipline around a president, is that all just conditional upon those supportive economic conditions? We never really got a test of that under Jokowi, aside from COVID, which was just such a unique condition, because, like I said, the economy was really backing in his political strategy. That has sort of seemingly melted away, and so we're really at an uncertain time, and that is for next year's political update speaker to talk about. Thanks very much.
Okay, go. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and any other First Nations peoples here today. Thank you, Liam, for your detailed, nuanced, comprehensive update of the past 12 months in Indonesian politics. This task, as we know, is never straightforward. But this year, I think we can all agree, it has had its extra layers of challenges. I really think it's not just, as you described, what has occurred over the past few weeks that's made it so complex, but indeed, as we seek to understand an early stage presidency with all of the activity, haste and change that characterises new governments, but also one that is being led by a man who has very much been in waiting for some time. In 2015, Ed Aspinall described Prabowo as an oligarchic populist. He coveted the role of president for much of the last 20 years, actually perhaps longer, and has invested financially and personally in 3 presidential election campaigns to reach this point. As all of you who follow Indonesian politics well know, this can only have been achieved by significant horse trading or goat trading, bestowing of favours and exchanging of future dividends. So as Prabowo launches into his second year, the ongoing political, social and security unrest that Liam has described, plus the economic headwinds that we're going to hear about shortly, facing Indonesia will prove to be indeed a significant test. Liam raises many crucial questions for us to consider, including, perhaps, I think, very crucially, what if Prabowo starts to lose popular support, but also support amongst the elites? How will he resolve the tension between the people's protest and his own paranoia? And what do we know about his worldview, his character, that could help us to understand his presidency? But first, what do I use here? Okay, but first, and whilst this is a political update, I'm very aware of that. As an historian, I'm keen to say something about how the past informs the present. And so, particularly as an historian of the May 1998 riots, I feel compelled to say something about this recent crisis, with the caveat that, of course, to attempt to understand and interpret the events of the past few weeks is very difficult, so soon after the events. And we need to see what emerges in the days and weeks to come. Indeed, we must stay alert. And so in lieu of answers, I brought along a prop, which is on display here as well. A first edition signed copy, English version, of Fadlizon's Apologia on behalf of Prabowo Subianto, The Politics of May 1998 Riots. Published in 2004, the book was one part of Prabowo's rehabilitation back from his exile, which I'll say something about in a moment as well. But it is a reminder, I think. What I want to do is remind us all of the importance of what we're doing here today, indeed, the importance of our roles as witnesses, as documenters, as analysts of these events in real time, and to, as I say, stay alert, pay attention, and to give somewhat of a cautionary tale. Of course, the reason I was drawn to take this book down from my shelves in recent days is pretty obvious. In the midst of the protests and violence of the past weeks, references to May 1998, the riots therein, have been commonly made by activists and officials alike, accompanied by the warning, "Don't let it happen again." Historians like to think about continuity and change, so I thought it might be a good moment to reflect on some of the parallels, the continuities, but also some of the differences, the changes perhaps between 98 and now. The obvious place to start, unfortunately, is this eerie, somewhat eerie presence at the centre of Indonesian government and military today of this duo. Liam's already mentioned Prabowo Subianto and his Defence Minister and freshly appointed interim Coordinating Minister for Political and Strategic Affairs, Shafri Samsudin. Here you can see they're very old friends who began their military careers training together as young men and in tours of East Timor and Papua. Both highly ambitious and, it turns out, extremely loyal to each other. Here is Prabowo, on the right, awarding Shafri the rank of 4-star honorary general just last month. This loyalty was borne out several times across their careers, but no more so, I would argue, than in May 1998. To recap very briefly, and many of you are very aware of this time, at that time Prabowo was commander of Kostrad, the Army's Strategic Reserve Command, and Shafri was commander in charge of Jakarta, Pangkups Jaya. As is very well documented, Prabowo was indeed subsequently blamed for the kidnappings of student activists and also for instigating these riots. In interviews that he gave at the time and later, including in for Zon's book, Prabowo denied all involvement. Instead, he declared that he and his troops were ultimately under the control of the Pangkups Jaya. Shafri was in charge. When the joint fact-finding team investigating the riots then questioned Shafri about his role, just as they were with Prabowo, they were deeply unconvinced by their accounts, and in Shafri's case also called for him to be sanctioned. He was not, but as we know, Prabowo was held responsible, not for the riots, that has yet to be proven, but for the kidnappings and also for other disciplinary breaches, and in November 1998 expelled from the military, or as he likes to tell people now, he was fired, which is very interesting, as it appears that he seems to have shaken off his early narrative of being a victim. It's an interesting change. The riots are widely understood to have been, as we know, a result of a struggle between Prabowo and the then head of the armed forces, Wiranto, who is now part of Prabowo's circle of advisors, I would say. Again, another irony. And many accounts written by key actors since bear this out. So key actors who were involved at the time bear this out, this power struggle. In the wake of Suharto's resignation and the reform of the military, both Prabowo and Shafri were left out in the cold, albeit temporarily. So in 1998, Prabowo had tried to flex his position during a time of instability and suffered a humiliating defeat. Today, as we know, he has ultimate control and Shafri stands alongside him. Their allyship and friendship lasted through that low and has been rewarded. The question I have is, how is it that that shared experience of May 1998 is shaping their decisions in this current situation? It remains to be understood, but it's one that we should all consider. Of course, there are some indications of how it's all going. The expansion of the role of the military in politics made possible through amendments to Law 34/2004 earlier this year, and the massive expansion of military spending and personnel in the form of dozens of new regional commands and battalions is, of course, the background here. And then in the past few days, there are reports that Shafri led the campaign for the implementation of martial law in response to the escalation of these recent violent protests. Interestingly, and in step with Liam's observations about how Prabowo's inner circle operates, Tempo has reported that it was Dasko who led the counter-argument and whose advice in the end Prabowo followed. No martial law for now. Nonetheless, with Shafri's new portfolio, the expanded powers that he has, and his early talk of an overhaul of that very large institution, it seems unlikely that he's going to take a back seat or that he'll approach the mission or his mission with anything other than through a security lens. That's them. The second thing that struck me as an historian of this period, of the May 98 period, and I think it is really worth mentioning, is that the history or the story of May 98 is actually as well known as it is. Most of those we know on the streets, gathering on campuses and online, were not born in May 98. And really, it's only been in the past decade, not in the immediate decade after the riots, but only in the most recent decade, I would say. It is that we've seen film, novels, art and personal testimony, as well as some really great research, repositioning May 1998 in the public's consciousness. And indeed, ironically, a recent controversy involving the Minister for Culture, Fadli Zon, shone a spotlight on this dark period in Indonesia's history. As you'll be aware, the Minister's pet history writing project is condemned by historians and human rights activists, amongst other things, for its erasure of key events, including the May riots. So it was just a few months ago that Fadli Zon's denial that mass rapes and sexual assaults occurred during the riots that drew attention to this issue. High-profile activists in response and scholars, including the head of the team that investigated the riots, there you see Marzuki Darusman, expressed their opposition in formal meetings at the DPR and in petitions and press conferences. And as a result, people rushed, I think, to educate themselves. There was a great deal of activity on social media. And so the irony is, I would argue, that more Indonesians know about May 1998 in all its different permutations and stories than may have done so even 4 months ago. So for that, we thank Fadli. So, but what of the comparisons between May 98 and these current protests and violence? Are they sound? Well, again, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but I would say there are some crucial differences. So far, the targets have been, as we know, police, politicians, government. So far, race, religion and commercial interests have not been specifically targeted. And there has been dog whistling, we acknowledge that, but it hasn't translated down to the streets. So far, there has been a deep, and this is important, shared empathy for the victims of this violence, for the students, the workers, the activists who are victims of this violence, among both the public and those in office. And these are all, I think, very different from what happened after 98. And I won't go into it, but as Liam has pointed out, there are also no obvious fractures within the elite, and Prabowo seems to be supported at the moment by the political parties, the military, the police to some extent, but we understand that there are lots of interesting things going on between the police and the military, as there always is. But that said, history shows us that regardless of the progress made since 98, there is no guarantee that if the conditions remain such that people are increasingly frustrated, if there is lawlessness, and if opportunities remain to destabilise or gain advantage from dog whistling, for example, that violence would not spread to other targets and something like May 1998 would happen again. Eve, how much time do I have? You have about 2 minutes. Okay, great. So really quickly, I did want to say something about Prabowo and his character, which is another kind of history project that some of us are interested in. And in fact, I would quote here a biographer of Indonesian presidents, Agus McIntyre, who reminded us that when examining a leader, it's necessary to understand, quote, the impact of his personality on the manner of his personal rule and the nature of his regime. we would do well to follow, I think, Angus's example, and Liam has started us on that conversation, I think, to undertake a close study of the personality of this new president. I've just got one more slide. I chose this slide as very deliberately, as did Prabowo choose this setup when he delivered his first address to the nation following the escalation in the riots, the death of Afan. You may be aware he is sitting in front of a portrait of his namesake, his uncle Subianto. It's a very deliberate thing that he does. He uses, as we know, the images, the names and the stories around his family and the dynasty to great effect often. And I have spoken about that before, don't have time to do so again, but just to remind us that this was a party manufactured for Gerindra. His party was manufactured as a political vehicle for Prabowo's success, but also for the family's dynastic success, which they believed deeply they were entitled to. And there's one thing that I read recently in the Bulletin of Indonesian and Economic Studies, which is housed here at the ANU, where Sumitra was interviewed. And in that interview, he said something that I found very striking. He said, "I've never won a political battle, but I have learnt how to survive defeats." Well, maybe the old man was being modest, but for his sons, Prabowo and Hashim, simply surviving was never going to be enough. They needed the win. They would stop at nothing until they got that win, which begs the question, what lengths will they go to hold on to power now that they have it? Thank you.
Okay. We are running a little bit late, but not because of our speakers. They were very tepat waktu, so thank you very much. Outstanding presentations, and I know there's going to be lots of questions. I'm going to take 3. They're going to be really short. And you're only going to have 1 each so that we can still enjoy some of our morning tea. So, yes, in the front here. Yes, Stephen. And Indra at the back. Yeah, and then I'll come to you, Boo, if we can have time. So, here, in the middle. 2 in the middle, please, and 1 at the very back. Whoever gets the microphone first can go, and I think it's going to be Indra. Okay, I'll go at the back first, just because Indra just got the microphone. Silakan.
Yeah, thank you. Pak Marcus argued last year that Prabowo and Jokowi will part ways after the election. How do you see their current relationship? Do you see any conflict happening right now?
Okay, great. And a question down the front here. Yep.
So, check. The question is for Liam. So in the presentation, I'm just intrigued because in the beginning you introduced dominance and vulnerability, but most of the slides are about dominance. So on the self-authority, hegemonic presidencies, even the slides about the gray zone, it's also, I think, it's all about dominance as well, right? So only the protest is the vulnerability, which only happened recently. So just like you mentioned as well in the beginning, you just changed your slides as well. So how do you respond
more
to
on
that?
vulnerability, more on vulnerability. Great. Stephen, do you have your microphone yet? Just can you pass that behind?
Stephen Sherlock from ANU. A similar sort of question to Liam. You didn't have time probably to talk much about the implications of the demonstrations for inter-elite politics, except to talk about the dominance of Prabowo. Okay. So any thoughts about issues like the different responses between the police and the military to the demonstrations, any connections between the reshuffling and the demonstrations? So what are the connections between the uprising and inter-elite manoeuvring?
Great. 3 excellent and nice and succinct questions. And I'm going to ask for really succinct answers as well. Liam, you're madly writing down your points. Do you want to go straight away?
Yeah. Forget what the questions are.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I can help remind you. Yep, go.
On the Prabowo-Jokowi relationship, there was a lot of speculation about exactly what the precise nature of their relationship would be. But the thing is that it was never on the cards that you would have that Jokowi would be the power behind the throne. And it was never really on the cards that even if they had a falling out, that you would get this kind of Marcos versus Duterte dynamic, as you're seeing in the Philippines, right? from day one, the moment he assumed the powers of the presidency and everything that flows from that I described, Prabowo had the upper hand, and he was in a position to dictate exactly how much influence Jokowi actually had over the direction of policy, which is nothing. Now, Prabowo has devoted, say, he's kept some Jokowi ministers in the cabinet, he's devoted a face-saving few $1 billion a year to that Nusantara project, which is going nowhere, nor should it. And Prabowo, however, has no incentive at all to antagonize Jokowi, because in his mind, look, if having a cordial relationship with Jokowi and being able to count on Jokowi's endorsement in 2029 is worth 10% of the vote in Central Java, more than enough reason to keep him on side. But everything that Prabowo gives Jokowi is being vouchsafed from a position of strength, not of dependence, I would say. And I think Jokowi kind of knows that. But don't expect a public blow-up. It's worth mentioning that some of those Jokowi, the ministers that were reshuffled were holdovers from the Jokowi era. Read into that what you will.
Do you want the other? So just quickly, and then
sorry.
we'll go to Jemma. So
Dominance versus vulnerability. I think that the protests reveal the deeper, potentially, again, in the end of the polling, it's a bit difficult, reveal a deeper source of vulnerability, which is the state of the economy. If you get a sustained economic downturn, if you get a real widespread collapse in Prabowo's popularity, if parties start to quietly get indications that Prabowo may actually lose a free and fair election in 2029, do they run for the hills? Do they start, or do they actually want to take the risks of showing disloyalty early on, signaling to the electorate that, hey, we aren't complicit in this? They're in a terrible position, actually, when you think about it. The reshuffles and elite.
And then Jemma can have
the answer is I don't know, but I think that all the changes that have been made have been very much directed by Prabowo. He is calling the shots in terms of the upgrade for Shafri, the demotion of the ministers, and so on. He's definitely calling the shots. He's not being steered by anyone.
They weren't really for me, but I'll just say police and military. I mean, again, Back to the Future, whatever. Very much centre of the narrative back in '98. In all of the accounts, read this and weep. It is impossible to decipher, but it is the back and forth between the police and the military, who did what, who said what, who was told to go where. And maybe there's a little bit of that going on here, I don't know, but we'll wait and see. We do know that the police have arrested people that they have said are TNI. So, that's a lead.
Yeah, I can vouch for an earlier presentation of Liam's before the protests even broke out, and the economy was already a vulnerability then. So just to add to your answer to the first question. Okay, so a second round. Yep, we had an Ibu in the middle. We've got one online as well, and I've got a hand up there. Okay, so while the microphone comes to you, did you want to read out the online question? Which I'm sure is...
Okay, 200 people online. And this is from Kalim Salim at State University of Campinas, Brazil. Can you tell us if it is in Prabowo's priorities to still continue the Nusantara project?
Oh, okay. Yep.
How do you think all this would impact Indonesia's climate policies and politics?
Oh, okay. Yes, good. Okay. And then, yes, Mas.
Yes, my name is Gafar from Melbourne. My question is, do you think that Indonesia is going to enter the mass decade, the decade of mass protest? Because like you mentioned about unemployment is high, but at the same time, Prabowo is so confident about his policy, but his policy is misdirected at some point because, it's perspective from rich people to poor people, right?
Right.
So,
okay.
That's my question.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Ika and climate policy, mass protest.
Prabowo's priorities. Is Nusantara in Prabowo's priorities? No. Climate policies. Climate policies. Climate policy is all over the place because, quite frankly, global climate policy is sort of all over the place. Let's face it. There's money to be made in green energy, and you can bet people are making a lot of money out of it. However, you have a dying coal industry that is still a place where lots of money can be made. And from the perspective of a lot of Indonesian elites, and there are diverse views on this within the elite, it's like, well, why should we do anything when, you know, you've got the United States pulling out of Paris and so on and so forth? There are divides. What I'm saying is that Indonesian climate policy, as we'll probably learn over the next 2 days, is actually just incoherent. Mass protest. Mass protest is deeply interrelated with the economic trends, but also the inability of formal political institutions to be a place where you go to contest the actions of the government. The fact that the parliament, the cabinet are so locked down and they're so locked into Prabowo's policies, which may themselves be not properly addressing the economic problems, is a reason to expect further protests and so further chaos. And so if these economic problems are not addressed, I think you will start to get into that cycle of instability. And who knows where that leads. But I just want to say, whatever happens, parties still are taking a big risk, and all other elites are taking a big risk in showing disloyalty to Prabowo or being seen to undermine him, I think. So that's why we're in such an uncertain point.
I would just quickly say, no, we haven't really mentioned the role of civil society, and I think that even before this unrest, like at the very beginning of Prabowo's government, they were ready to go. I've fired up, getting organised, some really good things going on. It was this growing protest movement. It's not come out of nowhere. The unions had already planned to do that march that day. I mentioned briefly, you know, the response to the history book. You know, their campaign, really impactful, actually. What I should have said was that they went to the DPR, they spoke to the politicians involved, they highlighted these things, they went to the traditional media as well as social media. Fadli Zon's deadline got pushed out again and again, and we don't even know if that book's going to get finished. Okay, so the textbook may never eventuate. So there are little glimmers of impact there that potentially can come about through this more organised action that might come on the back of the street protests as well, but existed before that. I would also just say, I wonder, the question also is how much will members of the DPR really take on board this idea of empathy that the protesters have been asking them to do? And, you know, we have seen some resignations. They were a bit, not really heartfelt, but more may come. More people may come out and express, a sentiment that appeals to the people. Let's see. Let's hope that the politicians can step up.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think we have time for one more question. Yes, Noto at the back. And just a quick plug while waiting for the microphone. Our book on the Jokowi presidency has a chapter by Ed and Maya on the return of mass protests. So as you said, this didn't come out of nowhere. There was a building up of momentum. So yes, Silakan.
So Liam, a very short question. Is Gibran giving Prabowo's more dominance or vulnerability?
It's a good question to end on. Yeah. Where was your slide on Gibran?
Kind of like with the opinion polls, his absence tells you everything you need to know. His absence from... Prabowo doesn't want Gibran to be president, right? And if it looks like, I just don't know. If Prabowo is, for whatever reason, suddenly ceases to become president, Jokowi has really hit the jackpot. But under no circumstances will Prabowo do anything, Prabowo go out of his way to help Gibran and give him power, I think. Can I just say one thing really quickly about the immediate aftermath of the protests? The replacement of the finance minister and this sort of flurry of meetings that Prabowo has had around the economy, cabinet and so on, there are some hopeful signs, if you want to see them, that this episode might have acted as a little bit of a circuit breaker in terms of maybe shaking his complacency about the state of the economy a little bit. The new finance minister has been making some good signs about the need to shake things up, making more, going before the parliament and so on. So, Prabowo could actually, change course a little bit. That's not within the realm of, it's not outside the realm of possibility.
So that's a note of hope, I guess, to end on. And thank you very much to our audience for very short questions and excellent questions, great short answers, and that means we're only a little bit behind time. Please, another round of applause for the presenters today, Liam and Jemma. We're going to break just for 15 minutes so that we can be back in time, 10:40 a.m. Is that right? I've got 10:40 a.m. written down here. So very quick morning tea. Come back because it's time for the economic update, which I know we're all really looking forward to. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. Let's start the economics session. I'm Hal Hill and I'm chairing this session. I want to just acknowledge the organisers of this conference, Budy and Daju and the team. It's a wonderful event. This is, as mentioned, update number 42. There are a few of us in the room of such advanced age that we were here at the first one. Jim Fox is somewhere, and I think Terry Hull and others. It's remarkable. The first one, 1983, in a fairly small seminar room organised by the great Jamie Mackey and the great Peter Macaulay. It was seen as a one-off. You know, it would be just a one-off experiment to see whether there was any interest. And here we are 42 years later. It's amazing. So this is the economics session, and we've heard a bit from the politics session that quite a bit depends on the economics as well. So we're going to hear about the economics today. These are turbulent times, both domestically and internationally. As two of our top PhD graduates of a few years ago, Lily Yang-in and Jesse Vadilia, wrote in an open letter to President Prabowo, some of you may have seen, that Indonesia is at a crossroad. It's a highly recommended piece if you want to have a look at it. So we're very fortunate to have two eminent speakers, Professor Mari Pangestu and Professor Shiro Armstrong. They really need no introduction, but I'm just going to say briefly about them. Some of you may remember Mari gave a wonderful and touching speech here about 6 weeks ago in which she described herself as the child of the Indonesia Project. So if nothing else, the Indonesia Project has produced beautiful children who've become adults. Shiro, many of you will know, he heads the East Asian Bureau of Economic Research, which is a wonderful and very influential forum for public policy discussion. So we've got two wonderful speakers. They'll be followed by our own Sarah Dong at the Indonesia Project. So time is tight. I can see 5 minutes and 1 minute and crosses looming already. So let me hand over. I think it's going to be Mari, Shiro, back to Mari, and then Sarah. So please welcome our speakers, and over to you, Mari.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, old friends and young friends, and all of you here today. Good morning. This is the 5th time I'm writing the Bulletin of Indonesian Economic Studies Survey of Recent Developments. And it's the most difficult one that I've had to write just because of, we heard from the political session, just because of all the things that's happened. And I stand here in Coombs Theatre. It brings back memories, not just because I'm the child of the Indonesia Project, but because I'm also a child of the ANU. This is the lecture hall of my first class in economics, taking introduction economics here. So here I am back again. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you how many decades ago that was. But at a time when, have we got the slides up? Yes, we've got the slides up, where we are, as everybody has been saying, in a time of turbulence. And the theme of our economic update that we're going to present today is that this time it's different. And why is it different? Because Indonesia is facing the most hostile and uncertain external environment, the worst in terms of living memory. And this is exacerbating domestic structural challenges and the economic discontent that we saw in recent protests that we just heard a lot about from Liam. And the recent protests, as we know, is not about the last 10 months of this government, but really an inherited economic condition and situation that has been developing for especially the last decade. And as Eve also mentioned, the kind of discontent that's been there is not something that happened in the recent protests, but has been brewing. So this is the condition that we are facing. So first, we will look at evaluating Indonesia's economic developments, as all surveys do. But we take the lens of identifying the sources of economic discontent and external uncertainties, and how it's impacting on the current developments as well as the future developments. In the second section, we will talk about how the responses should be different. If this time it's different, if the crisis that we're facing is different, then presumably some of the responses may be the same, but many will have to be different. And as the political session is asking us to do this, is to come up with the solutions to solve it, right? So I'm not sure we can solve it, but we can at least give you some highlights of how we're thinking about it. So let's start with growth, as all economics updates do. If you start with growth, the most recent growth numbers was higher than expected, at 5.12. I'm not going to say why I'm saying 5.12 instead of just say 5 or 5.1. I think many of you who follow this will know why, but it was higher than expected compared to the consensus forecast of 4.8%, as well as the Finance Ministry's own outlook of 4.7. And that led to a polemic on whether these numbers were being manipulated or not in advance of the President's National Day speech. You can find explanations as to why there is this higher than expected growth. There was increased consumption, especially in leisure. Partly, you can see that in the numbers because there were more holidays, there was more domestic tourism. But most importantly, the biggest impact seems to have come from investment. 40% of the growth was contributed by investment. And this is attributed to purchases of machinery and equipment, which is the normal way you actually do that in the Central Bureau of Statistics or BPS methodology. But some are saying this is partly related to increased defense spending, so does it really increase investment or not? And better accounting of the special economic zone and industrial zones data. And this was explained by the Central Bureau of Statistics, but probably not well enough, to the point where there was a lot of calls for transparency and explanation of these numbers. It will be very important in the revision of the numbers and in the forthcoming GDP numbers for BPS, Central Bureau of Statistics, to really show that the methodology and the changes that they have made, because I believe the independence of data is very integral to what we will talk about later in terms of good policy making. But what really matters beyond the 5.12, beyond the fact that we are having stable 5% growth, is the bigger issue of the quality of growth. Indonesian economy has not, in fact, fully recovered from COVID-19. And this is not just Indonesia. Economically, globally, the economic slowdown post-COVID is still with us. Advanced economies are doing a little bit better. They're growing, but they're still growing below trend. Developing countries and poorest countries are even in a worse situation. Indonesia is no different in this, but in fact, what we are saying is the scarring effect or losses experienced from the pandemic is still evident in the GDP and employment numbers. So if you take the blue line, which is the trajectory, if you take the growth rates 5 years leading up to the COVID-19, so pre-COVID trajectory, we are at 8.6% lower value of the nominal GDP. There's a lot of causes for it, but nobody's done the real research to see the cause and effect. But some of the factors that, why are we having this lower growth? One is that we didn't rebound. Lots of countries after COVID, they rebounded like to 7 to 8 to 9 or 10% to recover that loss. We didn't do that. We only recovered 7 and then went back down to 5. Partly, some would say we withdrew the fiscal stimulus too early. You know, we were allowed to go to 6% of GDP, budget deficit to GDP ratio for the COVID period. But we actually, and we had to go back to 3 by 2023. But we did that in 2022 instead of 2023. And it is reflecting pre-COVID trends of premature deindustrialization, reduction in competitiveness, And already we saw before COVID the decline in the manufacturing sector, the bias towards resource-based, capital-intensive downstreaming of the mining, and so on and so forth. This has been well covered in previous surveys, but it is about the bias in terms of the quality of growth and the job creation that it leads to. That's why if you look at the sectoral differences in the scarring, mining and the information communications technology sector grew at above the trend before COVID, as well as within manufacturing, the minerals sector. Next, we will look at the scarring effect on employment and jobs. And this is really what is very startling. And you can understand the causes of the protests, a lot of the protests from here. If you look at this again, if you look at the dotted blue line, that's what would happen pre-COVID if in terms of formal job creation. And the red line is we went down by 5 million because of COVID, and we never went back up. That's in line with the scarring effect from the GDP. 5 million jobs were lost during COVID. And if you looked at the trajectory of the formal sector employment, to what the actual number is, it's 7.6 million less that has been not created in the formal sector. If you look at the bottom figure, it's telling you, even though open unemployment has continued to decline, in other words, we are creating jobs more than what job seekers are there, but the new job creation is in the informal sector, where we have self-employed, including gig workers, including traders in the market going up, as well as the self-employed. These are unpaid and self-employed went up, and unpaid and contribution to family workers who are unpaid went up from 14 to 19%. It should have gone down. 7 million would have gone out of this unpaid sector if you had been able to grow jobs in the formal sector. And now we go to the paradox. I'm using Indonesia's paradox as a play on the word of the Chilean paradox. As we know, Chile did really well in terms of all the indicators on growth, GDP per capita, equality, but yet the increase of metro prices led to protests and led to, in the end, the downfall of the government. So we have a similar paradox where we do have good outcomes, stable growth, increasing per capita. Some numbers are showing reduced inequality, but other numbers are showing increased inequality. But this number shows you that jobs were created, but they were in sectors, agriculture, wholesale trade, accommodation, and food and beverage, which are all, if you go to the left side, are all earning lower wages. So yes, jobs are created, but they are in the lower wage sector. And there are many other numbers that we could share, but I will just mention it. The youth unemployment is also increasing, and within that, there are more female than male who are idle. And middle class, this also has been covered in previous surveys, has fallen by 10 million people, going down, the middle class going down to aspiring middle class and near poor. And even the middle class, their spending on food has increased. Usually it goes down, but it has increased. So that's I suppose the root cause. Other indicators of the Indonesia paradox and the protest and it's also what the discussion about the lower growth has been around, that a lot of other indicators, whether it's consumer confidence, retail, sales, electricity consumption, and so on, are going down, are showing lack of confidence and low purchasing power. And we have increased layoffs. I can't remember whether Liam showed the picture with 10 jobs being posted and then thousands of people applying. That has been in the news a lot. So it is about the fact that we have a lower purchasing power. So really the issue is about the quality of growth, lack of decent jobs being created, and really a slowdown in growth, slow but stable growth, and not leading to job creation. So let's now look at what are the policies that have been undertaken currently, and how has this how is this linked to the conditions that we observe? So if you look at if you're looking at slowdown in growth and trying to stimulate growth, it's really one aspect is always macro policy and its role in undertaking the pro-cyclical policies. And so the main question and the main message that you'll see playing out in our messages today is that what we just described is that the issue is not a cyclical economic downturn. It is a structural problem. To respond to it, yes, you still need to do pro-cyclical, but more importantly, you need to do structural. So let's start with the pro-cyclical. With the pro-cyclical, even this time it's different because we don't have the buffers we had before. Why? Because of the revenue shortfall due to a low tax collection, and the tax revenues are really falling down, really declining, with tax to GDP ratio really declining. And then on the expenditure side, while the issue of fiscal discipline, which was a big issue at the beginning of this Prabowo government, worrying that the president's priority programs are going to lead to the deficit over GDP going up to 6%, and we would lose the fiscal discipline. And that did cause a lot of confidence in the market and so on. Actually, now it's kind of flipped in two ways. One is that the deficit has actually been maintained below 3. And in his latest speech at the 17th of August, he actually said, our target is now 0% deficit over GDP. We want a balanced budget. Nobody's quite sure where that came from, but he made that statement. And so how does he fund the priority programs? He reallocates the spending. And this is one of the big issues, as we know, in the discussions and the protests and the, I guess, evaluations that are happening in the last few months. Let me just go to the tax collection. Yes, oh, it's already there. It shows you really, in the past, we have been able to collect even up to 14%. The regional average is about 16%. We're now at we went down to about 10%, 9%. Today, what is it? 8.4%. Semester 1, 2025, it's 8.4%. So really, that is a big challenge. Next slide. So is fiscal policy has limited space. Monetary policy also has limited space. I know that this is not an audience of economists. All of you are not economists. But basically, when you want to stimulate the economy, you reduce the interest rate. And Bank Indonesia has been slow to reduce its interest rate, even though inflation has been low. But recently, they did ramp up reducing the interest rate. I think it's like 100 basis points already for this year. But the problem is, despite that reduction in the interest rate, there is lack of transmission of the monetary policy to increase credit. And part of the problem I won't go too deep into it. There is financial sector issues within that. But I think it's mostly there's lack of demand for credit, just because, again, because of the slowdown in the economy and so on. Okay. Quickly, uncertainty in the market. As we know, we've had protests, we've had the reshuffle in the cabinet with the finance minister going down, but it looks like there was a little bit of a weakening of the exchange rate and a fall of the stock market, but it seems relatively stable, and in fact, the stock market has gone up yesterday, and so it seems like it's more stable than what we had thought. Or is it just the calm before the storm? We don't know. And let me just close with two last slides on, as I said earlier, pro-cyclical policies are not sufficient. We need structural reforms. We need to increase investment, productivity, and competitiveness. We need to grow, and we need to create decent jobs, quality jobs. I can't go too much into detail here, but actually back in March, this slide on the right is showing the meeting of the National Economic Council, of which I'm a member, meeting the president in March. So before Liberation Day tariffs, where we made a strong argument for the need for deregulation. If you're going to grow at 8%, you need increased investments, you need deregulation. And by the way, there's a lot of external uncertainties we have to face. So the high cost of doing business, high cost economy, I hate to use that word because even in the 80s and 90s, we used the same word. We're still facing those issues, red tape, business licensing, trade, regulations, labor issues, taxation, legal uncertainty. These are all still issues. Next slide. And this is just a slide showing us, we are now using Vietnam as a benchmark, how many days it takes for us to have a business license. And so I would just close where Liam started to talk about, that there is legal uncertainty. On top of all those issues of business licensing and so on, there is the legal uncertainty. And trying to be very careful with my words here. There is a good word in Indonesian, premanism, which I'm just quoting what all the business people are saying, and it's also in the newspapers. But to use a more polite English translation, it's really about the kind of anti-business and political narrative and actions, some actions, that have really made business people very jittery. And this is another component of the investment environment that we also need to deal with. So now I'm going to pass on to my co-author, Shiro Armstrong, to continue the story on the external side.
Great. Thank you very much, Mari. So all the structural problems that Mari talked about, those have been exacerbated by a hostile and uncertain external environment. And all the dimensions of this sort of global crisis, if you will, great power strategic competition, the recovery or difficulty of recovery from the pandemic, climate change, of course, accelerating climate change, the weakening multilateralism, the threat to the global economic order, and rising nationalism everywhere. In our paper, we want to focus on the climate risks, of course, and the risks to the multilateral trading system. These are two areas where there's an opportunity for Indonesia to do what works for Indonesia and what's good for Indonesia, but also helps with regional leadership that's needed. And Indonesia is in the process of resilience and endurance and adaptation, but what's really needed is transformation. On the climate side, the challenges are immense. So Indonesia faces a double penalty, as we call it, heightened physical risks and economic losses domestically. There's a lot of commentary on this and a lot of analysis, but on business as usual projections, life expectancies projected to fall by 1.2 years by 2030. That's not very far away. And GDP by 2050 on business as usual will fall by 4.4%. So significant physical risks, but also diminished market access abroad and a threat to Indonesia's business competitiveness if nothing is done. So these risks highlight why Indonesia's green growth strategy is actually the development priority. The good news is there's something to do about that. I should have had a trigger warning here. Of course, we're talking about global uncertainty. On April 2nd, Liberation Day, the Trump administration announced the so-called reciprocal tariffs. Indonesia threatened with a 32% tariff on all its goods going into the United States, as well as the sectoral tariffs. Only 10% of Indonesia's exports go to the United States, but there's high concentration in labour-intensive sectors that really threatens jobs and economic security in Indonesia. So Indonesia was, like many other countries, embarked on negotiating reprieve from this 32% and succeeded in negotiating that tariff down to 19%. Seems pretty strange. We've been normalised. That's somehow okay, but it's historically very high tariffs. Of course, Indonesian businesses have front-loaded exports to the United States, so there's been a recent bump in exports, a jump. But that's sort of been offset in the GDP numbers, of course, by an increase in imports from China, a flood of Chinese goods that couldn't get into, or can no longer get into the United States. It's putting a lot of pressure on on Indonesia, but also other Southeast Asian markets. There's also the risk of a 40% hit on Indonesian goods if the rules of origin, that is the transshipment issue, so Chinese goods coming through Indonesia don't have sufficient value added to them. So there's still a lot more to figure out and negotiate with the United States. Indonesia is trying to diversify export markets and sped up negotiations of its agreement with the European Union, and the signing of that is now imminent to try to get Indonesian goods into the European Union. So what is Indonesia to do about all this? I think the first thing to recognise is what Indonesia's already done on the international front, and that's to bring certainty to some of the, next slide please, international uncertainty. So already in February this year, Indonesia initiated a process at the ASEAN Economic Ministers meeting that Malaysia is chairing this year, seeing that already Southeast Asia is struggling from a flood of Chinese imports, competing with domestic manufacturing all across Southeast Asia. But also we saw, of course, the election of President Trump, and we're expecting more tariff measures on the way. So an early initiative to have ASEAN members agree on a three-pronged strategy. Importantly, not to retaliate, that is, avoid retaliation, reaffirm multilateralism, and to not put in place measures that harm your neighbours, for example, beggar thy neighbour policies in economics, but to use the legally available instruments in the WTO and other regional arrangements. And then finally, to build domestic resilience with deregulation, but to increase regional economic integration. We can't take this for granted. This was, in February already, I think, quite an important step for coordination in ASEAN. And then, of course, Liberation Day hits on April 2nd. President Prabowo, Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, other leaders in Southeast Asia, in a coordinated fashion, publicly declared they're not going to retaliate, it's not in their interest, and they're going to deepen cooperation. And that February meeting in the ASEAN Economic Ministers process set up an ASEAN Geo-Economic Task Force to coordinate all of this. And you'll see in the bottom photo here, hopefully, my co-author is the co-chair of this Geo-Economic Task Force that has now reported to economic ministers and foreign ministers and brought about cross-pillar across economics, political security in ASEAN, cross-pillar coordination in what the Malaysians are starting to call comprehensive regional security. So I think this is a pretty important response from Southeast Asia that brings some certainty to what is an otherwise uncertain external environment. And this is important because Indonesia's international economic diplomacy is important for locking in the domestic deregulation agenda that the President has already announced. So we saw in the photo before that Mari showed the National Economic Council deliberating with the President in March. Well, soon after, in fact, on 8th of April, after Liberation Day, the President announced a very comprehensive deregulation agenda. These international arrangements that Indonesia has either already committed to or has stated aspiration to join, is in the process of joining, will help lock in these domestic reforms. It'll change the way the Indonesian economy relates to the rest of the region and the global economy in the interests of Indonesian workers. So Indonesia's about to sign, as I mentioned, the agreement with the European Union, the Indonesia-EU CEPA, is already party to RCEP, but implementation of this regional comprehensive economic partnership agreement, including getting rid of non-tariff measures, will help expose Indonesian companies to more international competition and make them internationally competitive. But we go beyond that. The deal that Indonesia agreed to with the United States to remove a lot of non-tariff measures in Indonesia will facilitate more US goods and integration with the US economy, those should be expanded and extended to the rest of ASEAN and the rest of the world. So these tariff concessions should be multilateralized. Consistent with the announced deregulation agenda that's actually stalled a bit since April, I think CPTPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership minus the United States and plus the UK, and OECD would require automatic import licensing and a much more transparent rules-based approach to getting quotas. The EU agreement will help there too. Importantly, on local content requirements and on downstreaming, Indonesia cannot legally maintain these export bans and these policies if it wants to join CPTPP and OECD. OECD is not as legally binding as CPTPP, but to join the OECD, it's going to have to demonstrate changes. So these downstreaming policies will have to become incentive-based, non-restrictions-based, and completely transformed. CPTPP accession would also require some institutional governance reforms, mostly in how Indonesia relates to the global economy, but deeper reforms to institutions and governance would be expected from OECD accession. And that would bring transparency, predictability and certainty to businesses and reduce a lot of the costs. So with that, I'll hand back to my co-author.
We have 10 minutes left. Okay, we have 10 minutes left. So I'm sorry, I failed the Liz Drysdale test of 2 wordy slides. I was warned by Peter yesterday not to do this, but I'm sorry. I'll try to, very small to read, but basically the message here is that what I mentioned earlier, that the root cause is not cyclical, it is structural. But you do still need to use as much as possible, your pro-cyclical macro tools as much as possible in addressing the structural issues, as well as addressing the discontent that has been brewing, obviously, for the last decade or so. And then you need to undertake the costless stimulus, I call it the costless stimulus of structural reforms to create jobs. And you must also think about the policies that will also address the social economic issues. And this is where we get really into tricky territory, because we are talking about different segments that we want to address. Informal sector, gig workers, middle class, and how do we actually have better targeted policies on those sectors. And there's the opportunity of using digital and opportunities for growth in the green economy and green growth strategy. So, and there is the framing that we just heard from Shiro on the framework of the international commitments that are facing us today. So, quickly addressing, first of all, priority. And because, there has been a call for action, like Liam mentioned, that the government, the president has responded on various issues, but everybody's waiting for the action and the response on the economic issues. And he also said that the flurry of economic ministers meeting and the reshuffle of the finance minister, maybe that's the circuit breaker, maybe. But here are some ideas that we are trying to, it's also coming from the civil society and the Economist Alliance, all the things that we need to do. First, address the discontent. In the short term, you need to be sequencing this in the short term and in the medium term to address the structural issues. But in the short term, you do need to address all those sources of discontent that we talked about. Let me go to the next slide. Because of time, I will have to go quite quickly because I do want to get... Can you tell me when I'm at 5 minutes? Because for me, the last slide is something I want to spend 5 minutes on. Addressing discontent. This is the real allocation of you want to do all these things, you want to do stimulus, you want to address the discontent, you need fiscal space. Where does that come from? It can come from the reallocation of what the Economist Alliance are calling unproductive spending. Maybe we can have a long discussion on that. Is the food nutritious program unproductive? That's debatable, right? It can be productive if it was effectively implemented. So the effective implementation is the issue. We also have SAL, Sisa Anggaran Lebih, or excess revenues that have not been disbursed, of 459.5 trillion. So that's at least one buffer to use. So what should we be using it for? Next slide. This actually came from a discussion from National Economic Council with a number of the members of the Economist Alliance. In the short term, let's focus on a better social assistance program. And here, GovTech can help. There is a program that is the president also prioritizing, accelerating digitalization of government. It's about one data, having a digital ID, linking it to digital payment, and the use case is actually social protection. So this hopefully can help. And then wage subsidies, especially for labor-intensive sectors, and for fresh graduates. For companies to hire fresh graduates and for internship programs, cash for work program, make it very focused. The key here is make the programs have the most effect and be able to implement it quickly, i.e. there are existing programs, existing data, existing targets that are clear. And in the medium term, of course, all the issues on upskilling, training, human capital, vocational training. One very urgent, important issue I want to highlight, maybe Sarah can also have an opinion on this, is the setting of the minimum wage, which was very, I guess, politicized, if you like to say that word, last year. This year, we need to have a better outcome on the minimum wage decision because it is affecting decisions by investors to come in. It's creating uncertainty, but we want to come up with an equilibrium which is fair to the labor, including what ILO calls the living wage, which is kelayakan hidup, basic needs and so on. But that is work ongoing on that. Next, medium-term fiscal policy reforms, expenditure, tax reforms is key. If you just improve compliance, according to the World Bank, you can increase the tax to GDP ratio by 3.4%. Just improving the effectiveness of the administration, avoiding the tax evasion, even before you talk about raising taxes for the wealthy. I put fuel and coal subsidy reform in there not because I'm in an audience of climate, but it is getting the carbon price right. Right, guys? And then there's also other issues to get the carbon price right, which is the carbon markets and so on. I know there's a session on this, but believe me, there are reforms ongoing there too. Fertilizer subsidy would be my other one because it is also climate related. Make it more effective directly to the recipient. And then on the spending side, of course. I won't go into that. Just let me, oh boy, I'm running out of time. Let me just close with investment growth and deregulation and reforms, which is really the key message here. Let's not waste a good crisis. Past experiences of Indonesia is that big deregulation, bold deregulation happened during crisis as well as downturn in the economy. We've done it before. In the 80s, we did major deregulation, bold deregulation over 8 years with many, many packages. So you don't have to do it all at once, but you got to do it with many packages. We increase investment, we increased growth to 8%, we got exports, we got jobs. We can do it again. Next slide. And as Shiro mentioned, on April 8th, the president actually announced, we want to do bold reforms. But he went a little bit far. He said, eliminate local content, eliminate Pertek. I don't know you know what Pertek is. Peraturan teknis that you need to have an import license. He went quite far. But what has happened since? This is what's happened since, rather marginal reforms. On the trade, we did eliminate some. of the non-tariff measures, but needs to go further. And also on the business, and also on the local content, but also very minor. Only in the investment licensing, the one-stop service, actually there's something going on there with service level agreements being agreed on. Now it has to be implemented. By October, it's going to be implemented. And here's where GovTech will also play a role in terms of digitalizing it. Okay, let me go to my last slide. I think I have 3 minutes left, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, but this is actually where this is the concluding slide, where you know what I described is maybe my good training in ANU. I'm not a neolib, okay? I'm just a good technocratic economics. I'm about good policy, right? So we know what to do. We know what the right policies are. And I hope I've described it very briefly just then. But we just don't know how to do it, right? And get reelected. This actually comes from, this is Dede's favorite quote, comes from the central bank governor of the European central bank governor. But I want to argue that actually the bold reforms this time round for our president, if I was the political advisor of the president, this is what I would tell him. This is the perfect opportunity for you. You can say, I hear you, you know, all those people who are very discontented. I hear you. We have problems. They're economic and social that have been building up. So i.e., I did not create it. I inherited it. That have been building up for the last 10 years, and there was COVID in there and so on. Let's come together, build up resilience, and address the social and discontent in the short term. I will do this, you know, I will come up with actually this is being discussed right now in the government, how to come up with the right social economic short-term package. And we will do a medium-term resilience strategy on reforms and address the structural issues. So that's really what I would do if I was the political advisor to the president. I'm only the economic advisor, I'm not the political advisor. And let's not waste a good crisis. This is the right moment, and you have to do it because of the external situation that we are facing. Deregulation and reforms are really what we need to do. We know there are implementation and coordination issues. Liam went through some of them, and also Jemma. Every president has a different leadership style. This president is definitely top-down, and we all know that. But how do we ensure that this top-down and what you call political dominance can actually change, at least to address these very important issues. It can still be top-down, but as long as there's better coordination on the economic side, we have some hope. And then the deregulation and reforms needs to be, it's not just in the economic areas, investment and so on. It has to have the right narrative. It's about jobs and addressing the issues that are being faced by those of you who are expressing your discontent, right? I was informed in Australia, you also just did reforms, and it was very much targeted to the unhappiness, say, on housing, for instance. So we have to be very politically astute as well. And I would add green in there, not just because I'm in an audience of climate, my friends from climate specialists, but I think mainstreaming green growth strategy is going to be key. It's about opportunity, and it's about growth that can happen. And I'm glad there's one session by Pak Teguh on this. This is something we have been fighting for, how to integrate the macro and the sectoral, come up with the priorities, come up with the investment needs, and then the financing needs, and the policy changes and deregulation that are needed. Pragmatism, I think I've run out of time, but I'll just put it there. The balance and the struggle between good policies and the political economy around it. You'd think that if they have the whole parliament under their control, they could, whatever policy they want, they can enact. So it's actually a good opportunity. The tricky one is state-led versus market-driven. And here, Liam mentioned the Patriot bonds. So if you don't have enough fiscal revenue, maybe you use other means. And then there's the Danantara issue. Danantara, again, benefit of the doubt. It is intended to be run professionally and so on. And finally, the role of whether you do bold or gradual reforms. That is more about pragmatism and sequencing. Let me close there. I wish I could have talked more. more on the last slide, but I hope you will, ask lots of questions on that last slide. Thank you.
And thank you, Bu Mari and Shiro, for a very comprehensive and insightful economic update. So for my discussion, I'm going to continue from Liam and Mari and Shiro to basically dig into the economic explanation of the recent protests. So from an observer perspective, which is my perspective, I feel like there have been two different economic narratives that's going on for some time. So from the government side, we've seen things like Indonesia Maju, which means strong Indonesia, Indonesia Emas, which is golden Indonesia, this vision of Indonesia becoming a high-income country in 2045, and more recently by proposal, Indonesia Incorporated, which means the government and private sector working together to achieve the golden Indonesia vision. So I can see a genuine, very optimistic take from the government side on the trajectory of Indonesia economy. It's growing, it's going to be large, and partly because of that, the government feel like Indonesia is poised to play a bigger role, basically, on the world stage. But from the people side, we've seen, not just recently, right, over the last year, we've seen Indonesia Gelap, which means dark Indonesia, Kabul Aja Dulu, just escape first, and of course the Jolly Rock flag Liam already showed. So there are definitely two very different narratives for the economic side, and I feel like some of that would lead into the clash we have seen recently. So where is the disconnect? If we look at GDP growth in the last 10 years, from 2014 to 2025, if you look at the ranking, Indonesia has been growing, the ranking is about 41. So it's not the highest, but it's still on the top quarter, if you recall. And if you look at the real GDP percentage change, it has been 50%. So it's not huge, like say Bangladesh 80%, but 50% is still significant. And also, if you look at these kind of projections done by various agencies, I think a lot of these are used by governments to have that kind of optimistic view. So the very recent one by Goldman Sachs after COVID in 2022 projected Indonesia to be the fourth largest economy in 2050, very close to 2045 EMA's vision. So if you look at those, right, there is some merit for the government to feel optimistic. But what does it mean for an average Indonesian? So it really depends on how the GDP growth is being driven. So if it has been driven by population growth, say population has grown by 50%, then the per person income wouldn't change, right? So between 2014 and 2024, Indonesia population has increased by about 10%, which means about 40% real income growth is actually driven by something else. But if it's driven by capital-intensive industries, which means industries that use a lot of machines, not a lot of people, a good example is mining, then it would mean that the GDP growth would lead to the income growth of a very small percentage of the population. You can change that if you have mass redistribution done by the government. But for Indonesia, I feel like it's very hard. Mari already said tax collection is extremely difficult, and there is close relationship between the government and capital-intensive industries, right, like mining. So this is probably not very feasible. So the last one is if it's driven by labor-intensive industries, which means they use more people, humans, especially human skills, which are the labor-intensive industries, then this kind of growth will lead to the growth of income of a large percentage of the population. So what has GDP growth been driven by in Indonesia? If we think about the 40%, right, beside the population growth. So I have done some kind of industry composition of Indonesia and also the growth of Indonesia's economy by industry. So most striking thing, I think, from this table is that if you look at the industry composition in 2010 and the industry composition in 2024 for Indonesia, it hasn't changed. at all, basically. Right? It's still heavily dependent on manufacturing, wholesale and retail trade, agriculture, construction, and mining. And if you compare it with a high-income country, which Indonesia aspires to be in 2045, say US, the biggest difference is the sector that are basically high-end services. Right? So you look at financial insurance activities, public administration, which it's a bit of different, and real estate activities, other service activities, business activities, health and social activities. So these are all more labor-intensive, but high-end service industries that use skills, not only human, but human skills. And if you look at US, the share of these industries are much, much larger. So these are the sectors I feel like Indonesia should aspire to grow for mostly, very importantly, for job creation, also for creation of jobs that would employ highly skilled people and have high incomes. If you look at growth rate, these are also the sectors that were growing quite fast before COVID, but has slowed down really a lot after COVID. So that's kind of leading into the protest story a bit. And the only industry that actually picked up again after COVID and grow faster than before COVID is mining. So all this basically means that on the demand side for jobs, it has been quite weak, not only after COVID, but it has, I would say, the kind of structural change that give more job opportunities to higher paying jobs are being lacking for the last 15 years. And on the other hand, if you look at the supply side of the jobs, basically skills and education, there has been very strong growth in education of the Indonesian people. So this is just one graph showing the percentage of people born in different years with post-secondary education. So if you look at the last bit, so people born after 1990, you would have over 20% of people who would have post-secondary education. So a way of thinking is if you meet someone who is born in the 2000s today from Indonesia, I would say 1 in 4, or maybe 1 in 3 would have post-secondary education. So that's a huge number of people coming out of unis. So if you think about the numbers, the people who are enrolled in universities at the moment in Indonesia is about 8.5 million. So that means about every year there will be about 2 million people coming into the job market, fresh. So what are the expectations of these people, right? Young, highly educated, coming from middle income, probably families, having very different expectations about how their life should be, and what are the job prospects facing them. So again, the very kind of weak demand, right, and this kind of fresh supply, huge supply of people actually with good education, good skills, lead to what we see, right, in the job market, in the labor market. So this is a table of unemployment rate, which people have already mentioned. So in the last 4 years, right, the unemployment rate for the really young group is about 20% or more than 20%. Which is, if you think of the numbers, in 2024, the people between 20 and 24 years old, there will be about 2.5 million people who are unemployed. So the unemployed, not accounting for people who already given up, not looking for a job, or accounting for people who are doing a job but not the job they want, right, in the informal sector or in the low-paying jobs. So these are huge numbers. So what can we do? I think we need a very serious economic framework for decent job creation. That means bringing the demand side and the supply side of the labor market together and having some kind of understanding and predictions for the government about what kind of policies, whether it's fiscal, monetary, industry policy, tax policy, deregulation, would lead to what kind of jobs that will be created, in what sectors and for what people. And we need economic vision for job creation for the future of Indonesia, and also for the people who are, for the young people who have newly acquired all these skills and who are very talented, and I can testify for any young people I meet in Indonesia. For them, what are the jobs? Like, what are the labor-intensive industries that would give them good jobs? Those would be the ones that are not replaceable by AI, not replaceable by automation, thinking along lines like education, health sectors, what about tourism, and what about the skilled trades like electricians, plumbers, right? And lastly, I would kind of caution against just focusing on mining and energy transition, which is part of the talk, because these industries can be capital intensive. And thank you, that's all my discussion.
Okay, thanks very much to our three speakers. It's been a really rich diet of information. As with the other 41 Indonesia updates, the synergy between the politics update and the economics update is clearly evident in many dimensions. One interesting point in the presentations was we heard from Mari, who's actually Deputy Chair of the Day One Economy National, the National Economic Council, advice to the President. I think we've sort of heard what the Council is saying to President Prabowo, laid out very clearly. And then the important part is Shiro's regional international context, which sort of shapes a lot of the environment. Okay, so we're open for Q&A. Oh, there's about 100 hands, maybe more than 100. So I'm going to ask you to speak very briefly, to say who you are and direct your question to one of the speakers if you wish to. I can see one right here. I'll go with you, Ed, first, please. Can we have mics already moving? And over here, yep, okay. Sorry, the person with the very high hand. Yep, the lady there. Can you get a mic to that lady, please? And then we'll go with this one here, third one. Thank you. Okay, Ed, please.
Thank you. I'm Ed Aspinall from ANU. My question is for Ibu Mari or for Shiro. So you presented this very striking graph of the decline of tax and government revenues as a proportion of GDP over the long term. Can you tell us a little more about what you think the main drivers of that decline are?
Important. Yes, please. We're over here. Yep.
Yes, Judy Anderson. I'm from the Australia-Indonesia Business Council. We've been commissioned by DFAT with a whole lot of other projects around review of ISEPA, and so we're doing the business consultation. So my question to Shiro and Mari is, what trade levers can we use to support this program?
Important. And yes, please.
Yes, Axel Michaelova from University of Zurich and Perspectives Climate Research. My question would be, Sarah, you mentioned you need labor-intensive but qualified growth. So what about a program for decentralized renewable energy, because that's labor-intensive, it's not capital-intensive, and a program for energy efficiency improvement in industry and housing, because this is energy efficiency, and very well, I think it would fit very neatly into the green transition. So I would ask for your opinions whether this would be a way forward. Thank you.
And I think we're going to hear from you later in the program as well. Okay, so how do you want to handle it? Just in order, maybe Mari, Shiro, and Sarah. Is that okay?
That's true. We answer the trade.
Needn't be long answers either.
Yes, on the tax to GDP ratio, why it's down. A couple of reasons. One is actually just the efficiency of the tax administration. And then there are structural issues like the fact that a high percentage of our economy is informal sector who are not taxed, right? And there are a lot of exemptions inside the tax system that actually also means you have leakage, if you like we have for small businesses. It's a very high threshold where you don't have to pay taxes compared to other countries. It's like 4 or 5 times higher than other countries. It's 4.8 billion. Below that, you only pay 0.5% tax, right? So lots of exemptions and so on. So that's why the World Bank has actually done a very thorough study on this, and they basically said, now you're at 10, you can go to 16, which is the target of the president. If you improve compliance, you can get 3.7%. Here is, I think, the role of the GovTech and the compliance in improving compliance. And I've always thought, and this is for all of you who follow Indonesia, you will know this well, the target of the tax official shouldn't be revenue. It should be compliance. The fact that the target is revenue means berburu di kebun binatang. You know, you're hunting in the zoo, your intensification, you don't work, you just go after the same guys who are going to pay the more taxes and fine you and then let you go to the court to appeal it. 2.7% is if you change the policies, whether it's increasing taxes, wealth tax, or lower that threshold, which is politically tricky, and expand the tax base. So really, you could go back to 16 if you did all those policies.
Just on the Australia-Indonesia agreement, look, I think, obviously from what I said, I think it's important to align what we do with Indonesia's domestic reform agenda, the deregulation agenda, and really look at deeper economic integration between the countries and really open up some of the areas that are not open enough, given how close we are. I think that part of that is a lot more people movement between our two countries, a lot closer institutional arrangements. We have a lot. There's a rich array of assets we have in the relationship, but there's clearly much more needs to be done precisely to fill the kind of gaps that Gareth Evans talked about this morning. So I think those are the areas I would be focusing on, aligning with what's in Indonesia's stated objectives, including on services trade and opening up investment big time, but with in mind not trying to get preferential access to the Indonesian market, but for Indonesia to multilateralize that, just help with Indonesia's reform agenda.
Thank you for the question on renewable energy and labor-intensive industries, of course, but when I think about renewable energy, you look at this picture, right? There's no humans around, solar farms, wind farms. So yeah, I'm not saying it's no hope for job generation in this sector. I'm trying to kind of urge people to think about how to have renewable transition, but also at the same time really think about what kind of how you can utilize people and whether we can make it more job-friendly here.
Can I just add to that? Because I think the importance of the green growth strategy is about jobs. And if you want green jobs, you want to have accelerate renewable energy, you're going to need a lot of people to work there. And that is about creation quality jobs. And that should be another big component of our transformation.
Okay, another round of questions with a daunting number of hands up. I can see Terry Hull at the back. Can we go with Terry? Well, Eve, you've chaired already, but you're important, so you're next. And then someone else behind, John, behind Eve, yep. Okay, and again, short and sharp, please.
Thank you. Terry Hull, Demography. I have a question for Ibu Mari. I've heard recently that the government, meaning the president, is concerned about population decline. The BAPPENAS has asked the UN for advice on facing population. Since population decline will not come for decades, I wonder why is there a concern?
Thanks for the opportunity, Hal. So, Mari and Shiro, you have this story about all these moments of deregulation success, mostly during the Suharto period, but there's been a much more recent deregulation drive that it seems to me hasn't been successful, and that was under Jokowi. Lots of talk about deregulation packages and the Big Bang Omnibus Law. So what was wrong? What went wrong with the Omnibus Law? And is it possible that there were aspects of that law, including around the protection of labour, that may have contributed to the current crisis?
Thanks. Thanks for the interesting presentation. 28% of Indonesia's workforce is still in the rural sector, so I was surprised you didn't mention this a little bit more. And I noted you did mention 1.8% growth in the rural sector. So when we look at Indonesia Mas and green transition literature, there's a focus in some of this literature around green transition narratives that address rural sectors. I wonder whether you would like to say anything about that. Looks like a missed opportunity as well.
We've also got a question online. Can you read it out, please?
Yeah, almost 300 people joining online. A question from Adi Abidin from Kilo and Partners. How does the Nantara factor in Prabowo's economy? How does the Nantara factor in Prabowo's economy?
Murray takes them all.
Or whoever else would like to do it.
Oh, you can. I think Shiro's volunteering to answer Terry's question because I actually don't know the answer to that one. On moments of deregulation, I think what happened with Omnibus, as a veteran minister who had to pass laws, the problem is always in the implementing regulations. and the problem with the Omnibus law, which actually was done really well together with the private sector as well as with all the stakeholders, including the labor unions, they had the right spirit. But then when you had the implementing regulations come out, including all the issues with import licensing that came out, it was all not in the spirit. The one on the labor actually is, I think, a different issue. And here is where, if you understand the labor issue, it's actually only a few, what do you call them? A few pengacau. What is pengacau? Only a few who are really opposing and they want high minimum wages. But all we know, we have empirical data, we have everything to show that high minimum wages is actually going to hurt everybody else in the informal sector. More people going to the informal sector will with lower wages, right? So the issue is not the minimum wage, fighting for this minimum wage thing. But we do agree actually with the decision on the kelayakan hidup, right? What basic needs. So this is actually where we're going. And we hope that the few loud voices from the labor union who caused the problem last November can be managed, because otherwise you may end up again with a not a good outcome on the decision in the name of being popular politically, thinking that you're going to be popular politically, but hurting the business sector. Rural sector, yes, most definitely. I mean, we didn't show too well in the data, but the unpaid workers, a lot of them are, farm labor or small farmers. And then there was another chart below, which are the unpaid workers in this agriculture sector. So I totally agree that in the rural and agriculture sector, there's a great opportunity there. And it has to do not with the extensification of for food, which is, I think, for all of you in this audience, always a question, right? Extensification means more land clearance, but just let's focus on the intensification, which is increasing the productivity. And a lot of that has to do with just simply improving the irrigation. That is cash for work program, which will lead you to increase productivity. And then you do all the other issues. And I think that would be a good job creation one. Plus, I think you did mention green jobs, yeah? I wasn't quite sure whether you mentioned green jobs. But definitely, I think in terms of creating green jobs, even within the inside the agriculture sector, is also very possible. On Danantara, this will require another couple of hours, but but briefly, I think this is where state-led versus private sector. So if you take at face value what the intention of Danantara is, the face value proposition is, it's going to reform the state-owned enterprises. It's corporatization of the state-owned enterprises, and restructuring, taking away the ones that that are not profitable or shouldn't be there as a state-owned enterprise. So I think if they did that properly, that's already going to have a big boost for the economy. And then there's the investment part. How do you do it without crowding out the private sector and actually catalyzing or bringing in the private sector to do the investments? That is actually part of the rationale for Patriot bonds. So low-cost funding for projects that are high risk but low return, like waste to energy, can come in with Patriot bond, and then actually crowd in even the same guys who invested in the Patriot bonds can come in as investors and hopefully enjoy any upside. And I think if you design the policies properly, it could be beneficial. So I'm giving you what is possible rather than what a lot of the discussions are around. But most important, it has to be transparent, accountable, and professional, and hopefully. Now I have to be diplomatic. Have to manage the top-down asks.
just very quickly on the demographics, I don't know what's driving the particular interest, but looking at Indonesia's neighbours in Southeast Asia and looking north to Northeast Asia, you know, it probably is worth thinking about at some stage. Right now there's no problem. The population of Indonesia is increasing by the size of Singapore every year. But once fertility starts to fall, it can fall quickly and it's difficult to reverse. And you don't want to become a country that's getting old before it becomes rich.
On the demographics, I think the kind of demographic dividend, this kind of stories, we really need to be careful because we have shown that the young people are there, they have the skills, they have the talent, but they're not utilized. So where does the dividend come from? And the decreasing population, I don't think we're at that point yet.
No, we're not. Just on the demographics, some of you may have attended Professor Lisa Cameron's art lecture a few weeks ago where she talked about demographic dividend as well. So technically we're out of time, but I'm going to beg the indulgence of Daju and Budy to have another quick round and then we'll have break for lunch. So another round, very quick questions. I can see one. Sorry? Liam. Okay, Liam, you get an entitlement. Liam and then Yogi and the lady right in the middle there. So Liam, Yogi, and then the lady in the middle.
Yeah, thanks a lot. This is for anyone who wants to tackle it. I wonder if you could get your comments about the structure of the budget now and in the context of the importance of stimulus, short-term stimulus. You know, you've got the MBG program growing to $31 billion next year, funds assigned to no purpose to be assigned at the discretion of the president, $50 billion, big cuts to transfers to local government. Is the budget serving the interest of that, you know, short-term cyclical stimulus? And do you think there's any opening for the 2026 budget to be changed even after it's been introduced to the Parliament now?
Good question, yeah. The lady in the middle. Yeah.
Thank you.
And so in the next mic to Yogi here, please.
My name is Anggi from Madani Foundation Indonesia and University of Sydney. My question to Ibu Mari. Thank you for mentioning wealth tax, Ibu. And my question is, what is your view on the other indicators of economic well-being, such as green GDP that is mandated by our regulation, and also like genuine progress indicator to really measure well-being and not just growth? Thank you.
Yogi.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Yogi from University of Canberra. Following Liam, I would like to know about you have this injecting the liquidity on your slide, but not being discussed. Can you discuss more about how it will affect the independency of the central bank? Thank you.
So 3 very simple questions to end on. Who's the batting order? Might start with you again, Murray, if you don't mind.
Yeah, gonna have to be brief. Each one of them are very complicated to answer, but I think on Liam's point about the budget, I mean, this has obviously been discussed a lot, including the Economist Alliance and everybody who's asking for economic response. I think there's a little bit, I don't know the answer, Liam, but I thought it was a little bit refreshing in the DPR hearing of the finance minister. He actually said that they will evaluate the free nutritious food program, or MBG, and that he will require monthly, regular or very regular updates. So that, to me, he wouldn't have dared said that, I think, if he didn't, or maybe you don't know. It's I think it's actually, for me, it was a positive signal that, okay, maybe there's room to not cancel the program, but evaluate the program, whether you need to do all of it at once, whether you can take some of it to really address the short-term fiscal stimulus that you need, especially to address the discontent. I think that discussion is there. But whether or not you want to do it more like in the medium term, like a more permanent structural adjustment of the budget, then I think we just have to wait and see. Even though the new finance minister did say, look, the 2026 budget is not locked in yet. We are still discussing it, right? So he's like saying there's room. So let's take the positive of that, and we certainly will provide as much input as we can to that process. What was the other one? Independence of, last one was the independence of the central bank. The second was on living standards. Yes, this is something that will be a continued discussion, I think. But I think at least in the first instance, if we can have an integrated planning model, where's Pak Teguh? Pak Teguh is somewhere here. There you are. I think BAPPENAS actually should be praised for the fact that they have tried to integrate the climate and the green agenda within the planning and having a target of greenhouse gas emission. And not many countries do that. Now we have to take it further to make it implementable to the sectors, right? I think that's one aspect. But if you're talking about well-being, green GDP, and so on, I'm actually a member of the Beyond GDP task force of the UN, and it's this exact discussion that's happening. But it is tricky we had such long debates on what does well-being mean, what do you include in there, and can you actually measure it? So it's an ongoing discussion. But once there are some decisions in the UN, and they're also doing revisions on the UN statistics, national income account statistics measurement and so on. So it'll come from there. But I think we should at least move ahead on defining what we mean by a green growth strategy, which is coherent and consistent. On independence of the central bank, I think there's the injecting of liquidity, which is not really, I would say, a central bank independence issue. The other one that's more people are discussing is the burden sharing between central bank and Ministry of Finance to fund the some of the government priority programs, right? But on the injecting of liquidity, I think it is basically the finance minister saying, I have a lot of funds sitting in the central bank account. I'm just going to take 200 trillion and inject it into the banking system, liquidity into the banking system. But from what I understand, there's lots of discussion right now going on. Will that really be able to generate growth? Because our point earlier is that the transmission from more liquidity into credit is not happening because there's no demand. So the issue is not so much in supplying the financing, but more about can you provide the opportunities for investment and growth. But on the burden sharing, that's kind of, it is really very similar. What they're doing now is very similar to what they did in COVID, right? So the question is this affecting independence of the central bank, or is it just another way of where we have state-led versus market-driven balancing that? For now, I think because the amount is not huge, actually, the present amount, as long as I suppose it doesn't increase to become something like what happened with COVID, then maybe as an additional or a complement or a supplement to the limited space you have in the budget. And as long, once again, the implementation is transparent, accountable, and really hits the target, right? Because it is going through the state banks, yeah, the lending to the cooperatives, for instance.
Okay, Sarah, okay. Yeah. Okay, so before we thank our wonderful speakers, I've got to make some important announcements. So we're breaking for lunch. I'm sorry, Budy and Daju, will be truncated to 50 minutes. ANU has vast culinary options, quality highly variable, but I think people will know where they are. Some nearby, some on the other side of campus. So please make your way to lunch as quickly as you can. To the speakers and chairs, we've got lunch somewhere. Coombs Tea Room, thank you. Also, I want to announce that for those who want to join Friday prayers, please see Rama, who will lead you to the prayer place. Okay, we could have gone for much longer than we have. I'm sorry to the speakers, to the questioners who didn't get to talk, but there'll be more time to speak to the speakers and the rest of the panels this afternoon and tomorrow. Can you please join me in thanking our three...
Kedengeran ya? Udah, dengar. Okay. Friends, colleagues, and participants, my name is Daju Resosudarmo. I'm a researcher at the Fenner School of Environment and Society at ANU, and I'm delighted today to co-convene this year's Indonesia update. Our theme this year is navigating climate change in Indonesia. As you know, Indonesia has made important commitments on climate action. But the big question we're trying to ask today is, can Indonesia meet those targets while keeping its economy growing and, importantly as well, ensuring social justice? And if so, what challenges need to be tackled along the way? To help us open this conversation, we are very fortunate to have our first keynote speaker, Professor Emeritus Mark Howden. Mark is the former director of the ANU Institute for Climate, Energy, and Disaster Solutions, and he will be sharing with us some global perspectives on climate change. Mark, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Daju, and thanks for the opportunity to be here today. It's really great to have be able to address this audience. So what I'm going to do is cover fairly quickly a really complex topic. So the last IPCC reports weighed almost 30 kilos, 10,000 pages of densely written text and hundreds of thousands of references. So it's the sort of scale of what I'll be doing. But the basic question I'll be asking here is this, if looking at the photo on the screen, is this the future we're choosing to head towards, or this the future we'll choose to head away from? And that's actually a pretty fundamental question, as you'll see. So if we go to the really start of the issue of climate change, it's greenhouse gas emissions from human causes. This is a graph from the Global Carbon Project. They record the ups and downs of different greenhouse gases across the atmosphere. This is the trace for carbon dioxide from fossil fuel and cement manufacture, industrial processes, that sort of thing. You can see there's been really significant increase over many years, with a particularly fast period at the start of this century, particularly with the expansion of China, but not only that. You can see there's a couple of periods there where we have very temporary declines in carbon dioxide emissions. And so global financial crisis and COVID were the two biggest. But you can also see that almost immediately after those disruptions, there was a bounce back to the previous trajectory of emissions. And that tells you something about, globally, how effectively addicted we are to fossil fuels. It's a fundamental part of our economies and has been for a long time, and it remains so. There's a strong link between GDP and carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas emissions in most economies. Now, what happens when we emit a tonne of carbon dioxide is that, roughly speaking, about a quarter of that will get absorbed by the oceans and in the process acidify the oceans, so it changes the chemistry of the oceans. Another quarter will get absorbed by the trees and grass and soil, things like tropical forests in Indonesia and others. But roughly half of that tonne will stay in the atmosphere. So that's really well-established science. So the consequence of that is, if we say look at last year's emissions, roughly half of last year's emissions will stay in the atmosphere, and they'll stay in the atmosphere for decades to centuries. And the warming from that will stay in the atmosphere up to millennia. And so when we think about that half remaining in the atmosphere, it means that things are cumulative. So the half left over from last year adds to the half left over from the previous year, adds the half left over from the year before, etc., etc. So in an accumulating system like that, the only way you can stop it from accumulating is going to net zero. So there's a direct link between that piece of science, which is about the cumulative nature of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and those policies which many governments are talking about, as in goals to go to net zero. So that's the link between the science and the policy. So because of that accumulating nature, also we've seen really significant changes in our carbon dioxide concentrations in our atmosphere. So pre-industrially, they were around 280 parts per million. Right now, they're about 427 parts per million. So it's more than 50% increase. And they're going up fast. So last year was the highest individual increase in 1 year, 3.75 parts per million in 1 year. So we have not taken our foot off the climate change accelerator, is the key message. And importantly, if we want to achieve those sorts of temperature goals that we talked about in the Paris Agreement, we actually have to go on a line akin to this dashed line here in terms of global trajectory of emissions. So you can see there's a massive difference between where we're going and where we need to go. And that dashed line shouldn't finish down at the bottom of that graph. It should actually be finishing halfway down towards the floor. That's the zero line on that graph. So that's the scale of the challenge we have ahead of us if we're to stick to 1.5 degrees. So, and it's not just carbon dioxide. We also have methane, nitrous oxide and other greenhouse gases which are all accumulating in the atmosphere. So, for example, methane is now almost triple pre-industrial levels. So we've very much not achieving those reductions in emissions, reductions in atmospheric concentration increases that we would need to. And we need to do this really quickly. So we have what we call a global carbon budget, which is the amount of carbon dioxide that we can emit which is consistent with any given temperature. It's almost a linear relationship. And that means we can say, if we're to stick to 1.5 degrees, how much more carbon dioxide can we emit? And the answer is frighteningly little. At current rates of emissions, we run out of that budget in about 3 years. And then we've blown completely our chance of sticking to 1.5. Now, scientists about 200 years ago figured out if you add greenhouse gases to an atmosphere, you'll keep what's underneath that atmosphere warmer than you otherwise would. That's exactly what we've done with the Earth. So this is a graph comes from the World Meteorological Organization. And you can see going back to 1850, that steady increase, particularly over the last few decades. And last year was the hottest year on record, the first year above 1.5 degrees. If you look at that graph and you look on a trend basis, we're likely to hit 1.5 degrees on a trend basis next year. So again, if we're thinking about rates of change and achievement of goals, Paris Agreement goals, we have got very, very little room to move at the moment. And so when we look at that, what happened last year, it was quite extraordinary. And so if we look at the number of days, this is a graph from the Copernicus Climate Change Institute, if we look at the number of days in each given year, going back to 1990, that either were exceeded 1 degree but less than 1.25, or exceeded 1.25 but were less than 1.5, or exceeded 1.5 degrees. So increased colour in each of those categories. And if you go, say, back to 1990, very, very few days exceeded even 1 degree. Yet if you go fast forward to last year, 3/4 of the days in that last year exceeded 1.5 degrees. So you can see the change in extremes is accelerating really, really quickly. So we're seeing those extreme weather events of different types, including heat waves, coming at us really, really quickly. And we've got increasing evidence as to how those sorts of climate changes are impacting on people, impacting on our economy, impacting on our environment. So the evidence base is now extraordinarily strong. So those changes that we've seen, changes in temperature, changes in rainfall and various other things, are impacting on systems that are really important to us. One of those systems, of course, is food. Food is part of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's right at the bottom, the basic physiological needs. Clean air, enough food, enough water, adequate shelter. Those are the 4 really key things that people need. And if you look at agricultural productivity in this graph, this is what climate change has already done to agricultural productivity across the globe. So in this particular study, the people took existing agricultural statistics, then they effectively removed the improvement from technology and improved management from that signal so they can look at the residual climate effect. And this map shows the residual climate effect. And if we look at Australia and Indonesia, it shows that climate change has already effectively reduced our agricultural productivity by about 20% compared with what it would be otherwise. And if you think about how much better off Indonesia would be with 20% more agricultural productivity and profitability, it's extraordinarily large. That's what climate change has already done in terms of agriculture and food. If we look at fires, this is a study from a couple of years ago, Jones et al. They looked at the long-term history of fires using global climate models and fire models 4 different parts of the world. One of the places they looked at was the Indonesian forests. And then they compared that long-term view going back like 100 years and forward 100 years, and then compared it with what's actually happened over the last 20 or 30 years. So the sort of wiggly lines there are the modelled results, and you can see projected a steady increase, in this case in fire season length. But what is actually happening is much, much faster than that. So the world is changing much more quickly than those models indicate. So it's about 4 times, in this case 6 times as many, more rapid change in terms of fire season length than the models would indicate. So fire seasons are going much bigger in Indonesia as they are in Australia. They start earlier, they finish later, and they're more severe during that fire season. So fire risk is increasing, along with things like transboundary smoke, pollution and things like that. If we look at sea level, critical for Indonesia because of the massive length of coastline that you have and the number of people near that coastline. And we see right across the globe that sea level goes up faster and faster over time due to climate change. So this is a graph of global sea level, and you can see that has got a curve in it. So if we go back to last century, on average, sea level was going up about 1.8 millimetres per year. The early part of this century, it was going up 4.5 millimetres per year. The last few years, it's been going up 6. There's 6 millimetres per year on average across the globe. It's not equal in every place because of all sorts of different reasons. But this increase in sea level also interacts with subsidence, and places like Jakarta, as you'd well know, are also sinking relative to sea level. So Jakarta this particular study said it was about 5 millimetres per year. So you add the 5 millimetres per year from subsidence to the 6 millimetres per year from sea level rise, and you're going down relative to sea level rise by 1.1 centimetres per year, which is almost sea level rise you can sit there and watch. You could, look at that, come back a year later and see it's gone up. It's quite extraordinary if you think about the rates of change. And we've seen really significant changes in the water cycle. So the water cycle is just that water which gets evaporated from our forests and our grasslands, croplands, the ocean surface, goes up into the atmosphere, moves somewhere else, and then comes down as rain or hail or snow. And that we've always known for 200 years or so that if you have a warmer Earth, that water cycle would accelerate. And it's a well-known relationship. It's called the Clausius-Clapeyron relationship, which says basically about for every degree increase, your water cycle should accelerate by about 7%. But what we've actually seen is double that rate of increase. So it's double what the theory would say, and it's double what the models would say. So we're seeing really, really significant increases in water cycle, which means that water's going up more quickly and coming down more quickly, giving us more floods. And that's what you've seen in Indonesia with really significant increases in flood events and flood damage over the last few decades, particularly over the last 15 years or so. And one of the key drivers for that is as you get a warmer atmosphere, you can hold exponentially more moisture. So if you think of the atmosphere as a bucket, as the atmosphere warms, the size of that bucket grows very quickly. It grows exponentially quickly. So when it does rain on you, you've got a huge amount more water to dump on you. So you get really significant increases in the sub-hourly rainfall events. That's a really intense rainfall associated with thunderstorms and similar things. So we're seeing that increase in rainfall intensity, which increases that flood risk. You add that to the sea level rise that we're seeing. You add that to changes in catchments, so hardening of catchments and clearing of catchments, increasing water flow rates. And that's part of the reason why we're seeing that really significant increase in flood risk. So it's climate change plus these other things which is driving that. And in some places, you're seeing increases in river flows as a result of these factors. In some places, you're seeing decreases in river flows. So Southern Australia, we've got big decreases in river flows, but tends to be in the equatorial and tropical zones, you tend to get increases in average flows, but increases in flow variability, so the difference between the high flows and the low flows. Now, I just want to spend a bit of time on the future, because all of that I've dealt with is what's already happened. So this isn't projections, this isn't modelled information, this is actually what's already happened as a result of climate change. And that evidence base is very, very large now. I've just taken a few examples from that. But if we look at emission trajectories out into the future, this is a graph from the IPCC. It shows on the left-hand side the black line, which is what our emissions have been of all of the gases converted into carbon dioxide equivalents. And then the trajectories in that sort of orangey red plume out to the right. That's where our existing policies would take us at a global scale. And you can see effectively our emissions flatline in that circumstance. And flatlining emissions commits us to major future climate change. So it's something exceeding possibly 2.6 degrees, maybe even up to 4 degrees Celsius. So to give you just a little bit of context, because most people have no idea whether 3 degrees is big or small, 3 degrees, I can tell you, is actually really, really big. So in the last ice age or interglacial period, our global temperatures are about 5 degrees lower than they have been historically. So 5 degrees is a glaciation. 5 degrees gives you kilometres of ice over Europe and North America. 5 degrees gave us sea levels which were 120 metres below where they currently are. That's what 5 degrees does to the world. It changes the face of the world. It changes the function of the world. So when we're talking 3 degrees increase, which is sort of where we're heading, that's like 2/3 of an ice age's worth of change. You can't have that change and not fundamentally change the face of the world and all of the things that we do on that. So really, really large change. If we look at where we need to go in terms of emission trajectories to stick to 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees, you have to go on that blue or that green trajectory there. And you can see there's a massive, massive difference between where we're going and where we need to go to keep those temperatures down to that manageable level. So, of course, if you own, say, a coal-fired power station, we've got plenty of those in Australia, you've got plenty of those in Indonesia. This difference between where we're going and where we need to go is a threat. It's a fundamental threat to your investment, to your business model. Whereas if you own a solar panel installation business or a solar battery manufacturing factory or an electric vehicle business of some type, you would see this gap between where we're going and where we need to go as a massive opportunity. So you can choose whether you see this as a good thing or a bad thing. It's actually your choice. It depends on how you approach this. It depends fundamentally on your values, both as individuals and as nations. We need to tie all of this back to our fundamental values. What sort of world do we want to live in? So that's what the sort of current projections are. So what do the climate scientists say about this? This is a survey done across climate scientists around the world by The Guardian. And what they did was basically said, well, where do you think we're heading in terms of temperature? And the fundamental key sort of messages from this is that nearly 80% of the climate scientists surveyed said that we were likely to exceed 2.5 degrees. Almost 60%, almost 2/3, said that they were going to exceed 3 degrees, and only 6% said we were going to keep it down to very limited levels. Almost 3/4 of those people surveyed basically blamed lack of political will for what's going on, and about 2/3 blamed vested corporate interests. And importantly, young people, young scientists, were much, much more concerned about climate change than older scientists, and that's reflected in the broader population statistics as well. Obviously, because they're the people who have to live through climate change more than people of my age. So what does that sort of thing do to the world? So this is a graph of heat stress, combinations of heat and humidity that cause problems doing anything more than light activity outside. So if you look at the top left-hand panel, you can see some parts of the world, including Indonesia and top part of Australia, roughly 100 heat stress days a year. If we look at the bottom right-hand panel, you can see that the big stretch right across the equatorial and sub-equatorial regions of the world, almost every day becomes a heat stress day. So every day becomes a potential threat to human life or the life of livestock if you haven't got some form of cooling. This is not a trivial change. This is a really, really large change. If we look at vector-borne diseases, again, pretty much right across those same bands of latitude, we see really significant increases. And just like with the heat stress, Indonesia is right in the middle of that. Same with vector-borne disease increase. You're right in the middle of the potential increase in things like malaria and chikungunya and those other vector-borne diseases, along with food and waterborne diseases as well. If we look at our fishery productivity, this is a IPCC graph of potential fishery productivity changes out into the future. And if you look at that area around Indonesia and to the north of Australia, effectively we're the global hotspot for reductions in fishery productivity. So all of those people who require fish for their livelihoods and fish for their protein, that's going to be increasingly challenged under climate change scenarios. And when we add all of this together, sorry about the banner on the top of that, but it's a real shame because it covers up Indonesia. So there's each of these little maps is a individual hazard, such as drought and fires, and they're combined to give an overall hazard map, which is the bigger graph, which is partially obscured. I'm sorry about that. But what that shows is, again, the area to the north of Australia, Indonesia, PNG, up through Southeast Asia, is essentially the global hotspot for multi-hazard risk coming from climate change. We're right in the middle of the risks of climate change. And really importantly, that headline there identifies one of the key issues for me, and that's the intergenerational equity aspects of climate change. So that particular study showed that a child born now would live through 3 to 4 times as many extreme climate events as their grandparents did. So the risk of something that perhaps would have happened to me twice in my lifetime would occur roughly every decade during the life of someone born now. So the risk of people getting hit by a big event, starting to recover from that, and then getting hit by the next one, and then getting hit by the next one. And so you go into a spiral because you never ever recover and you never start getting back onto the improved development pathway. If we look then at what this means in terms of the economic costs of climate change, so we bring that into that particular metric, and I think this is an important one when you're talking with governments in terms of convincing them that they need to take action. When we look back, going back some decades, when people first started doing studies about how climate change would impact on GDP, they were estimating that it would only hit maybe 2 or 3% GDP per degree Celsius. If we use the same metric, sort of hit of GDP per degree Celsius, as those studies have become more comprehensive, as we go close to the present, they become more comprehensive, more effective, more realistic, we see those estimates of climate change damages increase really significantly. So if you look at the most recent studies, if you take sort of a bit of an average across those studies, we're probably in the range of about 14% hits to GDP per degree Celsius. So if you go back to those scenarios, if we're heading towards a 3 degrees Celsius world, you multiply your 14 by 3 and that gives you, roughly speaking, your hit. And that could actually be conservative. So the UK Institute of Actuaries, not exactly a radical activist lefty group, they produced a study just about a year ago which actually said that it could be up to 50% in the current scenarios. Really, really significant. Now, of course, that does not hit everyone equally. So some places are hit harder than others. Some places even may be advantaged by climate change. So if we're looking, if we're looking at sort of climate change in, say, Siberia, it may actually be advantaged in some respects. So some authors a little while ago looked at economic productivity in relation to temperature. They developed this fundamental curve based on the empirical data. And if you look at that curve, Indonesia is on that right-hand side. So you're already on the super-optimal end of the temperature spectrum. So as temperature goes up, your productivity will go down. And there's a whole range of reasons why that's the case. If you put that into a map form, that's what you get. And if you look at Indonesia, you're in that nasty red colour, which shows that you're pretty much hit as hard as anyone across the globe. You are disadvantaged if you let climate change rip across the globe. You need to be part of leading for those global solutions. We need to be thinking about the benefits of adaptation, so responding to climate change by adapting to climate change as well as reducing our emissions. There's a whole stack of stuff which has been written about adaptation, about the different options, and they often generate really strong co-benefits. So when you adapt to climate change well, you can get lots and lots of other co-benefits. And so that benefit in economic terms is often for every dollar spent, you get somewhere between 2 and 17, with roughly a median of about $12 back from that dollar investment. It's a good expenditure of money, and there's really good returns on investment, particularly for some areas such as health, where the return on your investment is very, very large. And from a geopolitical perspective, it's very, very clear now that those countries that adapt best are going to be strategically advantaged compared with their competitors or peers. And just to reinforce that point of co-benefits, this comes out of the IPCC, which looks at relating a whole range of different adaptation options against how they would perform, either assist or hamper achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So that's the columns in that thing, over on the right-hand side. And the core message here, without going into the detail, we haven't got time to do that, is by and large, well-designed, well-implemented adaptation can assist almost every one of those Sustainable Development Goals. There's only a few cases where the evidence was otherwise. Now, in terms of emission reduction goals and progress, and I've only got a couple of minutes now, but just a few slides on this because it's really important. So Indonesia matters. You're the 7th biggest greenhouse gas emitter across the globe. You're really important. You have existing goals, which, as I understand it, is 32% against business as usual by 2030, and conditionally by 43%. So that depends on different policy environments. And as far as I can work out, the President has actually made a statement that you'll be going to net zero earlier than 2060, although the previous goal was around 2060. Unfortunately, in spite of those goals for emission reductions, what you've actually seen in Indonesia is really significant emission increases. So those emissions have gone up something like, I can't remember quite the percentage, but gone up significantly over the last couple of decades. And they're likely to increase by another 30% by 2050. So this is rated as critically insufficient by Climate Action Tracker. This is a trajectory which, if everyone adopted, would lead to a world of about 4 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial. So it's not a great trajectory. And of course, without effective emission reduction, climate change will continue to accelerate and the costs will accrue. And in fact, the economics is very clear now that reducing your emissions is a much, much better economic strategy than letting those emissions occur and having to deal with the consequences. If we look at the graph of that, this again comes from Climate Action Tracker, so it shows where Indonesia's come from in terms of its emissions, and then the plume of possibilities out to the right is where it may go out into the future. And at the moment, the assessed policies are leading to that 3 to 4 degree sort of range if everyone did the same sort of thing as Indonesia did. So clearly, it's not on that downward trajectory, which is necessary to keep temperatures down to the Paris Agreement goals. Once again, just as with adaptation, there's lots and lots of ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is a figure from the IPCC showing different emission reduction options. The bars, the length of the bar indicates the potential emission reduction that can occur from those options, and the colour indicates the cost. So if it's blue, it's cheap. If it's red, it's expensive. And importantly, you get some of those options, such as the ones at the top, solar and wind, the 2 top bars. They're not only very large in terms of their potential, but they're also very cost effective. When the IPCC summarised all of these reasonably sensible things to do, they showed that the options for a 50% reduction in emissions could be identified right now. So things we have, technologies and approaches and policies right now, which could reduce emissions by 50% by 2030 at relatively modest costs. So costs which are quite sort of manageable in developed countries, but not necessarily developing countries. And further emission reductions at greater cost, of course. And yes, I'm about to finish. And the last point that I want to make is that, again, just like with climate adaptation, if you look at those emission reduction options, if they're well designed and well implemented, in almost all cases, they can help Sustainable Development Goals. They can help with the various 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So when we're sort of pricing in those emission reduction activities, we need to start to think about those co-benefits. For example, so if you have a dirty old coal-fired power station, you take that out and replace it with renewables, you reduce the health burden on those populations nearby. So there's lots of people who die from pollution from coal-fired power stations, or who get very sick, or reduces their educational attainment and things like that. All of those are costs which we need to be starting to factor into the benefit statement from change. So I'll just leave that there. But just before I finish, I looked just at a couple of recent sort of studies which looked at the understanding of Indonesians about climate change. And so around 78%, this is the Yale climate study, 78% of Indonesians thought that the climate was changing. It was on the lower end of the spectrum, but it's actually still a very, very large number. Unfortunately, Indonesia was the lowest country in that survey in terms of acknowledging it was humans that were causing that change. So 16% of Indonesians joined the dots there. So if you really want strong political action, you have to start to join those dots and start to say human activities are going to change the climate. Changing the climate is going to cause all of these problems for us. We need to start working backwards and reduce our emissions. So education in terms of climate is a really, really fundamental thing, and I hope that this presentation has helped you understand things that you can take forward and have those conversations that are needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, for a very comprehensive but gloomy, rather scary presentation. And by the way, in the afternoon there will be a speaker telling us about exactly what you're saying. You know, how Indonesia's perceive climate change. So stay with us. So I guess now we will turn to questions and answers. We will have a few minutes. We will have about 12 minutes, I think, or 13 minutes for questions and answers. Are the microphones ready? Anybody? Okay, Pak Budy, and we will take, Sorry. Okay, two first. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Budy Resosudarmo and Indonesia Project. So, Mark, you mentioned about this physical situation on climate, but you do not mention about what happened with Paris Agreement. You know, whether this going and what the problem is, and especially because the current U.S. policy, are we worth it to keep moving? Thank you.
Thanks, Budy. Clearly, in Paris, pretty much every country signed up to keeping temperatures down to that 1.5 to 2 degrees range, and so that's a goal, and reducing our emissions is a means to achieving that goal. And what we have failed to do is accept that our emissions, both individually and collectively, are linked to that. And the evidence for that is that we've kept on increasing our emissions at global scale. There's about 24 countries which have emission reduction trajectories which are consistent with a 2-degree world, effectively none that are consistent with a 1.5-degree world. So we see some countries on a trajectory of emissions that, you know, is at least somewhat consistent with the Paris Agreement. But that means that you've got 170-something countries which aren't. And interestingly, the US actually was one of those countries that was on a 2-degree compatible trajectory. But what we've seen over the last 6 months is an uptick in those emissions. So in the last Trump presidency, we did not see a really significant, we saw a little bit of an increase, but not a big increase in emissions. And that's because the different US states and companies and communities stepped up So even though the feds stepped out, others stepped up. This time around, we're actually seeing a much more influential and intrusive presidency, which is going to limit some of that replacement activity that we saw in the first Trump presidency. So what I'd expect is the US emissions will go up significantly in this year and the subsequent years. So it'll take some years for that to tail out of the system again. And as a result, the potential levelling off of emissions at the global scale that would otherwise have occurred will actually not happen, and so we'll go up by probably something like 1% in terms of global emissions, at least 0.6%, maybe 1%. So unfortunately, that's one of the things we've got to just acknowledge. And again, similarly, in the last Trump presidency, a lot of other countries stepped up as the US stepped down. And again, for all the reasons we'd know, that's less likely to happen in many countries this time round. And that's, Ukraine and Gaza and, disturbance in many different places.
Thanks so much, Mark. Very insightful. We kind of know, but it needs to be reminded again that climate change is a serious long-term issue that we have been facing now. So my question would be on the sectoral buy-in. Do you have any data showing which sector seems to be picking up faster than others, whether transport seems to be more open rather than energy sector, or forest management and land use, or if there is any global data showing or indicating which sector could be like the quick win and becoming quote-unquote a good showcase or something. Look, you get these co-benefits by adapting fast or responding fast to climate change. Thanks so much.
Thanks, that's a good question. So at a global scale and in most circumstances is the transition from fossil fuel-based energy and electricity particularly to renewables is the single sector where we can get the biggest quick wins and where demonstrably things are changing quickly. So last year, of all of the new electricity capacity installed across the world, 90% was renewable. So that tells you the economics is lining up very, very strongly with renewables now. Unfortunately, of course, because a lot of our existing fossil fuel plant has a long life, just because it's 90% doesn't mean a quick transition. So we have to actually speed up that transition and have policies which speed that up. And when we look at that, is that again, there's lots of co-benefits. So in Australia, if it hadn't been for our renewables, our electricity prices would have gone up a lot more than they currently have. So renewables drive down the prices in spite of what you hear from some politicians who have a vested interest in saying the other thing. Renewables reduce that pollution burden that you can get from fossil fuel plants, so particulates in the atmosphere, so you get health benefits from that and a whole range of similar things. And as has been observed now in agriculture in many places, if you design solar photovoltaics into your system well, you can actually increase productivity and product quality in agriculture. And in the deserts of China, putting in large-scale solar has actually resulted in major environmental and biodiversity benefits because of the change in the environment under the panels. And so these are, it's not just about, replacing electricity and driving down costs and emissions. There can be a whole range of other benefits there. And again, we just need to be thinking about those benefits and designing for them. Yeah, other sectors, of course, electric vehicles, that's starting to develop, and you can see improvements in some other sectors, but electricity is the big one.
There's one online question.
Online questions from Chris Stewart in Queensland. Why are we not talking about and advocating for real zero or even negative emissions?
Well, if we want to stick to 1.5 degrees, we have to have negative emissions. Both the overshoot scenarios and just sticking to 1.5 or the overshoot scenarios which take us temporarily above 1.5 degrees, the only way we can draw that temperature back down, which we'll have to do now, I think, is by having negative emissions. So negative emissions is where you grab carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and put it somewhere safe. And at the moment there's lots of technologies that can do that, but they're not cost effective or they can't be scaled up very easily. So negative emissions is a thing, and it will become increasingly important and potentially very valuable economic opportunity for some places where you can have plenty of energy, so you need lots of energy to do that, and where you have some geological or other storage capability. The big problem is price at the moment. So we if you wanted to put a price on emissions, you might be paying $30 or something a tonne for your emissions, but you might have to pay $600 to do negative emissions, to take that tonne out of the atmosphere. It's much cheaper to stop the emissions in the first place than it is to suck them back out of the atmosphere. So we have to just come to grips with that, and that the real issue is just stopping our emissions, moving away from fossil fuels.
Thanks very much, Mark. My name is Patrick Anderson. I work with Forest Peoples Program. I'm interested in the links between ANU and Indonesia on this issue of climate change. And is there much, what kind of contact and communication is there? Maybe any ideas you have on how it might be strengthened? And just to comment towards the previous question, the world agreed 2 years ago that by 2030, 30% of all ecosystems national level would be protected, and an additional 30% would be restored. And I think in that restoration piece, there's enormous potential for drawdown of carbon, and as well we'll need industrial processes. But I think there are lots of things that could be done, and hopefully with that high-level commitment under the Biodiversity Convention, we'll see more action on drawdown. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. I can't say that I have full spectrum of knowledge of things that happen in ANU, but there's people like Frank Yotso and others have worked over there for a long time. Peter Kanowski and others have worked in there, and there's various others who have engaged in various ways. There's others in Crawford who have looked at peatland fires and similar things. So there's a whole range of small sort of project level and group level activities, but they aren't brought together in a sort of coherent package, or haven't been to date. And in terms of your point that there's lots of things that can be done to reduce emissions and to achieve other goals, in your case the biodiversity goals, that was exactly the point that I was making, is there's big packages of things you can do which have co-benefits. So if you do biodiversity conservation well, you can often store more carbon. So the carbon is seen as a co-benefit from your biodiversity conservation. But you can equally look at it the other way around, and if you design your carbon sequestration well, sometimes you also get a biodiversity benefit, or your renewable energy supply, you can get a biodiversity benefit. So it's that much more integrated approach which I think we need to have.
We have about 1 minute left.
Thank you, Mark. My name is Harry Wardana. I'm from University of Adelaide with Institute for International Trade. So you mentioned Frank Yotso, so I'm just going to pick up maybe his recent consultation on the carbon leakage review. So what do you see about the future of the emerging border carbon adjustments from the perspective of IPCC? Thank you.
It's not a topic that IPCC has particularly covered, but what I see is that you, with the EU starting on that carbon border adjustment, but with a very limited scope, there's plenty of options for them to expand that scope if they want to. And there's other jurisdictions who are looking to also take on board CBAMs, the carbon border adjustment mechanisms. And so in that circumstance, what it pushes on to countries like Australia or Indonesia is it's much better to set up your own internal carbon pricing system because that means that's actually those decisions are under your control. Any money that flows, for example, if you have a carbon tax, stays within your own economy for you to spend as you will. The alternative is if you rely on a CBAM, say over in EU, what's in and which is out is entirely their decision, so it's effectively arbitrary from our point of view, and any money that happens from that CBAM goes into their economy rather than into ours. So I would argue that it makes a lot of sense to be on the front foot with carbon border adjustment mechanisms and to set up our own internal price on carbon systems, even though in Australia that's politically unattractive at the moment. From a sort of a broader assessment, by far the best thing to do is start to have a national price on greenhouse gas emissions and to promote an international price on greenhouse gas emissions with standardised methods across the world.
Well, unfortunately, time is up. So before I thank Mark, I'd like just to ask you guys to just remain in your seats because we're going to the next session straight away. Thank you for the very informative. Thank you, Mark.
Selamat siang, good afternoon, Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second climate change update on Indonesia in climate change discourse. So in this session, we will exactly discuss questions that Mark has questions. What kind of actions, policies, and values Indonesia as a nation have to tackle one of the biggest challenges that we face, climate change. And we are lucky that we have three eminent speakers today. Bapak Dr. Teguh Sambodo, the Deputy of Food Affairs, the Environment and Natural Resources of the Ministry of National Development Planning. And the second is Bapak Agus Sari, the Chief Executive Officer of Landscape Indonesia. And the last one, but not very least, is our own Dr. Daju Resosudarmo, a fellow of the Fenner School of Environment and Societies. So each of the speakers will have 20 minutes presentation and will be followed by a combined 30 minutes question and answer. So please be ready with your hard questions. And without further ado, I'll give floor to Bapak Teguh Sambodo.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank good afternoon to all of you. My name is Leonardo Teguh Sambodo, as mentioned by Ibu Arini. And I would like to thank the Australian National University Indonesia Project, Pak Budy and Ibu Daju, for inviting us to share how Indonesia integrates our climate action policy into our national development plan. The motivation is that, like other countries, Indonesia faces many challenges in navigating the complex intersection of climate, economy, and social development in the years ahead. And the triple planetary crisis, in particular of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, are real. These three interlinked threats have endangered Indonesia's collective future. As Mark Howden has explained previously, many of us also maybe read the news on how climate change has severely affected Indonesia, from declining fish catches and the recent flood in Bali, and then land subsidence in northern Semarang, northern part of Java, extreme droughts in Java and Nusa Tenggara, food crisis in several provinces, and even rising dengue cases in 2021 until 2022. All of this promise to change the way we respond to new challenges, including climate change, and try to construct more systematic approaches, strategic management, and effective implementation. Improvement in the development planning is a starting point. Since the increasing public and political attention surrounding the link between global warming and human activities that led to the establishment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Indonesia has taken into great consideration on how climate change will impact the welfare of its people. As Indonesia increasingly learn and receive advocacies from experts and international partners through various platforms and collaboration, the climate policy then are mainstream into our national development planning. This is done by aligning climate action with its long-term development strategies, where mitigation and adaptation are treated equally as key components of Indonesia's development. Globally, Indonesia has also managed to show leadership by hosting COP13 in Bali, resulting the Bali Roadmap, and also by signing the Paris Agreement in 2015. Indonesia has also consistently raised its commitments with its latest National Determined Contribution, or NDC, the enhanced NDC pledging 31.89% unconditional emissions reduction and 43.20% with international support. Nationally, a climate policy has been progressively institutionalized through key milestones. These include the 2011 presidential decrees establishing Greenhouse Gas National Action Plan, the Low Carbon Development Initiative, and the integration of climate targets into previous national medium-term 2020 until 2024. More recently, policies like the 2021 carbon pricing regulation have positioned climate action as an engine of green economy, solidifying its central role in Indonesia's long-term development plans. The Indonesia 2045 vision, as outlined in Law Number 59, year 2024, regarding Indonesia National Long-Term Development Plan 2025 until 2045, also makes sustainability a core pillar of development. It integrates economic growth and poverty alleviation with ambitious environmental goals targeting a 93% reduction in emission intensity in 2045. A key strategy is implementing green economy, which promotes sustainable growth through eco-friendly infrastructure and green jobs. This approach aims to spur economy expansion, attract investment, and as well as achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner, creating a unified, advanced, and sustainable nation. The long-term development plan has been translated further into the medium-term development plan, the 5-year plan, 2025 until 2029, aligning with the vision of the President Prabowo Subianto towards aiming a golden Indonesia to 2045. This medium-term development plan includes 8 missions with 2 directly linked to climate policy. The first one is Asta Cita number 2, emphasizes national self-reliance and the development of the green and blue economies. The second one is Asta Cita number 8, focuses on strengthening harmony with the environment, nature, and culture. Together, these elements form a comprehensive framework for sustainable and resilient national progress. Indonesia Medium-Term Development Plan 2025 until 2029 also balances ambitious economic growth, achieving economic growth targets 8% by 2029, and at the same time 45.17% reduction in greenhouse gas emission intensity by 2029. This dual focus aims to achieve per capita income of $8,000 while reducing poverty and inequality. The implementation strategy prioritizes inclusive and sustainable development. By enhancing human competitiveness and global influence, Indonesia is committed a long-term trajectory toward net zero emissions. These ambitious targets are needed for Indonesia to put the national confidence on aiming at positive and good development outcomes, and to ensure alignment of various policy to support the achievement. The challenge always, and in many ways, is in the implementation, and we are continuously working to improve its efficacy on the community sides, also on the government sides, as well as the private sector. And from that, I would like to explain in more detail about some policy within the National Medium-Term Development Plan related to climate mitigation and adaptation policy in our development plan. There are two key priorities highlighted in the Medium-Term Development Plan for the next 5 years, which are the green economy, as well as the disaster resilience to represent a comprehensive climate strategy for the next 5 years. Within the green economy agenda, focus has been put into low carbon development, aiming at both annual and cumulative reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. This is achieved through cross-sectoral strategies in like accelerating the energy transition, promoting sustainable forest management, improving waste management and circular economy practices, as well as enhancing carbon sequestration in blue carbon ecosystem. Even Indonesia is now working on to make the blue carbon as the sixth sector within our national determined contribution. Stronger governance, carbon pricing, and improved transparency support these efforts. Within the disaster resilience policy, some focuses have been put on strengthening the adaptive capability of vulnerable sectors. Key measures include enhancing coastal and marine resilience, implementing climate adaptive water and agricultural management to secure food and water security, and preventing climate-sensitive diseases. These initiatives are supported by a robust governance and institutional framework which mainstream adaptation across planning and implementation. How we align this low-carbon development policy at the national level into sub-national level, we have this kind of structure. It's quite complicated, but in short, and we would like to have a unified approach. This process starts with integrated planning in key sectors such as energy, food, agriculture, manufacturing, waste management, as well as the new one, blue carbon. And these are translated into specific plans for local government. For example, next week I will go to Maluku province to discuss with the local government as well as local parliament on how they start to construct their own policy on low carbon development. This strategy is a whole of society approach involving national and local government, private institutions, and communities. The entire process is cyclical with continuous monitoring and evaluation at both national and sub-national level. Indonesia also adopts several approaches to help it manage the complexity of the challenges. Indonesia Climate Resilience Development, for example, integrates resilience, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation to protect vulnerable population. It aims to strengthen social, economic, and ecological systems against climate shocks by improving early warning systems and reducing vulnerability. This policy also measured by reduction of economic losses from disasters as well as from disaster as a percentage of GDP. Key implementation areas include protecting coastal areas, ensuring water availability, and strengthening health system. The other approach is the nexus of food, water, and energy. We use this approach to guide the development of strategy and the implementation of key initiatives to address the interconnected climate risks to food, energy, and water security, such as solar-powered irrigation, climate-resilient agricultural zones, and rural renewable energy infrastructure. And when some of you also ask whether Australia and Indonesia has collaborated in this area, one of the areas that we are going to develop together with RCR is to develop the climate-smart seed for several agricultural products. Operating the few nexus within the development plan also guide the formulation of programs and activities aiming to accelerate institutional reforms. While it is some progress have been achieved, there is a challenge on how to work to balance ambitious economic growth with environmental protection, particularly in several priority sectors. First is in energy. Indonesia is working to decouple its economic growth from rising energy consumption, aiming for a more sustainable path. Historically, the nation's GDP has been directly tied to increased energy use, but the new A national medium-term development plan for the next 5 years seeks to break this trend. The plan's core strategy is to achieve a difficult balance, reaching an ambitious 8% economic growth target with also transitioning to a cleaner energy system. This is crucial as the energy sector in Indonesia is the largest source of emission. To tackle this, the government right now is focusing on the three key objectives: securing a reliable supply, expanding access for all citizens, as well as accelerating the shift to clean energy. This will be achieved through interventions like diversifying energy sources, expanding biofuels and renewables, and promoting energy efficiency across all sectors. And we are also looking into several technology solutions, for example, the carbon capture system storage, that we look into the Australian side for the technology provision. The next is in the follow sector. Within the sector, to address challenges like deforestation and land degradation, the medium-term development plan sets 3 target main goals: achieving follow net sinks 2030, integrating sustainable strategies into national planning, and strengthening law enforcement and fiscal policy. Some goals are supported by 8 targets, including expanding conservation of forests, reducing deforestation, and restoring ecosystem. The government also sees that the follow sector as a driver of both emission reduction and sustainable growth, emphasizing the need for collaboration across all levels of governments, communities, and the private sector. Some key interventions include reducing deforestation, rehabilitating forests, and promoting sustainable management practices. The government also advanced programs supported by international climate finance and partnership, demonstrating scalable models to achieve the follow net sink 2030 target. The next in agriculture, Indonesia, a significant emitter is contributed by agriculture. The plan is to improve food security, boost production, to reduce import dependency, and to enhance the welfare of the farmers. Indonesia Medium-Term Development Plan also outlines the strategy to promoting food system transformation that aligns with climate action. The focus on ecoregion, it is deemed as a more fit with Indonesia condition, meaning that we will embrace local food to provide a climate-smart agriculture approach and improve productivity to achieve self-sufficiency in food. And lastly, on how Indonesia manages our progress in climate policy, climate action policy, particularly in adaptation and mitigation. The Science Smart system, we have developed this within the Ministry of Environment to track national greenhouse gas emission levels, while the National Register system records specific mitigation actions. The Ministry of Finance climate budget tagging system also ensures that the climate policies are linked to fiscal planning by tracing budget allocation. Finally, the Aksara platform monitors both mitigation and adaptation efforts within national development planning. For example, a study based on Aksara showed that from 2020 until 2024, Indonesia implemented over 32,000 low-carbon development action, generating a potential cumulative emission reduction up to 6,000 million ton of carbon dioxide equivalent and an emission intensity of 182 ton carbon dioxide equivalent per billion of billion of Indonesian rupiah that we spend for the activities. This shows that low carbon measure efficiency gains across energy, industry, and agriculture and waste sector, where Indonesia then can plan how we can improve the current effort to reduce emission. Looking ahead, Indonesia faces 2 key challenges. First is reconciling its development ambitions with the constraints imposed by its emission reduction commitments and facing institutional fragmentation and disparities in capacity across national, provincial, and local levels. To manage rising urbanization and energy demand, Indonesia is simultaneously pursuing mitigation and adaptation agendas. This involves empowering local government and local community to literacy capacity building, as well as providing incentive. Indonesia is optimistic in its course to create a more advanced, inclusive, and sustainable development. This will be done through linking emission reduction with inclusive prosperity, showing that climate responsibility also drives economic progress. Strong partnership, including with academia and NU, will be essential for mobilizing resources and expertise, ensuring policy is guided by evidence and research. I hope that together we can ensure Indonesia's development that is not environmentally sustainable, but also socially just. Thank you.
Teguh, thank you very much. Half of my presentation has been done. I'd like to talk a little bit about, this one of the biggest challenges in Indonesia's ambition to contribute to mitigating climate change, which is, that we have a lot of coal-fired power plants. I think Indonesia's economy, Indonesia's energy system is one of the most carbon-intensive ones in the world, and that's a big challenge. Indonesia's electricity system basically consists about 2/3 of which made out of coal-fired power plants, and these are young ones, 10 years old or even younger. That makes the challenge even worse. And the numbers of coal power plants are increasing also over time. As you see, actually it's a little bit less than 2/3 in 2015, and by 2025 it's a little bit more than 2/3. We indeed need to increase our ambition to increase the role of renewable energy and reduce significantly the role of coal-fired power plants. In another word, basically, we just need to kill all those coal-fired power plants earlier than their natural death. Basically, pardon my slightly violent language here. If you see that we have targets, we have net zero targets by 2060. As Pak Teguh just mentioned, we have our second NDC in the making, but our enhanced NDC, nationally determined contribution, is to reduce emissions by 32% below its business as usual, and reaching 43% below business as usual with international collaboration by 2030. Our forest and other land uses will be net sink by 2030. That's the target. Actually, what I'd like to highlight is the most recent statement by our president that says that Indonesia will reach 100% renewables by 2035. I was actually taken aback by that statement. Really? We had our energy policy document showing only about 30%, I think, of our energy system consists of renewables by 2050. We are going from that, 32, I think, percent by 2050 to 100% by 2035. I tried to replay the video that our president said in Brazil, probably about a month, 2 months ago. And it was actually indeed, he said that. He said that it should have been 2040, according to his advisors, but he wanted it to be 2035. Okay. So we need a lot more killing to do. That's basically what it is. I thought he was saying 100 gigawatts, which probably is a little bit more realistic, but he did say 100%. So that's what it is. It contributes basically the most in our electricity system. I should not belabor on the global, global pressures. We have the Paris agreements and others. How can we kill all those power plants? Well, first is that, of course, we have the financial risks. Killing coal power plants costs money. And that's not only about economic and financial problems, it's also about political problems. First is that because it's the lifetime of the coal power plants reduced, then there'll be a foregone income from the coal power plants. That would reduce the NPV, the net present value of the power plant. And according to our calculation, it's somewhere between $70 and $100 million per gigawatt per 5 years earlier retirement. Actually, I just realized I made this joke about not even a week ago when our Minister of Cooperative was dismissed. He was actually one of the developers of what was called the Merah Putih cooperatives, the red-white cooperatives. I said, how long will it take to go between the red-white cooperative to the red-white building? The red-white building for Indonesians referred to the Corruption Eradication Commission. Because basically in Indonesia, if you are seen to be making a decision that is losing money, you can go to the red-white building. So no one in Indonesia is ready to sign the decree or the decision to kill the power plants because it can bring them to the red-white building. So the policy and regulations, right? There's take or pay agreement with the state-owned company. Basically what happened is that the independent power producer that sells power to the state-owned utility has a very, very beautiful contract that basically shields them from any financial risk. Like it or not, being used or not, their electricity will get bought by the utility. So there is no risk of losing money there. So it's very difficult for the government to ask the independent power plant producers, to stop producing. The technical and energy security. Coal provides base loads. It's basically the 24 hours electricity that we enjoy. Killing a coal power plant and replacing it with renewables will need to replace that role, a baseload role. And baseload role in renewables usually is served by geothermal, hydro, that kind of big 24 hours producing power plants, which has been almost exhausted in areas where demands are the most, the biggest in Java and in Sumatra. So you have some hydro potentials elsewhere in Papua, in Kalimantan, and others, but they're very, very far from the demand for electricity. So that's another technical problem. We need a bigger and smarter grid to link all those renewables into one big grid. In China, where everything is, in one piece of land, it's very easy probably. In Australia, it is also not too challenging. In Indonesia, with 17,000 more islands, it's a lot more challenging. And then the supply and demand gap. So social and workforce, this is where the just energy transition is probably relevant, that closing down coal power plants will close down jobs in and around the coal-fired power plants and in and around the coal mining. You need to do something to bring them out of their old job, reskill them, and give them different kinds of jobs. Luckily, of course, renewables actually is more labor intensive than fossil fuel-based coal power plants, luckily. But sometimes, you close down coal power plants somewhere, you need to build your renewables elsewhere. And people don't necessarily immediately move from where they lose their jobs to the new areas. And the institutional and capacity. Can PLN, for example, our monopolistic state-owned utility, reform itself? Being a monopolistic power, of course, is a lot of power. They are a lot more powerful than even the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. The coordination between ministries related to electricity production, energy production, and others. And also, of course, project management capacity that needs to be increased. I'd like to, the NPV reduction. I did mention that it's between 70 to 100 million dollars of NPV reduction. If we close, a typical gigawatt of coal-fired power plant 5 years earlier. And a study done by the Monetary Authority of Singapore did show similar number, about 70. We calculated with our own assumptions, coming with very similar numbers, 70-something, with assumptions of cost of capital and everything. And what happened is that a typical utility, a typical power producer will expect somewhere between 15 and 30% of return. And actually the Indonesian power sector could only provide about between 8 and 9%, and the remaining needs to be subsidized by the government. And this is the basis for how we can replace whatever that's lost in the NPV reduction with something. So this is where, so this is about $78 million for five years. That's our calculation with very similar assumptions with the Singaporean governments. The replacement options, there are a whole menu of renewables that we can use. The cheapest one actually is ground solar PV. It has already been mentioned by the IEA being, basically the cheapest source of electricity ever. So it's very mature and cheapest already today. You only need a lot of and a big, large battery and smarter grid to do so. And then floating solar PV, which is very, very promising in Indonesia, with 2/3 of which is water. And then, of course, the other ones, geothermal, hydrogen, biomass, and others, including nuclear. The replacement options, if you see technological readiness and the levelized cost of electricity, cents per kilowatt hours, you see that PVs are the most viable options. So, and that is also why now one of the ambitions that's recently announced by our president was to build 1 megawatt of solar PV per village, which is, if you look at how villages work in Indonesia, that's quite doable, that's reasonable. And we have 80,000 villages, so we're talking about 80 gigawatt of solar PV distributed in villages. So it's actually quite fascinating to see if we can, address the problems of regulatory and institutional challenges and increase the capability and capacity of village managers to manage this new ambition. I think it's very, very promising. 80 gigawatt of solar PVs distributed throughout the country. Now, what happened is this, that in 2022, we actually started what is called Just Energy Partnership, Just Energy Transition Partnership, JETP. $20 billion of pledge out of 92 that was needed in the Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan. And about 2.6 of which, of the 20 million, was to be allocated for closing down coal-fired power plants. What is missing in this whole calculation is the carbon price. What is missing is that we don't value the carbon emission avoidance avoided by closing down power plants. And we calculated it in 5 years, accelerated power plant. We actually calculated about 20 to 25 million tons of emission reduction or emissions avoidance within the accelerated period. And that basically means if we are talking about between $70 to $100 million reduced NPV and 25 million tons of emission reduction, we get basically a number of about between $3 to $4 per ton. And $3 to $4 per ton is cheap in today's market. And basically what it is that we're looking at the possibility of making use of coal-fired of carbon emissions avoided and monetize it in the market. Luckily, of course, again, there are methodologies being developed right now under the voluntary markets, FERA, gold standard, and the compliance standard by the ADB, Asian Development Bank, for Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. There are ways to monetize the avoided emissions from closing down for coal power plant with the emission reduction cost of $4. So if we can sell it at a little bit more than $4, then we have a buyer. And with that, there are mechanisms that we can make use of. having recognized the difficulty and probably some challenges working with the state-owned utility, I look at and talk to some owners of captive powers, especially in the eastern part of Indonesia, where basically coal-fired power plants in industries constitute about 15, probably 18 gigawatt already. 1 minute. We have, let's say, 20 gigawatts. If we're talking about 100 million per gigawatt, we're talking about $2 billion. Can we raise $2 billion to replace all 20 gigawatt in the eastern part of Indonesia with renewable and basically kill all these power plants? $2 billion? Yes, we can. In 2018, we issued a green bond, a green sukuk, worth of $1 billion, and it's actually oversubscribed by 4 times. We can raise in the bond market $2 billion in one go. And with that, if we can resell if we can monetize the reduction of emissions at twice the price, from 4 to 8, then we have $4 billion in 5 years, and we can provide very, very healthy coupon for the bond investors. So there are ways already to be able to non-violently kill the coal-fired power plants. I would like to stop there, and probably we could talk about the policy and institutional implications at the question and answers. Thank you very much, Bu Ketua.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pak Agus just talked about ambition. So my talk is close to that. So the title is Beyond Commitments, Indonesia's Forest and Land-Based Climate Action. Indonesia has made bold climate commitments, but actually the real story lies in how those commitments or promises are put into practice. That's what I'd like to explore with you today. Over the past 4 decades, Indonesia's forests have really been under global scrutiny. A quick Google scholar search shows over 200,000 of studies link Indonesia to deforestation and over 30,000 to marginalization. While not exact, these numbers show just how much attention and concern this topic has received. Much of the 200,000 and 30,000 work unfortunately paints a rather negative picture: disappearing forests, environmental degradation, and large-scale exploitation. Equally important, these studies also highlight the impact on local and indigenous communities, people being displaced, losing their livelihoods, and seeing their rights weaken. So in the literature, Indonesia is often framed through these interconnected themes: deforestation and marginalization. Now, Indonesia is strategically reframing this negative narrative into an advantage, a story of opportunity, leveraging in high carbon ecosystems, forests, peatlands, and more recently, mangroves, alongside its climate commitments, with forest and land use, or FOLU, at the heart of its climate action. Okay, let's take a closer look at Indonesia's commitments, NDC, in the FOLU sector primarily. Back in 2009, nearly 90% of the plant reductions came from this sector. And then it decreased to 60% in the first NDC in 2016, and then decreased slightly to 55% in the updated NDC, 2022 NDC. As Indonesia prepares for its second NDC, probably ahead of the COP this year, FOLU is expected to remain central to achieving this country's target, showing just how strategically important it continues to be. Now, on top of reducing emissions, FOLU has an ambitious goal of becoming a net sink by 2030, some 140 million tons CO2 equivalent. Don't get me wrong, Indonesia has put a lot of effort in improving policies and the governance of the FOLU sector. Now, this slide is a bit dense, but let's walk through the timeline of the FOLU sector, relevant to the FOLU sector, from COP13 in Bali in 2007 up to today, 2025. We start with the era of Pak SBY, who some see as an environmental champion. During his term, Indonesia made its first emissions reduction commitment in 2009. The Norway-Indonesia letter of intent also laid the groundwork for REDD+, reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation, including the first national strategy, safeguards, and the creation of the REDD+ agency. A 2-year moratorium on primary forests and peatlands also began under his leadership. Then came President Pak Jokowi, whose focus was largely on infrastructure rather than climate or environment. REDD agency position was downgraded during his term. But a major crisis hit in 2015, when fires burned over 2 million hectares of forests and peatlands, releasing massive emissions and sparking complaints from neighboring countries like Singapore. This sparked a recognition of the critical importance of peatlands and led to the creation of an ad hoc ministerial-level peatland restoration agency, BRG, which later became BRGM. During this period also, social forestry was invigorated, gained momentum to expand local communities' land rights as part of the larger populist policy of land reform. We also saw a pause in Indonesia-Norway partnership in 2021, still under Jokowi, to resume a year later. Now, 2021 also saw the updated REDD+ strategy, revised social forestry regulations allowing permit holders, communities, to be involved in carbon initiatives, and new carbon regulations laying out the institutions allowing for carbon trading in other sectors and FOLU sectors. Finally, under the president, under Pak Prabowo, we are expecting the second NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution, likely before COP30 in Brazil, along with revisions to carbon regulations and trading in the FOLU sector. Under Pak Prabowo's term, however, within 1 year, we see the dismantlement of the Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency. Overall, this timeline highlights a trajectory from early commitments through crisis and institutional changes towards stronger recognition of the role of forests and peatlands in climate mitigation. Okay, so how have these big commitments actually been put into practice? We look at 3 cases today: REDD+, peatland restoration, and social forestry. There's a common story across them. Ambition was high, but the basics weren't ready, particularly in the beginning, kind of running before standing. Infrastructure and enabling conditions lag behind. There's often institutional frictions where agencies are not aligned. Persistent challenges keep coming up: governance, limited capacity, lack of transparency. So the take-home message is there's a big gap between ambitious targets and actual outcomes. And success or failure or progress is shaped by interplay of actors and practices from all various levels, global, national, down to local realities. So the question is, would they enable no harm, equal access, and fair benefits to communities? Okay. Now, let's look at REDD+, reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation. So REDD began with a wave of hype, a surge of initiative ranging from donor-funded pilots like SP to profit-oriented projects such as RMU, to community-based models like KCCP in West Kalimantan, and later jurisdictional programs in East Kalimantan and Jambi. Many projects were proposed, but through the years only a fraction materialized and continue. Despite the achievements of some emissions reduction, for instance, between 2016 and 2020, verified emissions, the broader picture was mixed. Implementation gaps, limited technical knowledge, and inflated expectations were common. Competing land uses and shifting policies created constant uncertainty. Top-down designs often clashed with local priorities, while short-term pilots offered innovation, but also frustration when promises fell short. In contrast, long-term projects showed that building trust and delivering results requires patience, commitment, and continuity, as you will learn tomorrow. Now, I will talk about KFCP, so the Australian project, as a short-term pilot project, because we have a proponent of a red carbon project tomorrow. So this is to show how KFCP we can learn the lessons and learn from the KFCP. So KFCP is part of the Indonesia-Australia Forest Carbon Partnership, ran from 2010 to 2014. It's one of the largest early REDD Plus demonstration project in Indonesia. Backed by $37 million. The project was located on the ex-Mega Rise project site with a focus on emission reductions from peatland degradation. Interventions included rewetting peatlands, restoring tree cover, promoting fire-free livelihood activities, and curbing illegal logging. The project aimed to test REDD Plus viability while also delivering co-benefits in livelihoods and governance. Activities range from payments for work and household programs to village retention funds, village agreements, training, social forestry facilitation, and participatory mapping, making KFCP both ambitious and experimental in scope. Now, what are the lessons, the challenges and lessons? Early on, communities feared the REDD project would claim their lands, but village agreements helped ease these concerns. Still, questions of who benefits remain, with suspicions of elite capture and criticism of technical approaches like canal blocking, leading to cancellations. Engagement took time. Negotiations were slow and sometimes tense, and delayed outreach fueled confusion and mistrust, especially given memories of past projects. These improved once activities became visible and gained government backing. But when short-term projects ended, so did livelihood support, leaving frustration behind. So KFCP showed that large-scale REDD Plus is possible, but without sustained commitment and clear benefit sharing, early ambitions risk ending an unfinished experiment. Okay, now we look at tropical peatlands. Tropical peatlands are enormously important, not only for their vast carbon stocks, but also for their hydrological functions, biodiversity, and the livelihoods they support. Yet for decades, they were grossly undervalued. Indonesia's peatlands for decades were grossly undervalued. It wasn't until 2006, after more than 30 years of large-scale forest exploitation, that Indonesia introduced its first general strategy on peatland governance. Only much later, in 2023, did a national wetland strategy was developed, covering peatlands and mangroves together. But the turning point came with the devastating 2015 crisis. So it's crisis when 2.6 million hectares burned. That disaster became a long overdue wake-up call, underscoring the urgency of protecting peatlands, not just as forests, but as critical climate infrastructure. Now, the catastrophic fire crisis underscored the urgent need to restore peatlands. In response, the Peatland Restoration Agency, BRG, was established with a bold target, restoring over 2.2 million hectares of peatland within 5 years. Yet the challenge, as expected, was immense. Data on peatlands were sparse. There were no comprehensive map on where peatlands are and how their condition. Technical expertise in restoration was limited. It's basically a hydrological restoration, and governance structures were fragmented. Institutional politics added complexity. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry, asserting its authority over forests, often claimed peatland restoration as its domain, sometimes conflicting with BRG's coordinating mandate. These factors, ambitious targets, technical gaps, institutional discord, and governance challenges, meant that, that achieving the restoration goal required navigating not just ecological and technical hurdles, but also the political and institutional landscape. So we look at Central Kalimantan, just to give you an idea of how peatland restoration was implemented. In Central Kalimantan, peatland restoration strategies have focused primarily on fire prevention. Key intervention including re-wetting fire-prone areas and providing livelihood support to local communities. However, ambitious targets, again, ambition, often exceeded the available capacity. Data gaps and technical challenges, combined again with shifting national priorities, meant that financing was inconsistent and long-term sustainability was difficult. Importantly, community ownership was limited, requiring extensive facilitation, while governance weaknesses further undermine outcomes. As a result, restoration activities, ranging from canal blocking and deep wells to livelihood programs, were often fragmented, poorly implemented, or misplaced. Funds were sometimes misused, interventions contracted to third party rather than to communities, and maintenance suffered due to funding gaps and changing priorities. The experience in the Central Kalimantan highlights that successful peatland restoration requires not just technical interventions, but sustained funding, strong governance, and genuine community engagement. The third case we look at relevant to this talk is social forestry. Now, social forestry is a program where the government grants local communities use and management right over state forest lands. It has emerged as a primary community-centric vehicle to support Indonesia's 2030 follow net sink targets. But by reframing what was once seen as community marginalization under large-scale forest governance, social forestry transforms it into a strategic advantage. Enhanced tenure rights help address historical injustices over resource access, while offering communities new opportunities to benefit from forest and land resources, including potential participation in carbon initiatives. At the same time, however, it is part of a broader land reform effort. However, the land remains under government control in social forestry, so community rights are regulated and often limited to management or usufruct. This balance of empowerment and oversight illustrates both the promise and constraints of social forestry as a tool for sustainable community-led forest management. Social forestry has set an ambitious target of 12.7 million hectares in 5 years. The latest reported formal official date is that today, over just 8 million hectares of permit have been granted. That's a lot of hectares. But it raises a critical question. What happens once communities secure their rights? Several challenges remain. Capacity gaps persist as communities work to balance their newly granted rights with their conservation or management responsibilities. There's also the question of social forestry's climate role. Can it both reduce emissions and support local livelihood? At the same time, there are opportunities. Communities can access carbon initiatives and receive incentives for conservation. But realizing these benefits requires ongoing support, financial resources, technical know-how in carbon and legal frameworks, and facilitations. Safeguards are essential to ensure outcomes are fair, sustainable, and do no harm. Ultimately, the path ahead is about moving beyond simply granting rights to enabling communities to manage forests in ways that are equitable, sustainable, and climate smart. Okay, despite progress with community-focused initiatives like social forestry, the broader forest and carbon landscape remains dominated by large-scale enterprises. These actors continue to control the majority of forest use and carbon-related opportunities, which can limit the space for communities to meaningfully participate. The National Registration System has been introduced to record, monitor, and account for emissions reductions, ensuring alignment with Indonesia's NDC commitments. While this is an important step for transparency and climate accountability, there is still a risk that power and influence remain concentrated in the hands of a few. Recent regulation, including the Omnibus Law, further enable forestry permit holders to expand into multiple business portfolios, including carbon-related activities. This underscores the persistent tension between community rights and the structural dominance of large-scale actors, highlighting that while new frameworks exist, the old dynamics will still strongly shape outcomes. Okay. Now, emerging opportunities are reshaping the forest and carbon landscape. Forestry business permit holders are increasingly eyeing carbon markets, while investors are exploring partnerships with socio-forestry communities. Communities themselves are cautiously enthusiastic, though their understanding of carbon initiatives remain limited, a scenario reminiscent of the re-radicals era. However, there are several gaps and risks persist. There are no clear guidelines or regulation for benefit sharing, not yet, and enabling conditions for informed community participation remain weak. Facilitators and intermediary institutions often lack the capacity to support meaningful engagement. Even with certification or verification requirements, there is no practical system at the moment to ensure social safeguards, and safety policies also create additional uncertainties. If these challenges are not addressed, there's a real risk that enthusiasm and also investments will not translate into equitable, sustainable, and effective outcomes. So, to achieve lasting impact, ambition must be paired with action. Yeah? We've heard a lot about what crisis can do, and Bu Mari said, let's not waste a good crisis. I hope, please don't wait for an environmental crisis. Yeah? When high targets are combined with strong governance, enabling conditions, and equitable participation, they can produce lasting mitigation outcomes and contribute effectively to Indonesia's NDC commitments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the three excellent speakers that we have in this session. I'll open the sessions for questions and answers. I'll take the first three questions for the first round. So we have Ibu Depi over there, Bapak Axel over here, and Ibu someone there. Yes, thank you. Someone. Right. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mbak Rini. Thank you to three speakers for very interesting topic. I have a question from Pak Teguh. Does BAPPENAS have a mechanism to evaluate a policy at the sector level, whether they actually have revert to scientific evidence or not? Because, if they really, if you have that mechanism, at least all of us here as a researcher will have feeling like, oh, we have contributed something to Indonesia because we found this, we found that. But then, yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Pak Axel?
Yes, thank you very much. One question to Agus. There are now 5 different methodologies for calculating the greenhouse gas emission benefits from coal power plant phase out. How do you see these methodologies? And what would be your recommendations, seeing the Indonesian situation, for the regulators who approve such methodologies? For example, would you ask that there needs to be pair of a coal power plant phase out with a dedicated renewable energy plant, or how should this be structured? And to Daju, there have been a lot of debates on the voluntary carbon market RED Plus projects in Indonesia. I note that the Rimba Raya project has faced a lot of legal challenges. How do you see those? Were these really necessary, or was this just a fight about the allocation of the resources, and how could we prevent this in the future? Thank you.
Yeah. Ibu, please.
I'm Trisna, PhD student at UTS, so want to go more
micro here on environmental crisis that Daju mentioned in the close. And because Pak Teguh also mentioned, we have COP meeting in Bali, we hosted that. Yet ironically today, the environmental crisis in Bali is here. So how might we do better actually from the panel? Thank you.
So is it for all the three panels or to Pak
Teguh and Daju?
Okay. Yes, please. Who would like to start first? Okay, Pak Teguh.
Thank you, Budy, for the question. Does BAPPENAS have a mechanism on how we can check every sector whether they use evidence and data, the right data? Of course, one of the requirement for every line ministries to propose for budget allocation that they need to, at least they develop the TOR. And we can see from the TOR whether they have actually accommodated some of the recent data to prove that the proposal can meet the requirement that we have set out, that they need to use the data, but at the same time, we can also propose for the refinement. Several, that's the mechanic, the mechanic on how we can first check whether they used the same data, evidence or data. The second one is, of course, we know during meetings or during many possibility to have direct dialogue with them, discussion or consultation. We do have collected some of the data they have managed, and also look into whether the data have been maintained well, have been updated or not. Sometimes the challenge is the budget, because usually the land ministry put the budget allocation for data as maybe not the top 10 priority. Yeah, so this is a challenge. Then during the discussion of budget, we usually ask them to put the money, to put the data update as the priority. The second one is the opportunity to have a discussion with academia, with researchers, with many think tanks that actually have been grown, so many in Indonesia with regards to climate issues. And we do need them, because the government is not capable in everything. We are not the expert of everything. So this is the way on how we can also advise them to participate in such discussion or knowledge exchange. So there are many ways on how we can make sure that line ministry can also consume data and evidence in developing their own plan, especially with regards to policy and programs. One of the example is during the development of second NDC. There is a question whether the report will use BAPPENAS calculation or Ministry of Environment calculation, because we both calculate for emission, because we do have the tools on how we calculate this. But right now we both agree that later on we will develop one platform, national platform to calculate emission. And also we work on the six sectors that will be included. For example, blue carbon, and this will involve another line ministry. And we will use the data in another line ministry. And the role of BAPPENAS is usually moderating this kind of policy interest across ministry to set off a specific target or report.
Quick response to the crisis, Bapak.
The occurrence in Bali is not something it is unexpected, because we do realize that there are challenges in Bali, especially in infrastructure, in city infrastructure, about the drainage and other. Bali is not like Melbourne that has a very centralized and also monitored, on how the flow of water can be maybe because I have been visited Data6 and look into their calculation. For Bali, Bali is one of the island that in Indonesia, and as a good example on how human activities actually they have the social norm, they have the cultural norms that they really follow, but at the same time there is a pressure from the economic side. With the occurrence of full moon, we call it blood moon at the same last week or this week, yeah. There is an increasing sea level that also impact the city of Denpasar particularly. So this is a challenge on how the infrastructure that have been developed can respond to this kind of unexpected occurrence. But it is not unexpected because we do have we are lacking in this kind of urban infrastructure, but this also put us in the same page on how we can improve the current infrastructure to more green, to more into adaptation than mitigation.
Thank you, Pak. Pak Agus?
Yeah, thank you, Axel, for the question. The methodologies, indeed, there are a number of methodologies currently having been developed, and one that is still being developed under Article 6 by the Asian Development Bank. And all of them are actually developed for grid-connected power plants. And that actually shows a different complexity compared with, for example, if what we want to kill would be the off-grid ones, which I did mention would be my first preference. For on-grid, if you close down one power plant, all other power plants on the grid will increase their production to replace the one that's closed down. Which basically, if the other power plants that increase their production are also coal-fired power plants, then there is no point of closing down one. And that's in carbon market is known as leakage, and that needs to be calculated. And to allow for good calculation of how much the leakage is, you need to model the grid so that how much electricity production that would be added onto the grid because of the closing down of one plant. The way to do it, if we want to be more systemic, is to treat the entire grid as programmatic. In the clean development mechanism word, that would be called the programmatic emission reduction. So the entire grid needs to be seen as one system, and if it all changes done to the grid should be seen as one systemic one. In the off-grid one, that's a lot simpler because one gigawatt closed down needs to be replaced by exactly the same gigawatt of new power plant. Otherwise, the whole factory will have to be closed down. So it's simple, and I would suggest that we start with that, with a simple one. And what we do is basically to use the existing methodology and actually take out the grid connected related calculations. That's one. And the second is the reason why I suggested off-grid before on-grid is that of institutional transaction. Because when you deal with grid connected, you have to deal with PLN, like it or not. You have to deal with government, like it or not. And my own preference would need to start with a system in which there is no PLN, there is no government. And that's off-grid. You just have to deal with the asset owner.
That's a provocation. Thank you, Pak Agus.
And then just one more point about the policy. As you may have known, that the Indonesian carbon policy has not been completed, I would say, or completely put in place. The presidential regulation remains to be improved. A lot of other things need to be improved. But I think I've seen some accelerated efforts to do that. I'm quite bullish about it being done before the end of the year.
Thank you. Budy, on legal challenges?
Okay, so thank you for your question on Rimba Raya. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to really scrutinize the court case. One can learn a lot actually from the court case to know what's really happening. So, I can't answer to your question. But related to that, actually, the business sectors actually have tried, I've been struggling for a long time of business certainty due to changing regulations and also the transparency related to businesses. So that's still happening, and that affects how businesses work. On the other hand, actually the ministry that issues the permit, to me, they should also be responsible, with they should have the capacity to monitor such businesses, whether the project addresses conforms to the regulations, whether the project or the businesses operate in an accountable way before such issues explode. I think we need to do that. There should be improvements in that sense. With regard to environmental crisis in Bali, I'm probably one of the saddest person because I'm a Balinese. But Indonesia, somebody said yesterday, I think it was Mbak Kuki, Indonesia often quickly forgets even crisis. So when the fires hit, 2.4 something million hectares were burned. Everybody was, do something, right? But then it subsides, right? 2015, and then 2019, 1.7 million hectares. Everybody started to, do something, right? And then it subsides. 2023, some fires, but not to that magnitude. So nobody says anything. If you see, you can't even read it in Kompas. So let South Sumatra worry about it. Let Central Kalimantan worry about it. But the Jakarta people, there's some other things that we have to worry about. So environmental crisis for Indonesia, I think it has to be real crisis. Which that's why I hope. It doesn't come to that before somebody is doing something about it, like sustained effort to overcome.
All right, thank you. So I'll open the second round, and we have 2 online questions, but I'll take 1 online question and 2 from the audience here. So Bapak here and 1 Bapak in the back there, and 1 online question.
Which one in the back there?
Oh, yeah, sorry. With the glasses. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, with a white jacket. Yeah. Yeah. Online question first, please.
This question is from Sheila Nurbaiti from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Yogyakarta. This is question to Budayu. Why is Indonesia's climate change commitment and realization seems to be a mismatch? For example, the case of Poco Leok geothermal project that is rejected by the indigenous community. Is it a problem of legal enforcement or lack of coordination or sensitivity?
Bapak in the middle, please. Bapak Andre.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here, Pak Budi, Budayu. My name is Andre Akbar Marthen. I'm a research director of IRID. I have 1 question to Pak Teguh and short comments to other resource person. First of all, Pak Teguh, I'm acutely aware that the development of NDC, the formulation of NDC actually belongs to the Ministry of Environment based on the Presidential Regulation 98. But if I may ask you, if we take into account NDC as a planning document, do you think that would be very useful for our country if we develop an NDC, National Determined Contribution, as our commitment target, which along with the economic assessment, which could attribute our estimation how much that our country need from the APBN or other resources to cover those mitigation actions resulted from that NDC. And thank you so much, Mas Agus and Budayu.
Sorry, no comments, just one question. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pak Andri, but I will hope to open the third round.
Just one statement?
No, thank you. Yeah, in the back, please. Yeah.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Adit. I'm from a master student from James Cook University. So just like want to ask Pak Teguh and also Ibu Dayu. The first thing is just about like, I haven't really seen about how the BAPPENAS here would like tackle like the climate change in the capture fisheries. I know that you saw the slide, but you haven't really said about it anything. And then like for that's one that, and also for Ibu Dayu, is it like why the ocean or like the coastal people is not really being like a focus in this Indonesia project? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the 3 questions, and I hope the answer will be short. Yeah, please. Who will start? So online geothermal is for Ibu Dayu. Yeah, Ocho Leo. But you can also answer, yeah, if you want to. But please be short.
Yeah, be short. Okay, I will first answer about the geothermal. In many ways, geothermal needs water. So in some part of Indonesia, water is in scarcity. So I think the way we deal with the community concern is very crucial, and how we can involve them. Not only at the end of the formulation of the study, but since the beginning, because the ownership on how the community can understand the economic benefit and also the social and environment risks that they need to manage together with the private sector that will invest in the geothermal, I think is important. And this is sometimes in many energy projects has been cut short, meaning that the community will be involved at the end of the formulation of such kind of study. So we would like to change this, and many times we also encourage the investor to work start in the beginning for social and environmental framework. And for the NDC, yes, it is the task of Minister of Environment. And for BAPPENAS, our interest is also to develop the long-term and also medium-term development plan. So in the space that there is a lack of engagement or harmonization or synergy across line ministries, then the BAPPENAS played the roles on how different line ministries can also contribute to, for example, to the development of NDC. And when I mentioned that finally there is an agreement between BAPPENAS and the Minister of Environment that we can work together in developing one platform for a national platform for calculating emission, we also agree that later on this calculation can be translated about how much resources that we need, on how the government can finance it, on how the government still lacking in terms of expertise. Then we can involve other parties, international development partners to join with us, universities and maybe a think tank institution also to contribute. So Please be patient, Pak. We will start this effort next year. Hopefully, we can also involve some of you in this forum. And from Pak Adit, this actually the previous answer also answer your question. Usually, BAPPENAS play the roles in there is no one coordinate, no one to start. So we start, for example, for low carbon development back in 2011. We started the study on low carbon development and then paved the way on how we can translate it, for example, COP13 and others into different policies. And we are also mandated by the law that we use evidence. So we consume research, we involve researchers and others to also later on to disseminate their result to other line ministries with the hope that they will also use our studies to improve their own policy. And this is also the in the case of climate change. BAPPENAS not only for low carbon development, NDC, but also we have biodiversity Indonesia. We developed the Indonesia Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. We developed the Blue Economy Roadmap. We developed many things to provide the evidence-based document for stakeholders to use. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. For the question from the online question, if I understand correctly, it's about geothermal. Why the indigenous communities? Yeah, that happens a lot in Indonesia. That's why my talk about mention engagement, community engagement. So the policymakers or the practitioners sometimes think that there's nobody in the project area. Hey, there are people there. Usually there are people there. So FPIC is important. Consultation is important. Free prior informed consent is important. Social safeguards, that's important, including FPIC, including proper consultation. And that's what the KFCP project actually provided lessons for us. That engagement, real engagement, took a long time, a lot of effort, a lot of resources. Yeah. Especially, and also that's even exacerbated by prior unhappy experience. Yeah, so with prior projects. So that's double. There's a double need for proper FPIC and proper consultations. For the other one was why I think Indonesia project omits the ocean issue. Yeah, well, please stick around. Tomorrow, Pak Daniel is going to talk about blue carbon. So, so we're not omitting it at all, but, there's only 1.5 days of this. So issues, a lot of issues are important, but Pak Daniel, the authority on blue carbon, is going to speak tomorrow. So please stick around. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, thank you. So we will open the last round of questions. We'll take one online and two from the audience here. Okay, yes, Bapak over there who have, and Ibu in the middle here, Intan. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the online questions from Zain Gobel from University of Queensland. This is question to Pak Teguh. Could you provide some examples of the types of water management policies in coastal communities, especially those who rely on groundwater on Java's northern coastline?
Yeah, Bapak.
Harry from University of Adelaide, and come to Adelaide next year for COP31. The question is for Pak Agus and Pak Teguh. So Indica Energy just been downgraded because of diversifying, taking more risk to be more green. So downgraded the credit rating, right, by the credit rating agency. So there is the financial pressure and risk, and so there is with respect to that, there's also like the next stage of the value chain, which is who's the buyer, and you saw it the transport industry and electricity. Right. So in Indonesia, the biggest like heavy industries is iron and steel, for example, but the lead industry for iron and steel at the moment is just construction and infrastructure for PU. Right? So the global lead industry for iron and steel is for automotive industry. So China steel is going to their cars.
Can
and
you
so,
please shorten your question, please?
Yes. So how does the BAPPENAS actually incorporate this transformation of the lead industries and lead markets in their planning? Thank you.
Yeah, and Intan, thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My question is for Pak Teguh. You mentioned about the Nexus, and I asked like, how could BAPPENAS could make sure that program won't distract or backslide the local resilient or capacity, especially for mega projects such as food estate or something, and it also under the security lens. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Agus, do you want to start with the questions on Indica Energy?
Yes, thank you. Basically, what your question says is that the carbon and climate risks have turned into financial risk. I watched the stock prices of 3 companies in the past couple of years. One is Bayan, which is largely coal. I would say probably almost 100% of it is coal. Second is Indica. And then third is Barito Renewables, Bren. Bayan was above everyone else for years, until about 2 years ago. And then their stock price went down quite considerably about 2 years ago. Indica was below it until about 2 years ago. And then they started going up, actually replacing Bayan. And the reason why was because they actually released their coal resources, yeah, Kideco and some of their coal-fired power plants, and they started doing what was called Indica Nature, which is the nature-based solutions arm of Indica. And then Barito Renewables, they never went to coal, and then they went straight to renewables with geothermals. They went all the way up, becoming basically the best bet when you buy stocks, and even until today. Yeah, the owner of Bayan was the richest person in Indonesia until about 2 years ago, and it was clipped by the owner of Barito Renewables since 2 years ago, Prayogo Pangestu. I wouldn't talk about their past histories, yeah, but I'm talking about somewhere 2 years ago or sometime a bit before 2 years ago. So that's showing that. Yes, you need to make sure that you can manage your climate and carbon risks the way you manage your financial risks. Thank you very much.
Pak Teguh, in 1 or 2 minutes, please.
1 or 2 minutes? Okay, for the coastal.
And also community in mega project.
Okay. Okay, the first one is about the to provide water access for a community in the coastal area. We do have the presidential instruction number 1, year 2025, on how the government can accelerate the provision of water, clean water, as also sanitation, and also for sanitation, with the hope that this will also include many communities in Indonesia, because around 90% of Indonesian population live within 100 kilometers from the ocean. So we can consider that we are too close to the ocean. So this new presidential regulation is expected to allow the government, every community to access particularly clean water. So hopefully the implementation of this presidential instruction can be met with sufficient budget Because right now it is only at the national budget that cover the development of this kind of access. But later on, the government also attract PPP, public-private investment, to work on several areas, including particularly in big cities, and for community in the coastal area. We can rely on the program implemented by the Ministry of Public Works. And for the community, for the nexus of food, water, and energy, there is another presidential instruction just recently enacted, number 14, year 2025, about the development of food, energy, and water center, meaning that it also includes the food center or food estate in, for example, in South Papua, in South Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, as well as in South Sumatra, with the hope that the current progress on how the government developed this food estate need to be improve in terms of the governance. So actually the first focus of this presidential instruction is how line ministry can collaborate to improve governance. And for the task for BAPPENAS is to develop the roadmap, develop the master plan for the development of these centers. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I think we stand between coffee break and the speakers, but thank you very much for your active participations in this session. My apology for all those questions that are not being asked. Please approach our excellent speakers, and yeah, please give a round of applause. Thank you. We will have 12 minutes of coffee break. Please come back at 3:25 p.m. for the sessions on aspirations and society. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Berhenti dulu pose. Buat audiens ya? Ini udah nyala belum ya? Tes. Oh, udah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. My name is Aryani Amelina, and I am a PhD candidate at the ANU Fenner School of Environment and Society. And I'm and I'm honored to be a chair for the session 3 of this Indonesia update on aspiration and society. So previous sessions from the morning has left messages, lots of messages that delivering on Indonesia's commitments for emissions reductions and net zero need actions that consider both economic and social considerations, important factors. So what are the possible pathways to meet our net zero target in particular? With us today is David Silalahi, who has been working at the Indonesian Ministry of Energy, and he will talk about his PhD research. He's actually a fresh PhD graduate, congratulations. And he will talk about his research that can help us understand the pathway towards net zero that we need to aspire to. And the success of climate policies such as this also rely on social awareness, support, and inclusion. Earlier in this afternoon, Mark Howden mentioned a Yale survey that talks about public awareness of Indonesian citizens. And today, actually, we have one of the authors of that study who has conducted continued studies on the public awareness of climate change. And we will hear from Paramita Mohamad about what insights can be used from these public surveys. So without further ado, I would like to invite David to deliver his presentation.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is David Silalahi. I'm from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia. First, I would like to thank you, Australian National University, the Indonesia Project, Pak Budy, Bu Dayu, for the invitation to speak in this important conference. I prepared this presentation in collaboration with Professor Andrew Blakers. He was my supervisor during my PhD study. So the perspectives shared in this presentation are based on our research during my PhD and should not be considered as the official position of Indonesia Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. In this presentation, we will discuss about that Indonesia has the potential for 100% clean electricity with solar and pump hydro with a cost-competitive solution. Previously, Pak Agus Sari already explored more about the coal and early retirement. It's make my presentation easier today. So let's begin with a quick overview of Indonesia colored electricity landscape. So for you that not familiar with Indonesian market, we have a market structure vertically integrated. So in one given service area, one company have to operate from generation, transmission, distribution, and to the final end customers. And PLN dominates in Indonesian market. Electricity sales reach about 300 terawatt hours, serving 90 million customers. So this brings our country to electrification ratio 99.8%. But we do acknowledge that many locations, many villages in remote area, even thousands, still has not good access to electricity. This is still our homework. If we look at the generation mix, we see a significant reliance on fossil fuels. So Indonesia total installed capacity is 100 gigawatts with fossil fuel primary coal, making up about 85% of the generation mix, and combined with gas, diesel is 87%. The renewable only contribute around 13%. It's from hydro, geothermal, wind, and the other technology. So this is so that Indonesia need a clear need for a strategic shift to renewables for a clean electricity. All right, let's continue. So this is the emissions from Indonesia energy sector. So Indonesia has seen a significant increase in emission over the past 2 decades. And this is the source of the emission in the left graph. You can see that where is the carbon is coming from. So the dark brown portion at the bottom is representing coal. So it has been the main driver of the emissions. This is showing Indonesia reliance on the coal has expanded dramatically from these 2 decades. So fueling our energy demand, but also increasing the carbon footprint. And the other chart is showing that the power sector, the electricity, is the blue bar at the bottom, contribute about 40% of the energy emissions, followed by industry, transport, buildings, and others. So if Indonesia can remove the emission from the power sector, it will solve about 40%. But these graphs also tell us if we do electrification everywhere for the industry, for the transport, for the buildings, so we can solve basically like 90 up to 100% of the emission from the energy sector. From the energy sector, from not for all the national emission. So, for this discussion, we simulate projected energy demand. So the 3 bars on the left show us the different scenarios of Indonesia future energy needs. So the far left represent 5,000 kilowatt hour per capita, or half of Australian annual consumption. This is for 2060. So in our national electricity roadmap, we use this number as the baseline. So Indonesia will need 1,800 terawatt hour by 2060. But in this discussion, I also would like to say that Indonesia can go more than that. So imagine if Indonesia catching up with Singapore or with Australia, our consumption will increase to 10 megawatt hour per capita, like current your consumption here in Australia. And even more, we can go to 20 megawatt hour per capita if we do electrification everywhere in the industry, transport, and for easy example, I show you more and more will be air conditioning machine will be in our households, and more people will use electricity for cooking, and more we can see EV on the road in Indonesia. For example, now in Java, Bali, we already have a lot of, if you can find it in Jakarta, taxi, two-wheelers, they use EV. So in this situation, I imagine that Indonesia can go to 6,700 terawatt hour per year. But the question is, if Indonesia want to go to 100% clean electricity, can we fulfill that? So the question is how Indonesia can self-sufficient to electrify all the needs. So in this chart, the green bar, that represents the estimation how is Indonesia maximize all the hydro potential, geothermal, wind, ocean, and bioenergy. It still only can produce 1,000 terawatt-hour per year. But even we use the baseline one, we need 1,800 terawatt-hour per year. So there is a gap. If Indonesia go to 10 megawatt-hour per capita, 20 megawatt, we need even more. So there is a gap that we need to find the balance. So basically, I want to say like supply from the renewable hydro, geothermal, ocean wind, and bio is not adequate. So we need to find what's the solution. So talking about the solution, we need to understand the resources that we have in Indonesia. So if we look at this chart, this on the left, we can see the solar resources in Indonesia. The yellow and green colors show that we have a solid, consistent base for solar power across the country. While we don't have a really good quality like in Australia, you have a red color here. So understanding the map is red is better. So if you have red one, so you have the top quality of solar. But this quality in yellow, it's like a good average. It's still enough to build a strong solar energy future in Indonesia. And if we compare to the map on the right, so this is showing Indonesian wind resources. The picture is very different. So the colors are most blue and light green, telling us that Indonesia doesn't have a strong wind. So we do have it like some part of Indonesia in the southern part of Sulawesi, as you know, like Jeneponto or Sidrap, or in the southern part of Java, in the northern part of Sumatra, but it's far from the demand and only small amount. So basically, the message from this slide is when Indonesia looked at the natural advantage, Indonesia renewable future will be solar. So we will discuss about solar energy in this discussion. So the next question is, if Indonesia want to rely on solar, where do we put all these panels? So from this slide, this is also part of my research. Indonesia can put the panels using X mining area. So we know like in Sumatra, Kalimantan, we have a lot of mining concession that probably in 20 or 30 years from now, it will be, the license will be stopped. So we can use that land. It's already open and cleared. So we can put solar like Australia do in Queensland, in the Kidston Gold Mine project. The other place is using the rooftops, as Indonesia has a lot of buildings and households, so we can use that. And of course, don't forget that Indonesia have agricultural land, a lot of it, so we can co-location. So we put solar on top of rice field, for example, and the biggest potential is using a floating solar PV. So this one is the picture that we use as our cover, this event now, navigating the climate change. So Indonesia can use a lot of lakes, water reservoirs, and calm sea. So this is the details of the potential, but for your information, the total potential is more than 180,000 terawatt hours per year. That's a technical potential. So imagine that Indonesia will need 3,000 or 6,000 terawatt hours per year is still more than enough. Probably Indonesia can export it to the neighbor, such as Singapore, for example. All right, this is showing us the potential for floating solar PV. How to read this map is red is better, but you can see as Indonesia lies in the equator line, there is no dark lines, dark gray lines that are representing the storm over 40 years, historical. So we can see like our article is the heaven for floating solar. So you can put it everywhere. But the best one is the red color and followed by orange and yellow. But don't put it on the blue or dark blue. So if Indonesia rely on solar energy, we will need a large amount of storage because we need to have the energy 24 hours. We can shift the stored energy during the daytime to the nighttime and also during the cloudy days. This is the estimation of energy storage in Indonesia. This rule of thumb. So everywhere, if you want to rely on solar, so you need 24 hours of storage equal to 55 kilowatt hour per person, 2 kilowatt power storage. This is if the consumption reaches 20 megawatt hour per capita. Yeah, so Indonesia will need, many people say like, oh, so we will need like more and more battery energy storage. So I argue that we can use that in a small amount, but for the big amount we need pump hydro storage. So we combine, like for the intermittency we can use battery energy storage because it have a rapid response, but for grid scale, I mean, for the shifting energy from daytime to the nighttime or for cloudy days, we can use pump hydro storage. So this is the potential that support the Indonesian future solar system. Indonesia has 200 more sites than it needs to support 100% solar. And this is the potential across the country, Java, Bali, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi. And the important thing, this is an off-river pump hydro, so no need for a new dam on the main river, so we can use everywhere. For example, we can use also lakes as a reservoir. Yeah, this a really good potential in Indonesia. Let's say it's a promising one. So from our analysis, the cost of this system will be about $10 per kilowatt hour, compared to battery that still need like more than $200 per kilowatt hour. So in future, if Indonesia will be fully decarbonized, Indonesia only need 3 of this potential. That's equal to like 15 terawatt hours. So that's what Indonesia need, and we have it everywhere in Indonesia. So to support the thesis, we do a modeling of 100% renewable electricity in Indonesia. This is together with Andrew Blackers and Cheng. We explore about the demand scenarios from the low case, 3 megawatt hour per person, double it to 6 megawatt hour per person, and high optimistic scenario, 10 megawatt hour per capita. So in this model, we did high resolution modeling. So we explore hourly energy balance for over 10 years. And we use only like mature technology like solar PV, pump hydro, existing hydro and geothermal, and hydrogen as a backup. And we still put the legacy fossil and what's already in the pipeline. So we assume gradual pace out here, not early killing like Pak Agus Sari mentioned. Yeah. So the scenario is we imagine that Indonesia will be 5 regional: Sumatra, Java, Bali, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Maluku, Papua. And also we did a simulation for supergrid. We connect all Indonesia. So we try to compare that. And the result is, the key findings is Indonesia actually can go 100% renewable using solar PV and pump hydro. And this is the storage needs with a cost, a competitive, cheaper than fossil. It's about 9 cents per kilowatt hour. So imagine that Indonesia has now like 10 cents for the tariff. And if we use hydrogen, it can reduce the cost even more because it reduces the storage needs. And one important thing, like this is related with Budayu, so the forest fire will also pose a risk for the solar PV. Imagine that if smoke or haze can cover or make the radiation cannot penetrate the panel. So it's reduced the production of solar PV. So Indonesia need to be careful for that. So this is how the load profile. So if Pak Agus Sari say like, we have to have the baseline power plant. So actually it can be replaced by pump hydro storage. So if we have solar and pump hydro, so no need for coal power plant actually. So this slide showing how rapid is the renewable energy developing in Indonesia. So compared with China, USA, India, Vietnam, and Australia, Indonesia is at the top, not the top, at the bottom. So let's say Indonesia only built like 4 megawatt in 7 days. Compared to Australia, it's built 100 megawatt per week. Every 7 days, they have 100 megawatts. And China have 5,000 megawatt in every week. So this means like Indonesia need to catch up with them. So this is the updates from Indonesian government. That's the regulation that support the renewable energy system from the presidential regulation and ministerial regulation. Basically, it's making a plan how to put more renewable in our system to reduce the emission. So this is the identified challenges in Indonesia for the Indonesia electricity transition. So the first is the heavy reliance on coal, including captive power plants. Pak Agus Sari used off-grid term to explain that. But this is like what happened in Sulawesi. We have like nickel minings everywhere, but they have their own small coal-fired power plant. So it's hard to, because you're not part of PLN. So we cannot say, okay, stop it. But when they say, okay, can you supply us with the renewable one? So we don't have the answer. So we have to find it later. So the existing subsidy policy also the challenge, because now government is like a price cap for the coal that used by PLN. So always the coal power plant becoming cheap, but if they use a market price, it will be expensive. So the renewable cannot compete with them. And also the electricity tariff subsidy for the customers, or some group of customers. And PLN also, like Pak Agus also mentioned, like PLN will do the planning, the execution. So PLN plays a important role in enabling the transition. And current grid infrastructure is not designed for renewable intermittency. Also the archipelagic geography pose a challenge for Indonesia. And of course, the strong political will from the central government is essential to enable the transition. Right now, we have no clear pricing for the energy storage, so that's another challenge. And sometimes we change regulation like this last year, and this year is a different ministerial regulation, so that's also put uncertainty. And also the financing is now loan-based, even the ZP mechanism and ETM, it's not a grant or concessional, so that's another challenge as well. So as a final note, this study conclude that Indonesia has the technical potential for 100% clean electricity using solar and pump hydro to get the low price or low tariff. And the recommendation is, first is, the easiest one is to accelerate the rooftop PV adoption, because it don't need a budget from the state, but only the budget from the customers, because they want it and they put it on the roof. And of course, stop the new fossil fuel, pace down coal gradually, reform subsidies, and important thing is like promote the solar and storage for the remote islands, for the small islands, to replace the diesel generation. And of course, the firm regulatory framework and the grant-based consistent financing for grid and just transition need to be advocated. So that's it, my presentation. I hand it back to Bu Aryani. Thank you.
Good afternoon. One more for the day. Yeah, and this is, I would like to present our study on what the public outside this room in Indonesia think about climate change and energy transition. And this is a collaborative work, and one of my co-authors is here, Vicky. Thank you. So, like Liam this morning said, the street will be the key arena of political consultation. Now the question is, will we see massive public mobilization demanding to kill coal plant or to accelerate renewable energy ever? And are we going to see uprising about climate? Spoiler, no. Not in my lifetime, probably, because, this is how Indonesia Updates is set up. The first one is ambition, opportunity. The second one is the bitter reality, just like the previous session. Okay. So, yeah, I want to belabor about this stupefying inconsistency. Professor Howell have talked about the insufficient climate target, but then Bumari said the president is not shy in making bold target, probably without consultation. And David has talked about the mixed energy. Actually, his ministry is lowering down the target to become less ambitious. Yeah, and of course, the Minister of Forestry wants to open up forests more than the social forestry area. Yeah, for food estate and biofuel. So with all this stupefying inconsistency, will there be a way out? If there's no political will to actually solve this, are we going to see something in the street? Okay, our argument is that it will only happen a sustained citizen action to pressure for bolder climate actions from the government or private sector can only happen if there are two things happen. One, the demand is boosted heavily, and that requires us informing them about super basic facts about climate change and energy transition, but wrapped in a certain narrative that will move them. And that narrative is progress without victimization. Semua maju tanpa tumbal, Indonesian style, yeah? But that's only the demand side. You need to strengthen the supply side of the grievance channel. And that's basically to capacitate CSOs to facilitate climate actions or go to the basic community organizing practices. So let's start with the boost demand. Well, I think it's Prof. Howell who talked about this. So yeah, citizens in Indonesia have very limited understanding of climate change. This is the research we did in 2021 together with Yale, although, well, yeah, it's more us doing the hard work. Yeah, yes, you can quote that. Awareness of climate change. Yeah, when people are asked, have you ever heard the term climate change? And like 88% says, yeah, pernah, have. And then we ask them to choose the right definition. And out of them, yeah, though most of them are wrong. Yeah, only 40 to 44% of those who are aware can identify the right definition. The rest, they misattribute that. They think climate change is seasonal change. Yeah, and worryingly, yeah, there are 47% of people who believe that mostly human activities, the rest, they believe that it's not for human. Maybe because in Indonesians, being very religious, nothing happened without the approval of God. Nor they understand about renewable energy. So this is from another survey, yeah, slightly lower sampling size, only for urban people in Gen Z and millennial, and only 23% have ever heard the term renewable energy before the survey. And only 50% people believe that fossil fuel will eventually run out. So there is no understanding and there is no urgency. That's why the dissemination of understanding of basic facts matter. But of course, facts can never really sway people's opinion, right? Because we need to work harder. Why? Yeah, this is the chart. Yeah, 50%, only 50% correct that fossil fuel will eventually run out. But there's something harder than this, is that people will prioritize economic benefit for them compared to sustainability goals. So only 40% in 2021 survey with Yale that say deforestation is never justified. 60 said, yeah, of course, yeah, if it's to create jobs, to lift people out of poverty, to build infrastructure. And we conducted Q method study, so quali and quanti methodology. And the theme that emerged is that the environment should be protected because it creates economic benefit. So actually, an economy is the general. Well, the president was the general, but economy is the general. Now, yeah, and there is this environment. So we conducted an experiment, so people have to choose between several different scenarios, yeah, about Indonesia. And there are 4 features. One is the income improvement, rights of others, environmental protection, and citizen participation. They have to choose, for example, higher income raise, only higher for the poor, the rich don't get nothing, or same for everyone, a bit little more. Yeah, either you have to choose Indonesia where there's shared profit for the evicted, or no eviction whatsoever. Zero degradation of environment, or tolerable at some level, and vote and trustfully. So I voted, then I let the government run free, scary, or citizens need to participate. So we have asked them to choose what kind of Indonesia they want. And this is the kind of Indonesia they want. They don't want a higher income increase for the poor. They want same for everyone, a bit very small. Yeah, and the rest. But what's important here is that for environmental protection, why do I highlight both? Does it mean they are both important? No. The answer is because environmental protection has never been a factor for respondents. There are like 3,000 something from the web survey. This is a conjoint analysis for the geeks, yeah. The influence of environmental protection is less than 1% in driving the preferences. Yeah, and this is people outside this room. Yeah, so why is this so? We believe because, well, the government discourse may have shaped the citizen view of environmental views. So what we did is we conducted quantitative content analysis on government speech from Suharto era up to Jokowi. Yeah, and then what we feel is this. So we code them, unfortunately without AI, so many sleepless nights. So this is Orba, and then transition, Megawati, Habibie, Gus Dur and Megawati, SBY and Jokowi. The lines are the topics that we coded. So the red ones are economic, and the green one, cliché, is of course the environment. So national and regional economic strengthening and economic stabilization, infrastructure development has always in the top 5. But you see the green ones, they're down there. So probably, well, from Suharto era to Jokowi's era, it has been consistent. And it shaped what's in people's mind. So what we did was, we conducted a test experiment. What if we change the dominant narratives into and counter it with potential new ones? So the dominant narratives was basically the summary from all the focus group discussion, Q methods, Twitter analysis, summarized by help of experts. So there are 4 dominant narratives. Development benefits will eventually spill over to anyone. Development requires sacrifice, pembangunan butuh korban, like in Kedung Ombo, remember? And development means building large infrastructure. There are 2 other narratives, but it's irrelevant to this discussion. We show them the counter narratives. So fixing the spoil, fixing the distribution of the spoil, that it should be no victimization, and it should be balanced between human side and the infrastructure side. And of course, there's this placebo group who gets nothing but facts about Indonesia. Here's the experiment. And we want to show you how each narrative, potential narrative, fares. So the first one is that fix the distribution spoil actually lowered support for decarbonization policy idea. So you see here, the red bar is those people who get exposed by the first narrative about fix the distribution spoil. The number down there is not the percentage of people who agree, but the probability of someone to actually agree with this. Yeah? And the percentage point is the change of that probability. You see that the one who got the control, they actually support more the policy ideas for subsidy for energy efficient houses and buildings. Why is this so? Because when we scrutinize the text, we realize that those who lowered support for this policy idea are the ones who choose this statement as the most resonant one from the narrative text. So the benefits of development are enjoyed by the rich and the powerful. So we hypothesized that low zero emission infrastructure for a lot of people means luxury good. Only few can enjoy. So yeah, equality is something else, but what they believe is that it's luxury good. Now, how about the second narrative? How about no victimization? Now, we asked people, also the respondents, whether they want to support what their view on development priorities, the priorities of development. Yeah. So the no victimization narrative increased support for more progressive development agenda, like participation, yeah, 3.3 percentage point, ensuring the next generation have a better life, ensure fairness for all citizens. So good, yeah. Progress without victimization. It also changed a bit the likelihood to consider rights of others to prefer the situations, the desired situations of Indonesia. So far, so good, right? Yeah, not too soon. It did not influence policy support on sustainable land use policies. Yeah? Why is this so? So you see, you see the control, yeah, clearing forest for settlement development and all that. It's, yeah, probably we think because the ask in the narrative is not specific enough, it's not hard enough, it's very normative. The government should ensure that no one's life or environment sacrificed for the sake of development, right? Where's the call to action? Like stop eviction or whatever, yeah? It doesn't. Balanced support stricter land policy, but it lowered support for decarbonization policy ideas. Like, for example, again, it lowered support for energy efficient houses and buildings. Same like the first narrative. And larger government budget for mass integrated and public transport also lowered. What gives? Again, because those who tend to lower their support for those policy ideas, they believe the most resonant sentence or part of the narratives that the government should reduce waste in building physical facilities and increase the budget for education, research, and health. So there is a likelihood that low or zero emission infrastructure is considered wasteful. So these narratives about decarbonization is very, very prone to be distracted by populist ideas. It has to be protected. And we also asked whether in the 2020 survey, whether they wanted to join climate action. And as you can see in the pink lines, not so keen, yeah? Yeah, maybe, but nah, basically. So why is this so? Now let's talk about the supply side. So if we want sustained citizen action, collective action, there is this social psychologist belief in this model that, yeah, let's say there's an environmental crisis. So there's an appraisal, and what leads to pro-environmental action, yeah, including climate action? doesn't come naturally. First, there has to be in-group identification. Yeah, they are like an activist, a pro-environmentalist, the defender of the environment whatsoever, the lover of transition, of energy transition, whatever. There has to be collective efficacy belief that they can make a difference. Now, in one of our research, it's very clear that they feel that they are powerless to ask government about anything. Yeah, there should be in-group norms and goals. So what you do if you're an activist, and of course there has to be shared emotion and motivation. So for this to happen, CSO must become entrepreneurs of identities, yeah, conductors of mass emotions, and dealers of hope. Pretty much what Habib Rizieq did in 212. Yeah, we have to learn from him. Yeah, but okay, so that's usually good thing, right? Again, not too soon, because unfortunately, less than a third of population, this is from very new survey that we did in 2025, has nothing to do with environment, more about democratic principles. Less than a third of Indonesian people across the nations trust CSO, yeah, and we zoom into religious organizations and NGOs, yeah, LSM, despite the fact that some religious organizations have been pacified by mining thingy, yeah. So they don't really trust that CSOs can help them express aspirations to the government or air grievances or protest the government. So on the supply side, we have quite a big task too. To conclude, so we have to do supply and demand, and I think it's up to us whether it's going to be a Herculean task or the curse of Sisyphus. And for that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. That's Paramita from Communications for Change. I hope the survey can be continued every year, more and more people engaged. And
Please don't ask my donor.
yes, let's bring some donors to the survey. So we have 18 minutes for question and answer. As before, I would like to invite 3 first speakers. All hands up, only this. Oh. Yeah. So can we get the lady with the hijab, this one? This here up front. And one question, please be concise.
Good afternoon, I'm Dina. I'm a PhD student in the University of Western Australia. I would like to ask a question to Pak David. Just a simple question. As a future customer, maybe in Indonesia, is there any incentive existing in place in Indonesia to encourage more customers to put rooftop solar in their house? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you first.
Fantastic panel. Thank you so much. I'm Naima from University of Melbourne. My question would be for Pak David. So I think one of the challenges of floating solar panel is that it's disrupting access of fishers, whether that's in the lake or coastal areas. So maybe you would like to expand your thoughts on that. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Idris Suleiman. I'm from University of Canberra Electric Bus Decarbonization Project. I have a question, if I may, 2 questions, one for each.
Okay.
For Pak David, when are we going to be seeing ever feed-in tariffs in Indonesia? And also, Bu Paramita, I was wondering, how could it be that public transport is seen as a luxury? It seems like, it's not a luxury at all when you compare, 2,000, 5,000 rupiahs versus even Ojek's fare of 20,000. Thank you.
Thank you. So first, Pak David. The incentives for solar, rooftop solar.
Thank you for the question, Ibu Dina. Ya. So incentive for rooftop solar PV actually keep changing. Like I mentioned, like that's the regulation is sometimes changed in 1 year, 2 year, but currently we have regulation like previously there was a cap, like you can only install less than your capacity at home, but now there is no cap for that. So that's one incentive. So if you have like 2,000 watt installed kilowatt hour meter at your house, you can also like install more than that, like 4 kilowatt rooftop solar, for example, you can do that. But you have to be careful that you have to be aware there's a quota system now applied for PLN. Like they develop like for Jakarta, they have certain hundreds megawatt. You have to apply it in January and also in July. Then if you still in the quota, so you can install at your house. But probably for the future, Indonesia need to like provide subsidy for battery. So right now there is no net metering. So if you are working at the office, for example, you go at 8 and then come back to home like at 8 or at 6 p.m., then your solar production just go to PLN and no credits for that. So if you have battery storage, you can have it and then use it during the night time. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Maybe directly the second question.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you, Naima, for the question. Actually, we have regulation from Public Work Minister. It allows like 20% of the area to cover it with solar floating PV. And for that, there is no need for environmental study, but if you want to install more than that, like 30% of the lakes surface, you have to provide the environmental studies for that to support why you need 30%, and that's okay with the fishery, for example, because in some place in Indonesia, there's a rejection from local people. They don't want to have the floating solar, so for example, in Kedung Ombo, they reject it. So please don't put floating solar in our water reservoir, because they really don't know what's the impact actually. So for example, in Cirata, we have 150 megawatt capacity. It's a big one, but we put it in the middle. But if for fishery, I know it like near the shore, not in the middle of the lake. Yeah, probably that's my answer. Thank you.
So last one, but we didn't Idris.
Thank you, Pak Idris. Actually, we already have the feed-in tariff in Presidential Regulation 112, 2022. So, but we still revise the feed-in tariff now. We want to attract more investment for the renewable. So we can discuss it later. Thank you, Pak Idris.
Pak Idris, the question was actually not they think whether do you think public transportation is a luxury good? No. The idea was like this. So people who are gravitating towards the statement that the spoils of development is only enjoyed by the rich are less likely to support policy idea of building low energy integrated mass public transportation. And understandably, only in Jakarta you have okay-ish public transportation. Outside Jakarta, you see none. There are people traveling to Jakarta only to try out the MRT. And no, I think it's good. I mean, if we can generate public demand for regional heads to actually build public transport instead another mosques, yeah, probably, and electric bus, it will be better.
Thank you. So I hope that was enough. So second round, I saw someone, oh, no longer at the back. The gentleman at the very end, the very back row. No question from online, so we can take two more. Yes. And, yeah.
Hello, Ross Tufsell from the ANU. Question for Paramita. There's a trend for NGOs and activists to be putting money into influencers and PR companies and boosting content. Is that something you think is a good way to be a conductor of mass emotions, or in the battle for paying influencers, is the government always going to win?
Buzzer. It's an industry. This one.
Dika from Indonesia Project. My question is to Paramita. I want to know your thoughts on addressing this massive lack of knowledge on climate change that is scalable through education system, because I think our worries is that the areas more prone to climate change, probably those are the people with a very lack knowledge of what's going on.
Hi, I'm Sharon from the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies in Singapore, looking at climate change. This question is for Park David. Thank you very much for your study, and I was wondering whether in your study have you considered the liberalization of the electricity market to be a factor that could accelerate the transition for Indonesia? And as we hear from the different questions about feed-in tariffs and so on, it does appear that a more liberalized and competitive market could help in that aspect. Thanks.
Ross, so yeah, I understand that some NGOs try to upload content. Very few of them use professional help. Yeah, hence the lack of effectiveness, one. So they think they have to preach rather than seduce. Yeah, that's one. And again, emotions, yes, you can incite anger like Indonesia Darurat and yesterday, but it won't translate into social movement if there are no three things. Yeah, so politicized identity, collective efficacy, and the anger out of injustice, of moral transgression. That's what basically the model teaches us, right? And hence, why I'm skeptical about leaderless movement. Yeah, I'm opening another can of worms. I know. Yeah, is the government always going to lead? Well, they have a lot. They have a battalion of buzzers, but we'll see. In a lot of in marketing communication, good message, creative message can outperform messages that are supported by massive, much bigger media budget. So let's try to be optimistic on that. And because they haven't used the narratives we test, haha, sorry. Dika, is it possible to actually influence the education system in Indonesia to educate about climate change and energy transition? What gets into the curriculum is a political question. Yeah, so I think it's very hard to actually do something about it. During Nadim's time, there were pressure for teachers to to create projects for the students, right? And they're looking for material for that. Initially, we wanted to go through that, so not through the curriculum, because it's the long ahead. But the system changed, of course. So I don't know what is going to happen on that. And that's it.
Okay. The question about market liberalization, I understand that some studies suggest that, but for Indonesia case, the current electricity law not allowing that. And this is a difficult job to to revise the law, because also the recent decision from Constitutional Court. Yes, Constitutional Court said like there's no market liberalization, so you have to do it like vertically integrated. Then that's clear. So although we are now revising the 2009 electricity law, we still consider that decision. It have to be in one company, handle the power generation, transmission, distribution, and manage the customers. So it's not for now, but probably long time from now. Sorry, thank you for the question.
Thank you. Last round. Oh, we have some online. Anyone else? Okay, this is the last one. Gentleman in the middle, and the one at the back there.
Okay, this is a question from Amanda from IRM Bandung. Question for Pak David. In practice, how do project owners balance renewable energy deployment with protecting livelihood and lake ecology? And is there any environmental permits requirement or technical guidelines to enable this balance? Thanks.
From ANU, a question for David. I wondered what are the economics of undersea cable supply from Australia? I was very impressed by Red Australia. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Aurelio from ANU. Question for Bu Paramita. Considering that you mentioned how low trust in TSOs is correlated due to the lack of action after what TSOs are doing, is it possible that because it is in the government's the government is in a position to decide whether they will follow what TSOs want or not, and in both cases where they do follow it or they don't follow it, the government wins, since after all they are in a position to take credit for, according to them, listening to the people's will.
Thank you for the question, Ibu Amanda ya tadi ya.
Yeah, online.
Yeah, how to balance the environment with the renewable project? Actually, we have it, the guidance, you can find it on the website of Directorate General of New and Renewable Electricity. For example, there's a guidance for floating solar PV as well. But about the environmental study, of course, you need to ask the Ministry of Environment, because they know more about it. So from our side is like technical guidance that we do need the environmental study to support the renewable project to keep the balance, as you asked. And about the undersea cable, I don't know much about it, but in Indonesia, we have a plan to export electricity to Singapore, also using undersea cable, but it's in a short distance. But imagine like 3,000 or even like 4,000 kilometers away from Australia to Singapore. I don't know it yet. Thank you.
Is the question whether the government listens to CSO, right? Okay, I think because people don't understand what CSOs do, what can they do? There are not many examples. That's one. Secondly, because there are bad CSOs too. Yeah, we have to admit that. Yeah, but the respondents can differentiate between NGO, LSM, and Ormas, i.e. Preman with uniforms. Yeah. But what I'm going to say is that I don't think the government, it's not the question whether the government listens to CSO or not. Yeah, I think no government changed their mind because they get democratic or scientific enlightenment. They changed their mind because their political cost-benefit analysis changed. And public pressure, persistent, consistent, and non-violent, can actually make the difference to a certain point. If you read Chenoweth's 3.5% rule.
Thank you very much. So thank you to our speakers, Pak David, Ibu Paramita. Thank you for your active engagement. So please stay in your seat because we are now ready to start session 4 on governance and law. I would like to hand over the chairmanship to Professor Ed Aspinall. Okay, there he is. We'll introduce the next speakers. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for sticking it out to the end of the day for our last very important session on governance and law, and we have two remarkable speakers today. Kuki Soejachmoen from the Indonesia Research Institute for Decarbonization and Josi Khaterina from the Indonesia Center for Environmental Law. I mean, they're just their headline affiliations. If you look at their bio notes in the programs, you'll see that both of them have a remarkable history of involvement in all sorts of organizations. So everyone knows the drill by now. Each speaker will speak for 20 minutes and then we'll have a short amount of time at the end for question and answer. So thank you, and let me hand over first to Ibu Kuki.
Okay. I'm not that tall. Yeah, thank you, Ed, and thank you, Mas Budy and Mbak Dayu for having me here. And good afternoon, everyone. Selamat sore. And let me start today or this afternoon session, the last one. So please bear with us. I think, yeah, Mbak Josi. So I just want to share with you some of my experience and my perspective as well on what happened in Indonesia during the last couple of years or maybe last decades with the climate politics and governance in Indonesia. So why we have it? So I write this paper together with my colleague that already asked some question earlier. Mas Andri here. So basically, we think that it is important for us to see this because this issue is, the climate change is important and the challenge is there. The complexity of the issue itself, but we also see that on the one hand, the issue important, but we also see that there are, on the other hand, those that has power, they also have some other interests, right? It's not always the same with what we really need to address the issue. And also the impact already hit the people and hit the economy as well. So we want to see like how it is, how the governance, how the system or the climate change has been managed so far, both addressing the international, but also what happened domestically or at the national level as well. So I think I can start with what happened. I'll just start the important date maybe for us in Indonesia is COP13, that already mentioned by some of the speakers earlier. But prior to COP13, what happened? We already engaged from early, before COP13, from the early time of the whole climate change discussion. I have one of my colleagues here that following the whole issues, that Agus Sari here. At that time, it's a small delegation. The issue is, maybe it was not an interest for many people. It's only for a small group of people, right? And at that time, it was the State Ministry of Environment that basically, talking about this issue, managing the whole issue, coordinating the issue. For the international negotiation, then we have like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the front of this, right? And as you can see here also, the issue is relatively simple. Mostly the UNFCCC itself, like the convention, and then the Kyoto Protocol, yeah? And then there are, of course, this, the subsidiary body, talking about how to support the decision, which is the COP, talking about the highest authority that make the decision. And there are two ad hoc working group. The first one, the Berlin mandate, that producing the Kyoto Protocol. And then later on, there is another one, which is the AWGKP, talking about the second period of the Kyoto Protocol. So I won't go too much detail on that. And in 2007, Indonesia hosted the COP13 in Bali. And I think this is when Indonesia started to look at climate change as a big issue. This is when not only the government officers, different ministries, but also civil societies. I have Mbak Afi here that also at that time started to work on this issue. We were all together working on this issue, both government, but also the non-government organization working on this issue. And as already mentioned earlier also, we had this Bali Roadmap and the Bali Action Plan. And I think internationally, COP13 has been seen as a milestone also, because this is where the role of developing countries has been recognized as well, right? And I think this is also when, because this is happening in Indonesia, then Indonesia need to walk the talk and also show the leadership, right? And okay, then at that time, the president was SBY, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. I almost forgot. Okay, sorry. At that time, then after the COP in Bali, then he established this council. So this National Council for Climate Change, on climate change, right? It's basically, the idea is really to walk the talk, that developing country like Indonesia need to develop in a more climate-friendly way. So that's why there is a need to basically coordinate the whole sectors, planning better also. And I don't want to go into details on this, but as you can see, basically there are many working groups in there, and the working group are chairs and co-chairs by relevant ministries, but the members are not only from the government, but also from the non-government organizations as well. And at that time also Indonesia again submit its nationally appropriate mitigation actions as a voluntary commitment, which is 2641. There is a presidential regulation for that. I think one of it is under BAPPENAS, Pak Teguh, the RAN GRK ya Pak ya. And also at that time, I think Mbak Dayu also mentioned about this RED Plus agency, and just go a bit faster. After that, as maybe some of you knows also that initially in the climate, international climate, we were thinking about, is it only 1 minute that I have? No? Okay. Because it's one here, so I was like, oh my God, okay, no way. So COP 15 in Copenhagen was expected to be like the big COP, when we're gonna have like everyone coming together, having a new kind of agreement, right? But it was failed. So after Copenhagen, then everyone was kind of in a very bad mood, very bad situation. And then there was this Cartagena dialogue for progressive actions. Indonesia, Australia, and some other country are part of it. And since then the process is getting more complex internationally in the international negotiation, and many countries think that there are more like high and more political process need to be happening. And then in Indonesia, we also have this President's Special Envoy for Climate Change, as well in many countries, right? And as you can see here also, the international process is getting more complicated, but somehow it works. And this also, as you can see, during that time, and also with the National Council, basically the negotiation was for Indonesia. The team was relatively big, but coming from different ministry, coming from many stakeholders as well. So everyone come with their background and also knowledge and information, right? But then in 2015, with the change of the government, and there also came some changes. So what happened is, and I think Mbak Dayu already mentioned also, with the RED Plus, more on the forest issue, but not only the RED Plus agency, but the National Council also was dissolved. So both basically the RED Plus and also the National Council was dissolved into the new DG within the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So all the tasks was basically moved there, and all the issues related to climate becoming part of this DG. And because the new ministry is Ministry of Environment and Forestry, so the climate issues in Indonesia then focusing more on forestry rather than a bigger climate issues during this era, right? But slightly different later on, there is a peatland restoration agency, and later on there is the peatland restoration agency changed into peatland and mangrove, right? And then the envoy position, it's still there, but the role has been changed as well. So basically, the whole negotiation delegation role, the head of delegation, all this function is now under the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Yeah. So and including all these lead negotiators, functions, and everything. While the issue itself, until what happened in Paris and then after Paris, it's not getting simple, because now, after Paris, we have like 3 parallel negotiation, 3, how do you call it, highest authority that make decision that need to be, attended and need to be, basically we need to be there to be involved in the negotiation and to be involved in the decision-making process that happened within the same period of time, right? So that's one of the biggest challenges. And that only happening within like relatively small team and less, involvement of other ministry as well. But this is also what happened, and I think Pak Teguh already mentioned earlier about this national NDC that we already submitted, the first NDC and then the enhanced NDC as well, and also our long-term strategy. And domestically, we already have some regulation for implementing the climate action, which is good, I think, even though now some of them are under revision, and we hope that it will, like the revision process will come soon. And there is some other slides, I think. Yeah, and after we have the new government, yeah. Now, within the Kabinet Merah Putih, during the Prabowo time, the MOEF, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, now being split again to become Environment and Forestry, so become 2 ministries, right? And the climate now, going back to environment. And this is the new structure. And we have, interestingly enough, not only climate, but climate and carbon economic value governance, or it's in fact carbon pricing. So, yes. So Indonesia is now really working on carbon pricing. And we are really working on as Bumari mentioned this morning, we are really working on regulation on carbon pricing. And I think tomorrow maybe we're going to have some discussion on that as well. And now we also have 2 presidential special envoys, basically, that supporting the issue of climate. The first one is President Envoy for Climate and Energy, and the other one is Envoy for International Trading and Multilateral Cooperation. So basically, the 2 of them are advising the process, because currently we are working on the revision of the presidential regulation on carbon pricing and on the second NDC. And I think this is also to show, because, okay, just to come back to this one, now the climate is under this deputy, and as you can see, it's a relatively small unit, right? I mean, like with that 5 directorates, and it's relatively new, and then soon we're gonna go to Brazil for COP31, and when we check like the agenda the agenda is, like a lot of agendas like this. Can you imagine like how many people that you're gonna need to cover this? And also, if we are talking about the issue, now the issue is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? I mean, like Mbak Mita earlier mentioned about like even the climate itself, it's already a difficult issue. And now everything is basically just linked to climate. So look at that. I mean, like health and climate, international trade and climate and everything. Everything now linked to climate. So I think we really need to re-engage everyone, right? I mean, like multi-stakeholders. So we need to complementing and supporting each other in this issue. So what's next then? And I think one of the important question is for Indonesia, the president, what he would like to see is 8% of economic growth. So how can we ensure that this 8% of economic growth can go hand in hand with our ENDC target, at least, right? So I think, and this is our thinking, myself and Andre, like we need to think that climate change is way beyond environmental issues. It has to be at least national development issues. And for that, then we need to have this comprehensive thinking. And a lot of it will be very political issues. And that would be for the national agenda. But internationally also, if we are talking about climate, am I okay? Okay, 1 minute, okay. If we are thinking about climate negotiation also internationally, it's not an independent negotiation, right? It is very much linked to other geopolitical issues. So we need to have more coordination also with other geopolitical issues. And I think for that, then we need something like more coordinated, that the direction that need to be higher than one ministry. It has to be like more across ministries coordination. And I think, and maybe this can also lead to the next presentation from Mbak Josi as well, that we need clear legal basis for this. Because what happened, we already have the National Council before, but it was based on presidential regulation, and it was just easily annulled by the other president, by the next president. So we need a legal basis that's strong enough that can create this one. And I think, and this is what we think, the law, because we are now having this Paris Agreement, then maybe what we can do is just mirroring the Paris Agreement with the Indonesian context in it. And I think this is my last one, if you allow me. And this is what we need, right? Because as a party to the Paris Agreement, then what we would like to achieve is definitely the ultimate goal of the Paris Agreement, and the climate actions and means of implementation is what we need to do and what we need to make it happen. But we need the governance and the enforcement. But the basis of all of these things is the regulatory framework. So I'll just stop here and I thank everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I'm glad that Mbak Kuki has mentioned that we need a specific climate framework law, so maybe I could just go to the conclusion slide. Okay. Thank you, Mbak. So yeah, I thank the Indonesia Project for the invitation to speak and share progress on climate law advocacy in Indonesia. And this presentation is built on the ongoing work by Syaharani from ICEL and myself. But unfortunately, Rani could not join us today, but she is attending the forum online. So I don't know, maybe she could respond to your question online. And I also have to start with a warning to you that my presentation will not have like interesting photos or graphics. I know it is needed after a very long day, but I'm blaming that to my legal background. Yeah, so I hope you can you can still stay with me in the next 20 minutes. Okay, so I have like three main questions for this presentation. First is why is a dedicated climate law necessary for Indonesia? Partly has been explored by Mbak Kuki, and what essential components should such a law include? And the last one is what challenges and opportunities lie ahead in shaping this law? And to answer these questions, we base our discussion on climate law scholarship and examine adequacy of Indonesia's laws, policies, and other materials, including civil society proposals on climate law framework. And this is the outline for my talk. It starts with a discussion on climate law, and then we will move to explain the situation on why Indonesia needs such a law by explaining mostly about the impact of climate change to vulnerable groups in Indonesia. And next is discussion on relevant constitutional mandates as the legal basis for our argument, and follow with description and analysis of various laws and policies on mitigation and adaptation. And this presentation will be ended with the conclusion that the climate law is needed to strengthen the currently incoherent legal framework, which we will use the draft law proposed by ARUKI, an NGO coalition in Indonesia. Okay, first, why climate law? What we mean by a climate law here is a strategic framework law which aims to create a unifying institutional structure to reduce greenhouse gases emissions or address physical climate risks, or both. Yeah, this is developed by Eskander et al. At 2021, and Huang in 2021 also add the element of cross-sectoral or economy-wide as another element. And law has an important role in achieving the target in Paris Agreement. And toward this end, scholars have actually contemplated various instruments, including the role of legislation. And we found that Eskander and Fanghauser in their 2020 piece has found that legislative acts were more effective drivers of emission reductions than executive orders because they provide stability and ambition over time. You have heard that over and over again from previous speakers. And in countries with strong rule of law, which we might not have that, each new climate law can reduce annual CO2 emissions per unit of GDP by 0.78% nationally in the first 3 years and by 1.79% in year 4 and beyond. And they also find that from 1999 to 2016, cumulative CO2 emission savings amount to 38 gigaton CO2 emissions, or about 1 year's worth of global CO2 output. So a great impact from climate law. And therefore, a strategic climate law would also provide political weight and visibility, both domestically and internationally, because it sends important signal about the seriousness of climate actions taken by a country. Also, what is needed, what we heard today. This is what would consider as effective climate law based on several countries' experiences. This study has collected and show us that creating an ambitious target and mid to long-term vision is one of the most important part of it. And also it ideally establish an authority and organizational structure for climate-specific responsibility to ensure cross-sectoral governments buy-in. It also ideally should also come with a governance to transparently reassess or update climate targets. One question before posted to Pak Teguh about this. Next, it will also enable better greenhouse gas data management. That is particularly important because such a law will provide the necessary mandates for data collection among various entities. And another important aspect of such a law is creating a space for effective allocation of public resources to implement climate actions, and such a law would need to establish a solid accountability mechanism. For example, it could introduce an independent body to enforce accountability as well as sanctions for non-compliance. But we also have risks associated with the climate law. Huang identified three from the legal point of view. The first one is it might not always be ideal, because sometimes we have an immediate need to have some sort of legal framework, which in this kind of need, it might be more effective to amend or introduce technical regulation. And other risks would come from a necessary review mechanism that is usually introduced in such a law, because it enhances the risk of regressions if political will change. And from the government point of view, an obvious risk would be a litigation, particularly for failure of its implementation. However, the absence of such a law equally raises the risk of litigation, as it could be argued as breaching of government's due diligence obligation under Paris Agreement. I'll explain more about this later. In addition, politically, there is also a risk for wanting such a comprehensive law, because this type of law needs a lot of effort to prepare, thus it needs time, which with regular shift in political will might mean that this type of law would never get off the ground. And this brings us back to the first risk that is often filled by technical type regulation, because we need it like now. So based on this scholarship of climate framework law, we will now turn into the situation in Indonesia. As we know, Indonesia, like the rest of the world, we are living with climate change, with the reality of it, and Professor Howden has explained this greatly to us before. So in here, Indonesian Civil Society Coalition named ARUKI, it consists of 36 NGOs in Indonesia, collected reports on various impacts of climate change with the focus on vulnerable groups. The examples here that I put include Cyclone Seroja that devastated East Nusa Tenggara, sea level rise that submerged villages in Demak, and urban flooding during erratic rainy seasons, including what happened, unfortunately, in Bali recently, which disproportionately affects the poor. These events exemplify how climate change deepens vulnerabilities, and there are real examples from the findings of the IPCC Working Group 2 reports in 2022, stating that marginalized groups globally bear disproportionate burdens from climate change. This reality underpins at least two things. First is a call for climate justice for these vulnerable groups, who often are those least responsible for climate change, and a call for the state to step up their effort in addressing climate change. Okay, so next is the constitutional mandate. Yeah, there are at least two streams in Indonesian Constitution that are relevant for our argument. The first one is the provisions on human rights. The three here are the main ones. So the right to live in Article 28A, the right to develop through the fulfillment of one's basic needs in Article 28C, and the right to healthy environment in Article 28H. And further, our Constitution also provides main principles to govern Indonesian natural resources and economy, which includes sustainability and environmental soundness in resource governance in Article 33, especially paragraph 3 and 4. My colleague, Murharjanti, in 2020, in her thesis, looked at 12 relevant constitutional cases until 2018, and she reported that the Constitutional Court has used principles of sustainability and environmental soundness in Article 33 to strengthen interpretation of the right to healthy environment. And two recent Constitutional Court decisions are worth of mentioning this afternoon, because they are particularly progressive in interpreting this provision. So in Decision 35, 2023, on marine and small island protection, the Constitutional Court advanced a reading of Article 33 consistent with strong sustainability principles. It did so by recognizing the concept of critical natural capital and by categorizing certain extractive practices on small island as abnormally dangerous activities, thereby strengthen protection of small island from mining activities. And the other one is a very recent, just last August, in which the court reinforced the constitutional right to a healthy environment by affirming that the right to participation is an integral component of this right. So the court extended legal protections against strategic litigation intended to silence those defending environmental rights from previously a narrow set of parties to now encompass everyone, including environmental activists. So in short, in our opinion, these constitutional provisions offer a strong legal basis for strategic climate framework law. And let's now move to the obligation under international law. So to implement this constitutional mandate, Indonesia has ratified many international conventions, including Paris Agreement. And if we see the ratification of the Paris Agreement, Article 28H of the Constitution that recognizes the right to a healthy environment is used as one of the legal bases. In this context, it is then very important to look at the recent advisory opinion of the ICJ. I believe many of you also pay attention to that recent development that determines state obligations under international law. Among the many opinions, I will only highlight several aspects that are directly relevant for our discussion. The first one is the state's duty to prevent significant harm to the environment by acting with due diligence. The conduct required by due diligence has several elements, including appropriate measures. The court then further explained that the duty to take appropriate measures will include all stringent measures to prevent, measures, reduce, and control pollution caused by anthropogenic greenhouse gases emissions. And this includes putting in place a national system including legislation, administrative procedures, and enforcement mechanism, and also the state is required to adequate vigilance to make such a system function efficiently. The last one that is important to highlight is the state's duty in relation to private actors. And as mentioned, due diligence is clearly stated as state responsibility, meaning if it is failed to be conducted by a state, it constitutes internationally wrongful act, and that is attributable to the state. And the advisory opinion affirms that due diligence includes taking the necessary regulatory and legislative measures to limit the quantity of emissions caused by private actors under its jurisdiction. This includes regulating fossil fuel production, consumptions, explorations, licenses, and fossil fuel subsidies. So it is clear from this ruling that the government is expected to have a national system along with its enforcement mechanism, as well as to ensure effective implementation to achieve the emission reduction target. Okay, next, we will see the existing legal framework and to what extent Indonesian government has fulfilled their duties under this Paris Agreement. So the climate change law of the world documented that Indonesia has 18 laws or regulations and 79 policies on climate change. These are some of the examples here that I put, that the main law and policy framework include, of course, the Constitution, the 2009 environmental law and its technical regulation, including the 2021 presidential regulation on NDC and carbon pricing. For the mitigation, we have the tax law and also many sectoral laws, including energy law, discussed before by Pak David, the electricity law, forestry law, discussed before by Mbak Daju, waste management law, and agriculture law. On the adaptation, Indonesia has less, but one of this is the 2025 Head of Disaster Management Agency Regulation on National Plan for Disaster Management that has acknowledged climate-related disaster as a type of disaster. Okay, here our analysis of it, but many has been actually mentioned by previous speakers, but basically it is fragmented, inconsistent, and incoherent across mitigation and adaptations. Badai's presentation has shown the complexity of the many policies that has been taken only in follow sector alone, and Pak David has also admitted for the energy sector. So I'm not going to add additional examples for this, but let me add one example about the difficulty in coordination between ministries that is currently a bit difficult due to the existing legal framework. I'm sorry, Pak Teguh, but it's about Aksara and SRN, where Aksara developed and managed by BAPPENAS, to report progress on low carbon development, as Pak Teguh mentioned this morning. And SRN, on the other hand, is currently managed by the Ministry of Environment after the split from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry that register mitigation and adaptation actions by actors. these two systems very confusing for stakeholders because they're almost like, reporting almost the same thing. So that is another examples of how the existing legal framework has failed to make sure that we have a good coordinated policy. And also in the same line, thank you. We have lack of coordinated mechanism to direct public resources toward the target, and this is one of the reasons why the carbon tax law has not been enforced up to today for the carbon tax. It is also, unfortunately, lack of principles of equity, inclusivity, and democratic governance. And the CSO coalition collected various cases, including where 2 villages were drowned without proper consultation process in the development of PLTA Kayan. And another example is maladaptation in the case of PLTA Tampur and Batang Toru that has negative impact to the lobster ecosystem and habitat of orangutan Tapanuli. On the other hand, we have this urgent need to align with global stocktake. Yeah? As we know, global stocktake is part of the Article 14 of the Paris Agreement that mandated a periodical stocktaking showcasing the state progress. And this stocktake has laid out all the potential items of actions for parties in implementing within their national circumstances. Global stocktake has made it clear that every country must do triple renewables, phase out unabated coal, and align with 1.5-degree pathway, secure just transition finance, and close adaptation gaps. Yet, Indonesia's current trajectory shows persistent misalignments. As mentioned earlier, the Climate Action Tracker claims that Indonesia effort critically insufficient. Okay, so this is the proposal from the civil society. Let's have a climate change law. So the civil society under this coalition has advanced a draft climate justice law, and the proposal addresses fragmentation, prioritization of short-term economic gain, maladaptation risks, and exclusion of vulnerable groups. This draft also emphasizes democratic governance. The advocacy strategy builds on constitutional mandates, as I elaborated earlier, and the ICJ advisory opinion, and has been presented recently to legislators and government representatives. These are the principles of the proposed climate change law, the justice, human rights, and non-regression among all, and it includes ambitious targets with periodic reviews, safeguards for vulnerable groups, integration of mitigation and adaptation, a framework for addressing loss and damages, sustainable financing, participatory transparency, institutional coherence, and enforceability. These principles echo best practices in comparative climate laws as identified by Huang that I mentioned earlier. Of course, we have challenges and opportunities for advocating such an important law. Real challenge would come from political feasibility of having such a law. We discussed that this morning, yeah, the obvious challenge from the shrinking civic space, which limiting accountability and active public engagement. And so it has been discussed a lot. No need for me to add more to this point, but basically it's difficult these days. Changes in leadership, another risk mentioned by Huang. One of the risks associated with this type of law is need more time in consolidation among different stakeholders, while leadership, on the other hand, change regularly. And fragmented authority in climate change is also an issue. It is true that Ministry of Environment is arguably the one with the overarching mandate, but the sectoral ministries are actually the factual decision makers when it comes to their sectors. So it's not easy to determine focal point in the executive for the advocacy of such a law. However, opportunities to push still exist, and it comes from the combination of the strong constitutional mandate, stronger international legal framework, as I mentioned earlier, and what we would like to highlight, hopefully in 1 minute, is the Indonesian litigation history, that is promising, particularly when we consider the existence of certified environmental judges in Indonesia. And of course, as Bu Mari mentioned this morning, there is considerable economic interest in ensuring a reputable Indonesian carbon market. So this is just half a minute before closing about the climate litigation in Indonesia. With this framework, we note that there are at least 31 climate-related cases in Indonesia, and this includes core cases such as youth petition to the Human Rights Commissions, and also a wealthy successful challenge to Tanjung Jati A coal plant license. And our analysis also shows that these cases has shown promising increased willingness of the judiciary to uphold environmental and climate protection. Okay, so the conclusion, of course, we need the coherent climate law to protect the vulnerable groups, fulfill constitutional and international obligation, and address the fragmentation of its current framework. And such a law should have principles, evidence-based, participatory, and aligned with global commitments. Challenges exist, but also opportunities, and Indonesian civil society should navigate the situation strategically to advocate for the fulfillment of the constitutional mandate. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you to both of our wonderful speakers. So we know the drill by now. We'll take 3 in a row. Right at the back there, number 1. Yes, that's you. And then also towards the back in the middle, pakai jilbab. Yeah. And then our guest from Zurich. Silakan.
Okay, thank you, Bu Kuki and Bu Josi, for the presentation. My name is Febri. I'm a PhD student from Griffith University. One key takeaway I get from Bu Kuki is that presidential regulation is not enough. We need new law. My quick reaction is, oh, really? Because let me remind us that we already have the tax harmonization law mandating the carbon tax. And then until right now, the government cannot execute the carbon tax, and probably no political party demand that the government to execute that. If that simple law cannot be executed, let alone like bigger law, because Bu Josi mentioned several provisions that probably that the new law could be another omnibus law. My question is, how feasible is this new law? And which political party or institution that can be championed to make that new law? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Silakan.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I want to ask about under the authoritarian and political funding for natural resources. So it is feasible to proposing this climate bill, especially and how could it not be co-opted by the carbon trade issues that Bu Kuki mentioned before. And the second one is, since the climate bill is involve a lot of people, who should be involved, because I saw it's only for the victim or threatened or vulnerable, and how about the private sector or some or others?
Okay,
parties?
Thank you very much, and perfect timing.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question actually, I underline the question from the first speaker. How can you ensure that the law is more effective than the presidential regulation? And my second question to Josi would be, what could be the role of foreign litigation? And I note that there is a case between some Indonesian individuals and the Holcim cement producer company in Switzerland, which was just discussed a week ago in a Swiss court. Do you think that such external litigation can help to push the domestic litigation?
Okay, thank you. And
okay, on the question on the law, I think Mbak Josi can answer that better. But I couldn't get the second question though, on the carbon market. I couldn't get the question.
Didn't hear it either.
Co-opted by carbon market.
Exactly. Sorry, can you repeat that?
It's actually how to make sure that the new bill of climate change won't be co-opted by the carbon pricing, because it's heavily on carbon pricing or trade mechanism, the substance.
Okay, Mbak. Because it's all the law.
No, but okay. What do you think of the carbon market players?
No. Okay, I think that's why it is important to have the law itself, right? I mean, And that is also the reason why the law, it has to be on the climate change and not about the carbon market. It has to be on the climate change, how to manage climate, and carbon market has to be part of it, rather than carbon market to be the big picture of it, but it has to be part of it, right? So I hope that answer, yeah?
Yeah, I agree with Mbak Kuki on that point. And also, maybe I kind of mix to the questions, but could external litigation help? I think so. Sure, it will be a big issue in Indonesia. And it will be interesting to see this external litigation, even though I'm not really sure about the admissibility of the case, but yeah. Of course. And how about who should be involved in the process? You mean in the development of the law, the draft law, yeah? At the moment, it's only civil society because, you know, as I mentioned earlier, it's difficult to make sure that there is a shared agreement between different stakeholders. So this is the first step between civil society first. We know it is not easy as well. But the next one should be include other actors. Yeah, and about the pessimism that we cannot execute the law, there is always that pessimism, particularly in Indonesian context. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. Anyway, but I think it is also the job of the not the job, but the role of the civil society to make sure that we close the gap between what is written and what is the actual implementation. And I think with the examples of the two examples that I mentioned earlier about the at least one, on the Constitutional Court decision, it was something that was brought by the students at first, and then ICEL at that point also become the part. But it is an example where we have seen like many environmental activists are being criminalized, and this is the effort that we put in place to make sure that the law is understood as it is meant by the lawmakers. Yeah, so that is a challenge. Will always be a challenge, but we need to do our part as well. That will be my thing.
Okay, thank you. More questions? We've got one online, and then we'll go 1, 2, and then 3 at the back. So first online.
Okay, question to Bu Josi. This is from Ari Wilyadinata, Universitas Bengkulu. How do you see the future of climate litigation after the International Court of Justice issued a significant advisory opinion on climate change? Can it be a game changer for Indonesia?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Darsono. I think we all agree that we need a law, but a law takes time. But just to give you an idea, even the omnibus law that we talk about, and then you have to have a government regulation, you have a ministerial regulation. It's going to take at least 5 to 7 years until we see that law finally get implemented. My question to the both resources is, how can we be pragmatic about this? I mean, what kind of law that we can settle with for now until that, whether it's a presidential decree, government regulation, ministerial decree, until we finally get that law? Or do we even need a law? Can we be more pragmatic using something like Paris Agreement, something that is we rectified, and then we create the law? Because for me, this law is not going to be fully supported by private sector. Then there is no incentive for the DPR to push. You can scream loud and clear, it's nothing. And then 10 years after the end of Prabowo's second term, nothing is going to happen. So seriously, this is something that we have to be pragmatic about. Otherwise, we're going to just start screaming law, it's never happened. So,
thank you, Pak. Very good question. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Ed, for the opportunity. I have a question for Bu Kuki. I'm actually wondering, Bu, and then thank you for sharing the journey of Indonesia in the COP and including Paris Agreement. But I'm wondering what sort of actually roles of Indonesian delegation during this meeting, because I've never been to IPCC meeting, but I've been to FAO Asia Pacific meeting as an observer from ANU. Sorry to say, Bu, the main actor of policy making decision was not there. They all left to Melbourne, Sydney, for jalan-jalan. And then the one that left in the room is like only one person, and she's really, like, I don't undermine the young people. I really, have an optimistic of young people, have a bright idea and initiative. But then when you have no one in power in that room, what can you do? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll try and do one more round. Silakan Ibu Kuki.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I start with the last question first. Okay, during the COP, so it's really different from time to time, I think. So if we can, like in the past, if I can say during until 2014, I think, Indonesia played quite a good role because we were part of this Cartagena dialogue. Even though maybe it's not in the room, we did a lot in the corridor and during the, cooking at the back, right? It's not always in the room, but cooking during the cooking part of it. So like cooking the Paris Agreement, cooking, it's not always in the room, but we did a lot of it. Right? Then basically the whole delegation, even the top, they always stay in the room. I mean, like until the end. So it's not like the one that you experience. Yeah. Okay. Mas Darsono, I think that would be good if we can have the right regulation, Mas. And I think we do need that if we can have one. The question now is at what level, right? For example, presidential regulation, we have that one. And if we can have the right one, that would be good, right? So that's something that hopefully the revision can, let's say it's something very specific on specific issue, right? But we need to have a clear clear kind of regulation as the basis for the implementation, because there are a lot of things. Like, for example, to be honest, what is the basis or the legal basis of our NDC, for example? We don't have legal basis for NDC. Right, but we don't have that. So that kind of thing, right? And even like what Mas Febri mentioned earlier, we have the law for carbon tax, but it's not implemented, right? So I think, the law, to be honest, I feel it that we still need it, because as I understand it, Indonesia, the ratification of the Paris Agreement doesn't mean that we can directly implement it. At least Indonesia, how do you call it? Ratification doesn't mean that we can directly implement it. We need to translate it into Indonesian law first. So that's all.
Thank you. Okay, so international, the game changer because of the international, the ICJ opinion. I think yes, definitely. It's a very good opinion, and it will be not that difficult to prove that Indonesia, particularly with the many stock take and the climate tracker findings, to say that they need such a law, and would the absence of such comprehensive law would potentially constitute breach of the due diligence obligations of the state. So yes, I really think that it will. It is it will bring a lot of cases to the court. Yeah, and in response to Mas Darsono, I think if we see DPR as the representative of the people, we have heard from Mbak Paramita that there is no such interest. So if they are representative of the people, they might not have any interest to also pass such a law. But if we see them as representative of businesses, you said that it is not of the interest of business to have such a thing in place. Then we might never see that law to happen. But in my personal opinion, it is not an either or. So we can rectify what we have now because we have to. But at the same time, we could gather the energy to prepare for such a law. Both should happen at the same time. I think that's for me.
Thank you. And we'll try to squeeze in one final question. Silakan.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Bu Kuki, Mbak Josi. Very interesting presentation. My question would be on different scale on laws and regulations. So during one of site visit that I did in Central Java, in Banyumas, there is a village that has village level regulation on climate change. So I would like to tease out your thoughts on the much smaller, maybe the impact, not national level, scale, but what's your thoughts on the village level, something that organic regulations, technical guidelines, or consensus building at the community level on climate change?
You want to go first?
Thanks so much.
Okay, a little bit from me, maybe before Mbak Kuki. It's interesting to hear about that. I never heard this kind of regulation at the village level, because the first thing as a lawyer, my first thought would be, what's the authority? What would be if within their authority, I'm not an expert of village law, but it at least maybe would make sure the ideas of what is climate change and the importance of it would be shared within the village. So better compared to the rest of us in Indonesia, according to Mbak Paramita findings. But even though it's limited, but I believe that such a village, it really depends on their challenges. Would it be on adaptation? Maybe more importantly on adaptation for village level, because the risk that they could deal with the resources that they have. But on mitigation, it will be not much, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think there is also another level that they have something like this, right? I mean, for example, in West Nusa Tenggara, they also have something like this at the provincial level as well. So I think it's good that they have it from bottom up kind of thing, right?
Great, thank you. All right, please join me in thanking our great speakers. And thank you everyone for attending day one of the Indonesia update. We start day two tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp, so please try to get here a little early. We have a lot of important and very interesting speakers tomorrow as well. Finally, for those of you who've registered for the Friday night social dinner at Madame Lu, we'll look forward to seeing you there tonight. There will be a group, for those of you who are not from Canberra and don't know the way, I believe there will be a group leaving from just outside here, so please attach yourself to that group and don't get lost. Thank you, everyone. The group will be meeting and walking to the venue. And see you tomorrow, everyone.